use those coastal defense systems is going to be up to them. The world community is mindful of the weaponization of food that Mr. Putin is now doing, and there are well beyond this department, there are conversations inside the international community about what.
Good morning, everybody. You're streaming live now from Fox on this Tuesday, May 31st. My name is Regina Gonzalez with you live from our Orlando, Florida studios. All day long, we're going to continue to bring you the latest developments out of Uvalde, Texas, as well as other top stories that we're not only following here in the United States, but internationally as well. So as always, to start off the top of this 5 o'clock Eastern time hour, we're going to give you a look at some of the major ones that we've got going here for you this morning. So starting with those gas prices, we've just continued to see them rise slowly and slowly, but no sign of going down just yet. This morning, AAA confirming that the new national average for 1 gallon of regular is now $4.62. Throughout a majority of our broadcast throughout the last several weeks, we've been joined by Fox Business contributors, oil experts, to continue to keep you updated on all the latest information surrounding this hike in prices, and not only how this is impacting road travel, but also airline travel as well. And as you know, one of the stories we were following yesterday was the fact that thousands of flights were canceled over a holiday weekend, Memorial Day weekend. So we'll get to some of that information for you here in just a little bit. We're also going to be taking you out to Fairfax County, Virginia once again, and that is because for the past 6 weeks, we have, along with the world, have been watching Johnny Depp and Amber Heard's incredibly public $50 million defamation lawsuit. Now, last Friday, we saw both Depp and Heard's teams present their final closing arguments to the judge and jury, who then took a break for this holiday weekend. Now, ordinarily, they would be expected to return yesterday since it was Monday, but it was Memorial Day. So this means the soonest we're likely to get an update on the verdict is today. But some seem that this is pretty far-fetched, given that they have basically 6 weeks worth of testimonies, audio recordings, video footage, and images to read through before making a decision. So we are on verdict watch for this very high-profile trial that we have brought you live, raw, and unfiltered inside of the courtroom each and every day it happened. But we can assume it's going to be at some point this week, if not today. So we will keep you posted with every detail here on Live Now from Fox. We are expected to get some feeds coming in from inside of this courtroom around 9 o'clock in the morning Eastern time. Meanwhile, another major story that we are continuing to bring you every latest development on And that's actually where I want to start off a majority of our coverage. This Memorial Day, unlike any other in the community of Uvalde, Texas, where they're still mourning the victims of last week's school shooting. It's officially been 1 week since a gunman opened fire inside of Robb Elementary School in one classroom, killing 19 children and 2 teachers. We are learning that the funeral services for these victims are beginning today, and they are expected to go into about mid-June. Now, all of this is coming as the Department of Justice officially announced they're investigating the police response after many parents and witnesses of the shooting expressed outrage over some police not entering the school and then 20 officers standing in the hallway while the shooter was still inside of this 4th grade classroom. So we do still have Fox News correspondents out there on the ground in Uvalde, Texas, and we actually do have a live look right now at this growing memorial outside of Robb Elementary right now. It's only about 4:06 a.m. there Central Time. We can also tell you today that a bipartisan group of senators is meeting, hoping to hammer out some new gun legislation, again, a week after this mass shooting happened. So let's get the latest from Fox News correspondent Jeff Paul. He's in Uvalde with all the latest information.
Is hard enough. But the loss of 19 young minds and 2 women who helped shape them creates a gap that'll never be filled.
It's painful because from day one, we make flowers for them when the child is born. We make flowers for their first birthday. It hurts right now, everybody.
On this Memorial Day, Texas Governor Greg Abbott wants the focus to also be on Uvalde.
As Texans, we must come together and lift up Uvalde and support them in every way that we possibly can.
It's a call to action that greeted Governor Abbott while he joined. In a city of 16,000 people, losing just one is hard enough.
It's devastating because they were almost done with school and they were barely starting their life.
But the loss of 19 young minds and 2 women who helped shape them creates a gap that'll never be filled.
It's painful because from day one, we make flowers for them when the child is born. We make flowers for their first birthday. It hurts right now, everybody.
On this Memorial Day, Texas Governor Greg Abbott wants the focus to also be on Uvalde.
As Texans, we must come together and lift up Uvalde and support them in every way that we possibly can.
It's a call to action that greeted Governor Abbott while he joined President Joe Biden during his visit on Sunday. President Biden vowing, I will, to a community devastated and desperate for change.
I grew up here in Uvalde, and it breaks my heart. I have no words.
Silence from Uvalde's police department, whose response that day, along with the school district police and other responding law enforcement, will get a formal critical incident review by the Department of Justice. One of the most glaring revelations, nearly 20 officers stood in the hallway of the school for more than 45 minutes before getting inside to kill the shooter. Democratic Texas State Senator Roland Gutierrez, like many in Uvalde, was stunned to learn children were inside the room with the shooter, some in the school even calling 911, begging for police to help.
1 round for this little girl, likely bled out. Had we had law enforcement going in there earlier, this little girl might have lived.
It's already hard enough for students at Robb Elementary School to fathom going back to school, let alone into the exact buildings where the shooting unraveled. So lawmakers are already talking about knocking down the school and building a new one. In Uvalde, Texas, Jeff Paul, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Jeff Paul for that report. Again, here is a live now look outside of this growing memorial in downtown Uvalde. There is one outside of the school, Robb Elementary School, and then there is another one. Like we've been mentioning this entire time, this is a very tight-knit community, only about 16,000 people, everybody impacted by this tragedy in some way. And a lot of these community members actually gathered yesterday for one of the victims' visitation services. So I actually do want to take you out to some of that video we have from that service. It was held at the Hillcrest Memorial Funeral Home for 10-year-old Amari Joe Garza. Loved ones filed into the facility located just across the street from Robb Elementary to honor the young life that was cut so short, one of 19 children killed. Local media reports that most of the funeral arrangements for the 21 victims have been finalized, and those are expected to begin today and stretch into mid-June. So if we do get any feeds coming in from these memorial services, we will absolutely be sure to bring you there live, raw, and unfiltered. That is who we are and what we do. Meanwhile, as the community of Uvalde is continuing to mourn, I do want to head out to a live now look of the White House in our nation's capital, and that is because President Biden is continuing to push for new gun control measures since this mass shooting. He did visit Uvalde, Texas over the weekend, and that was the second time in 2 weeks that he had to visit the site of a mass shooting. He was also in Buffalo the week prior to visit the site of the grocery store where 10 people were killed by an 18-year-old gunman in a predominantly black neighborhood. So again, we do want to bring you the latest on what the president is doing to push for new gun control measures. Here's the latest from White House correspondent Jackie Einrich.
President Biden remembering Americans who made the ultimate sacrifice in what he called a sacred Memorial Day ritual.
We must never betray the lives laid down to make our nation a beacon to the world, a citadel of liberty and justice for everyone.
Biden marked the importance of defending democracy amid Russia's war in Ukraine. Also mourned alongside Gold Star families on the anniversary of his son Beau's death, a veteran who died of brain cancer. Biden addressed the families of the 2,461 service members who lost their lives in Afghanistan, but made no specific mention of the 13 who died under his watch during the withdrawal, the only armed forces to die by enemy attack since he took office. The solemn ceremonies coming just one day after Biden privately grieved with a shattered community in Uvalde, Texas, telling reporters upon his return there's some hope for a bipartisan gun control agreement in Congress, encouraged by a push from Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell to Texas Senator John Cornyn to find common ground with Democrats.
Gotten so bad that everybody's getting more rational about it. But I think there's a realization on the part of rational Republicans, and I consider McConnell a rational Republican, and Cornyn is as well. You can't do this.
The administration increasingly defensive over pressure for Biden to act unilaterally, refusing some network requests for officials to appear on Sunday shows, saying it's on Congress to act. Biden said today his executive powers have limits.
But I can't outlaw a weapon. I can't, change the background check. I can't do that.
Some congressional Democrats have hope for a budding agreement.
There are more Republicans interested in talking about finding a path forward this time than I have ever seen since Sandy Hook.
Not all share the optimism.
As far as a federal level, I'm not that hopeful.
Senator John Cornyn, the lead GOP negotiator on the gun safety reform effort, told reporters today in Texas a group of bipartisan senators is meeting tomorrow over Zoom to see if they can reach a framework on how to move forward. But he offered no details on what they'd be discussing, like red flag laws or otherwise. At the White House, Jackie Heinrich, Fox News.
Meanwhile, here is a live now look at the Capitol building in Washington, D.C. Only about 5:14 a.m. here on the East Coast. The sun has not yet risen. But as you heard Jackie Einrich mention, Republican and Democratic senators negotiating over legislative proposals to respond to these mass shootings in Buffalo and Uvalde, Texas, are going to hold a Zoom call today in hopes of reaching a deal on the basic framework for potential legislation. Now, Senator Senator John Cornyn from Texas, who is Republican. He's been tasked by Senator Minority Leader Mitch McConnell to negotiate with Democrats. He said the talks have been ongoing on the phone and in person. An actual quote from him says, "We're already having those discussions in person and on the phone. Look forward to a meeting on Tuesday through a Zoom call to try to see if we can agree on a basic framework about how we go forward." Now, as Jackie also mentioned, President Biden yesterday expressed some optimism that Cornyn may strike a deal, praising him as a rational policymaker. So if we do get any feeds coming from this virtual meeting, we will absolutely bring them to you here on Live Now from Fox. Typically, nearly every day, we do get feeds coming in from the Senate floor. So whether or not they give us access to the Zoom meeting, we are still working to see if we can get some more details on that. Meanwhile, I do want to take you back out to this memorial in downtown Uvalde, Texas. Still dark out there, only about 4:15 a.m. Central Time, but even in the darkness, you can see candles lit, you can see balloons flying, all of these crosses, a little waterfall in the middle. This is actually a memorial right in the center of the city, very tight-knit community, about 16,000 people. And the question remains, how do you even begin some sort of healing process when it comes to the tragedy that this community saw? 19 children, 2 teachers dead, a mass shooting happening 2 days before they were supposed to be let out for summer vacation. Well, Fox News multimedia reporter Rebecca Castor does have the latest on how families are trying to cope with this unimaginable devastation and what they've had to say over the last few days as funeral services are being planned or expected to get underway beginning today.
The community still has a lot of unanswered questions, and they're hoping this DOJ investigation will address some of those. But at the same time, this community is trying to take steps towards healing. You can see the growing memorial that sits outside the school behind me, and all day it's been a steady flow of people coming to pay their respects, just one of many ways that people are trying to process the deep emotions behind this tragedy. A powerful moment in Uvalde's town square this weekend as hundreds gathered to worship and pray for healing.
We are here to pray for the people here, to bring the light to Uvalde, to spread prayer, to just lift people up and let them know that Jesus is here with them no matter what.
One man traveling all the way from Detroit to carry a cross through the town.
This is the light of the world, and all God wants us to do is hold it up, and that's what our intention is, just so everyone can see the light and know that the light will never go out.
The downtown memorial now triple in size. Many of the flowers coming from a shop right down the street. The owner tells us everything about this is personal.
It's painful because from day one, we make flowers for them when the child is born. We make flowers for their first birthday. We make flowers for their pre-K graduation. We make flowers when it's father-daughter dance at Rob's school. So it hurts right now, everybody.
Others are taking their pain to the pavement. Jason Portillo is a police officer from San Antonio, but he grew up in Uvalde. We met as he was running 21 miles for the 21 victims.
I just felt being in my hometown, I needed to do something.
President Biden and the First Lady visited Uvalde on Sunday after being met with these chants from members of the community. Biden pointed to the crowd and said, "We will." While President Biden was in Uvalde, he met with the grieving families, first responders, and state leaders. In an interview with local reporters here, one state senator says that Biden is suggesting tearing down the school and building a new one. In Uvalde, Texas, Rebecca Castor, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Rebecca Castor for that report. Obviously, a community completely broken by this unspeakable tragedy. And, whether you're in Uvalde and you have children who knew some of these classmates and these teachers that were so unexpectedly killed by this gunman, or whether you're watching all of this coverage from anywhere around the world, a huge conversation that we've now had is how do you explain this to your child? Obviously, these were fourth graders that just instantly lost their lives, innocent children with bright futures, and now it's leaving a lot of parents scared to drop their kids off at school, maybe summer camp, as we head into these summer break months. So this is a topic that our Fox 11 Los Angeles team actually discussed with a child psychiatrist. They're saying that it's a tough conversation to have, but at this point it is necessary with how many mass shootings we've seen in our country just within the last couple of weeks and the last couple of years. So let's take a listen to what they have to say here on Live Now from Fox.
Okay, Brooke, thank you. You know, it is so tough for parents to have conversations with their children about what just happened this week in Texas. However, mental health professionals say it is an important conversation to have. The problem is knowing where to start, knowing what to say, what are the right words. Dr. Ashley Zucker is a child, adolescent, and adult psychiatrist with Kaiser Permanente San Bernardino. And I want to welcome you, Dr. Zucker, to the show. And before we break down what kind of conversation you have to have dependent on the age group of your child, I want to begin by saying I think it is really important for parents out there to first take time to process their own feelings and really check in with themselves before they're able to guide their child.
Absolutely, you're 100% right. You know, our kids pick up on everything, sometimes more than we wish that they did. And so if we're really overly emotional, just trying to process our own feelings about what happened, they'll really feel that. And we want to be a calm and stable source for them. So really being able to manage our own feelings and emotions while also being open and honest with our kids. It's okay to tell them that we're upset about this, we're confused, we're frustrated. All of those things are okay to do, but you do want to have your emotions in check when you're having that conversation.
Yeah, and that's what I think so many parents are struggling to do right now. It's just trying to get their emotions in check. All right, so let's begin with the youngest ones. Let's say you've got a 4, 5, 6-year-old kindergarten, first grader, second grader. How do you begin this? Do you have your child lead this conversation? And if they don't ask about it, you assume, hey, maybe I don't have to go there? What do you do?
Yeah, you know, a lot depends on the family situation, right? So really little kids, less than 6 years old, if they are not really exposed to much else, then they may not have much awareness of this. And so having that conversation may be very brief. Maybe it's just telling them some very general but specific facts about what happened. But if they have older siblings or have more exposure to school or social media or the news, you know, and they're hearing these things, being able to talk to them about it is important. But again, you want to be kind of short and to the point and really let them guide the conversation. Likely they may not have that many questions because their ability to process it is going to be kind of minimal at that age.
So in a way, it almost is beneficial if they're not asking. You can, I guess, kind of ignore the topic. I don't know if that's the right word to use, but I'm certainly taking advantage of the fact that my 6-year-old hasn't been exposed to the news. I'm going out of my way to make sure she's not, and it seems like this is not something she's even aware of.
Yeah, at that age, it's really hard, right? Because you don't want to expose them unnecessarily. So if you don't think that they have any exposure to it, they haven't heard about it, you're not noticing any changes in their behavior or anything that seems like they're kind of picking up on what people are feeling around them, then it's probably okay to wait for them to approach you. But if you do have some indication that maybe they're wondering, why are all the adults around me upset about something? What's happening? That might be an indication that having that conversation is probably the right thing to do.
Okay, so let's move on to, say, preteen level. Now we're getting into children who are a little bit more aware of their surroundings. Now kids are exposed to social media, so they know more than they maybe need to know. But your role now, I feel, becomes to correct the misinformation they may have out there. What do you do with this group?
Yeah, you know, some of the approach is similar. So you want to kind of approach it with some of that open, honest, you know, information about what happened. And so for a preteen, it may be just telling them, you know, somebody went into a school and they shot other people. What have you heard about it? What questions do you have about it? And really opening up that dialogue and again, letting them lead that. The other thing that can be very helpful in that age group and really any age group is quickly shifting towards the positive. So you want to make sure you are open and answering any of their questions, but really talk about the people that helped. the people that stepped in to save other people, to protect other people, to take care of the situation, and really focus on some of the really positive things that have come out of a very horrible tragedy.
Yeah, your role as a parent obviously is to make sure your kid feels safe and supported. Now, moving on to the teens at this point, they have exposure to pretty much everything. And you mentioned something that I want you to touch on. You said, make sure you notice if there's a change in their behavior. What do you mean by that? And what should you be paying attention to, and what can you do about it?
Sure, that's a great question. So changes in behavior is a pretty general statement because it can mean a lot of different things. So for kids, really of all ages, particularly teenagers, you might notice things like they're just more irritable, more easily to anger, more frustrated. Sometimes you see that as opposed to being more sad. The other key thing to look for is if they seem more withdrawn, they're not interacting as much with family or with friends, or particularly in these situations, if they're seeming more anxious, they're asking a ton of questions. It's not just sort of the normal kind of wanting to understand what happened, but trying to really get a grasp on their own fears and worries about the situation. Certainly, if you notice things like they can't sleep, they're having nightmares, that type of behavior can also indicate that they're really struggling with their emotions right now.
Yeah, and things like change in appetite, right? I imagine that also is something they deal with. I think overall, the message, though, is, especially for the little ones, always make sure to ask open-ended questions. That way you kind of know where to go and you don't step into an arena you're not prepared for.
Absolutely. You don't want to give them more information than they're ready for. So letting them lead is very critical. The other piece I would add to that is that an adult or a caregiver, parent, our job is to be that safe and secure person for our kids. And so reassuring their safety, even though we might have a little bit of our own fears about their safety, is really, really important so that they feel safe.
Yeah, absolutely. And for parents out there, if there's any advice you have, because I myself, I'm finding myself with a wave of emotions, feeling all kinds of things, and I'm really having a hard time just kind of getting through the day.
Yeah, I think it's about, one, you want to be careful with what you kind of expose your kids to, but as parents or adults, we're struggling also. And so connecting with each other can be a really important part of processing our own emotions. So being able to let that out is important. Just want to do it in the right setting, right framework. And I think a lot of parents are feeling very similar. And so, calling a friend, calling a family member and saying, hey, how are you doing? Because I'm having a lot of trouble. Really just opening up about it in a safe space can be very beneficial. The other thing I would add to that, and this can actually be brought into how we talk to our kids about it, is that sometimes in situations like this, what's so scary is that we feel very out of control, that we can't control what's happening. And so looking for ways we can control the situation, such as taking action, can be also very helpful for adults and kids alike.
Yeah, it's frustrating when you feel helpless, right? Absolutely. Dr. Zucker, thank you so much. It was really nice chatting with you, and I hope our viewers took away some great, helpful information. Take care.
Thank you so much.
I like what she said about reassuring. She was reassuring, right? And if you can find that voice that can be reassuring, and we're here.
Yeah.
By the way.
I know.
Right? And Maria, we join your hand too, because I know you've been struggling, and we kind of lean on each other, right?
I want to give you some advice a little bit, Araxia, because as a parent, I totally understand what you're saying. And I'm a big proponent for therapy and therapists, and you know that. I have one on speed dial. We have been talking to Betsy, our family counselor, since my little boy was 3 years old. I think it's so important to have somebody, not just a friend or a family member, because sometimes they don't know what you should say. Betsy and I role play. We talk about how I am curious, Gus. I'm curious what happened today at school. I'm curious, what did you guys talk about? What do you know about what happened in Texas yesterday? I'm curious.
It's the choice of words.
Words matter.
That is so true. The professionals out there know what words to use to get the answers out that a parent might not.
Exactly.
I think a lot of parents are like, I know my kid better than anyone. Like, why should I take my kid to see a therapist? But you're right.
Well, maybe you need the therapist, right? Maybe you, like,
Maria,
like, I'm with you, Maria. I have somebody on speed dial as well to navigate how to manage this, right?
Yes.
How to manage your own emotions.
100%. So we all need to do that. And that role playing, we do that, and we talk, and she pretends to be Gus, and we do we have that conversation, but not with Gus. And so it's easier for me to have that conversation with my son. So anyway, that's just my 2 cents here for all of us parents that are struggling. It's really important to have that professional as well.
Okay.
All right, some great insight from not only our Fox 11 Los Angeles anchors and team members who are also mothers. They have families of their own children in grade school and high school, but also some really great insight from that child psychologist on how to talk to your children, no matter what age they are, about the madness that is happening in the world, and specifically these mass shootings that we have seen just within the last couple of weeks. This most recent one being inside of an elementary school, a difficult conversation to have, but as that child psychologist recommended, it's necessary at this point to keep them up to speed on what is happening in the United States, as well as giving them some insight and advice on how to keep themselves safe as they go about their lives and try to grow up and live a normal life, especially as we reach summer break. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we are going to switch gears here. The Uvalde mass shooting still going to be a huge portion of our coverage throughout the day, especially as some of these victims' funerals are beginning today and will go through mid-June. But when we return, I do want to get into some coverage of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. We are slowly approaching the day 100 mark, and we actually are going to give you some insight as to not only what is going on down in the ground there in Ukraine. This is actually a look at Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky visiting troops in the Kharkiv region, which has been a very heavily damaged region. And this is actually his first official trip outside of the capital of Kyiv since the Russian invasion began back on February 24th. Friday will mark day 100 of this war. So we're going to get an update on what's happening on the ground there. And then we're also going to bring you the very latest from Brussels, Belgium, as European Union leaders agreed just yesterday to basically ban 90% of Russian oil by the end of the year. So stay with us for that information when we come back. Good morning, everybody. You are streaming live now from Fox on this Tuesday, May 31st. As promised before that quick break, we are going to head into some coverage as it is day 97 of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. On Friday, it will be day 100. And actually, to begin some of that coverage, I do want to head out to Washington, D.C., in our nation's capital. That is because President Biden says he's not going to send long-range rocket systems to Ukraine. Now, this comes as Ukraine's leaders are urging the West to send more and better weapons while Russia steps up its onslaught on the country's eastern side. So we've had Fox News correspondent Trey Yingst in Ukraine since even before this invasion began. So he's got the latest update for us on what's going on the ground there.
Russian troops fire artillery in the central Donbas region. They're advancing on strategic cities across eastern Ukraine.
The active phase of the Great Liberation War continues. Russian occupation forces are not stopping offensive operations in the eastern operational zone to establish complete control over Donetsk and Luhansk oblasts.
Russian troops have now entered the city of Severodonetsk, where 90% of the buildings are destroyed, according to the Ukrainians. Thousands of civilians do remain trapped amid the fighting, sheltering underground. Yesterday, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky made his first visit to the east since the war began. Touring the front lines near the city of Kharkiv, Zelensky met with soldiers, pledging to liberate all occupied territory.
One-third of the Kharkiv region is still under occupation. We will definitely vacate the whole territory, and everyone should work for this result in positions at both the local and state levels.
To push Russian troops out of eastern Ukraine, Zelensky's troops say they'll need more additional artillery support and advanced weapons. The U.S. had been expected to send MLRS long-range rocket launchers to Ukraine, but could walk back that reported commitment.
We're not going to send to Ukraine rocket systems that can strike into Russia.
Ukrainian Foreign Minister Dmytro Kuleba also stressed the need for more weapons today, alongside the French Foreign Minister, who was visiting Kyiv.
To win the battle for the Donbass, we need to significantly strengthen our artillery potential.
New tonight, EU leaders have agreed on a partial embargo of Russian oil. That, according to diplomats, the move is the most significant action against Russian oil exports since the war began. In Kyiv, Trey Yingst, Fox News.
All right, and we'll get into some more information regarding what Trey Yingst just said about the ban of basically 90% of Russian oil here in just a moment. But as always, we do want to bring you the latest video we have from on the ground there in Ukraine. Russian forces pushing further into Kharkiv on Monday, shelling and bombing across Ukraine's second largest city, causing massive fires and damaging multiple residential neighborhoods. Now, according to the city's mayor, the attacks have left the city, quote, completely ruined and have driven tens of thousands of people from their homes. The exact extent of the damage, though, remains unknown. And as you saw in Trey Yingst's report there, we do have some video of Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky visiting troops in the Kharkiv region in what was reported as his first official trip outside of the capital of Kyiv since the invasion began on February 24th. Now, this footage release shows him in a bulletproof vest, as you could see, speaking to military and regional leaders and surveying ruins in Kharkiv city. Other footage released shows Zelensky presenting troops in the region with awards and honors. And this is just a look here in front of you of the extent of the damage seen. Zelensky said that about 2,229 destroyed houses in the Kharkiv region would be restored. A local official saying 31% of the region's territory was temporarily occupied, while 5% had been liberated from Russian forces. And in a video address on Sunday, Zelensky said that he fired the local head of Ukraine's security and intelligence service for putting personal interests above defending Ukraine. He said that law enforcement officers would investigate. So again, just another raw depiction of the damage that is being seen in some of these communities, basically all across the country at this point. I also do want to show you some more pretty interesting video here coming from in central Kyiv, I should say, so in the capital there. This is an exhibition displaying the destroyed remains of Russian military equipment that was opened in the middle of one of the central squares there in the capital over the weekend. In a press release, the Ministry of Internal Affairs said most of the equipment was brought in from Kyiv suburbs, having been used during the Battle of Kyiv after officials noticed that large numbers of people would stop to observe destroyed military vehicles. One of the officials said the exhibit showed the heroism and courage of Ukrainian forces who had repelled these Russian attacks. They also said it served as a reminder that the war was still in its hot phase, with ongoing fighting in the Donetsk region and, of course, Kharkiv, like we just showed you. Speaking to press at the opening of this exhibit, one of the officials also commented on the course of war crimes investigation, saying about 20,000 war crimes had been reported by law enforcement agencies in the country. They also said that most suspects would be tried as absentia and would include Russian soldiers identified from lists of military units that fought in Kyiv and other regions. He said that video footage and witness testimony would bolster cases and that evidence would be presented to both Ukrainian and international courts. Meanwhile, some sweet video to show you here on Live Now from Fox. The moment that a Ukrainian refugee and her beloved Pomeranian were reunited over the weekend after the dog completed a required 28-day quarantine. The dog, whose name is Persea, was separated from her owner at the U.S.-Mexico border and taken to the San Diego Humane Society in late April. She served her quarantine and was cared for at the Society's Behavioral Center. Persea's owner is from the Cherkasy region in Ukraine. She arrived in Mexico with her husband, mother, and dog and entered the United States via the San Isidro port of entry, according to the San Diego Humane Society. Now, in April, the San Diego Humane Society and the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention partnered to make it possible for Ukrainian refugees crossing the U.S.-Mexico border to bring their pets with them. So as you can see, a very sweet reunification there. A representative from the Humane Society actually saying pets are family and families should never be forced apart. Meanwhile, some more information as to what happened when European Union leaders met in Brussels, Belgium over the last couple of days. They officially agreed yesterday to embargo most Russian oil imports into the bloc by year end as part of new sanctions on Moscow that worked out at a summit focused on helping Ukraine with a long-delayed package of new financial support. Now, the embargo covers Russian oil brought in by sea, allowing a temporary exemption for imports delivered by pipeline, a move that was crucial to bring landlocked Hungary on board, a decision that required consensus. Now, the EU Council President Charles Michel said the agreement covers more than 2/3 of oil imports from Russia. Ursula von der Leyen, the head of the EU's executive branch, also said the punitive move will effectively cut around 90% of oil imports from Russia to the EU by the end of the year. They also said that leaders agreed to provide Ukraine with a $9 billion euro, so about 9.7 billion American dollars tranche of assistance to support the country's economy. So we're actually going to send some of you on a quick 2-minute commercial break, but when you return, we are going to finish off the rest of the hour by listening in to European Union leaders speak at a summit following this decision to ban about 90% of Russian oil by the end of the year. So stay with us. We'll have that update here when you come back. All right, everybody, you are watching Live Now from Fox. Good morning. We are slowly approaching the 5:45 a.m. mark here on the East Coast. And as promised, we are going to take you right to the top of the 6 o'clock Eastern Time hour by listening into this very important press briefing by European Union leaders after they agreed yesterday to embargo most Russian oil imports by the end of the year. That's about 90% of Russian oil. So let's listen in to what some of these top officials in the European Union had to say about their decision that was officially confirmed just yesterday.
Il s'agit du premier élément important, le soutien, et spécialement le soutien financier à l'Ukraine. Et le deuxième point porte sur un sujet qui est un sujet essentiel. Nous voulons stopper la machine de guerre russe et stopper le financement de cette capacité militaire russe en mettant en œuvre des sanctions qui visent à faire pression sur le Kremlin. Et ce soir, le Conseil européen a pu s'accorder sur un 6e paquet de sanctions qui vont, pour être concret, permettre de bannir le pétrole russe, avec une exception temporaire qui concerne le pétrole qui vient par pipeline. Pour être très clair, ça veut dire qu'il y a immédiatement un impact de 70%. We need political leadership in European Union's unity, and I think that more than ever it's important to show that we are able to be strong, that we are able to be firm, that we are able to be tough in order to defend our values, to defend our interests. And against, I would like to reiterate my gratitude for all the colleagues who were able to take together this strong decision and to express a united message towards Ukraine, towards Russia, but also towards the European Union's citizens and the rest of the world. Thank you.
Thank you, President. Madam President, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you so much. Indeed, we had a very good discussion tonight, and I'm very glad that the leaders were able to agree in principle on the 6 sanctions package. This is very important. Thanks to this, Council should now be able to finalize a ban on almost 90% of all Russian oil imports by the end of the year. This is an important step forward. The remaining 10% on these one, we will soon return to the issue of these remaining 10% pipeline oil. I want to note that other elements in the package are also important. It's the de-swifting of the Sberbank. The Sberbank is the biggest Russian bank with 37%. So this is good that we now de-swift the Sberbank. There is a ban on insurance and reinsurance of Russian ships by EU companies, a ban on providing Russian companies with a whole range of business services, and very important, the suspension of broadcasting in the European Union of 3 further Russian state outlets that were very typically spreading broadly the misinformation that we have witnessed over the last weeks and months. And then we had a very good discussion indeed also on Ukraine. And here I want to emphasize 2 elements. It's mainly the financial support that Ukraine needs urgently now. As you know, Ukraine needs by now per month round about 5 billion euros to maintain the basic services, that is paying pensions, paying salaries, and as I said, the basic services that are necessary. There we agreed that on one hand we take note of the very good result of G7 that put 9.5 billion already on the table. 7.5 billion of those are American contributions and 1 billion in G7 by Germany and grants. But we think that, of course, the European Union has to carry its fair share too. And therefore, we are working on a mechanism to have an extraordinary macrofinancial assistance package of 9 billion, which we will work on now in the next week, how to put it in place. And my last point, but very important too, we discussed intensively the question of the reconstruction of Ukraine. And here we all know that we will invest, we will have a large amount of work, colossal, as President Zelensky said, for the reconstruction of Ukraine. I think it is important that we are very well organized on that. And therefore, it was good that we could discuss the proposal of the Commission in the Council to create a platform where we can channel all the international initiatives, be it OECD or G20 or IMF or World Bank, the European efforts, our American friends, for example, to be clear together on the direction of travel, to raise the necessary investment, but also to be very clear that investment comes with reform. Reform of the administrative capacity, the judicial independence, to fight corruption, to create a conducive environment for the business sector. Here it is important that we really stand together to give Ukraine a fair chance to rise from the ashes and to be able to really leapfrog forward what reconstruction is concerned in investment, but also in the improvement of the state of Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. We'll be taking very few questions, considering the lateness of the hour. Martina, you were first. Yes, you have to stand up and go to the stand, sorry.
Sorry, it's sort of made for taller people than me. Hi, Martina Stevis, Gridna from the New York Times. Thanks very much for this. Regarding the assessment of 10% or 1/3 of what exactly the numbers are, according to European Commission assessments, on the pipeline oil that is now exempt, there seems to be a discrepancy between that assessment. And our understanding is, we haven't seen the text yet, that you received some verbal assurances by countries that receive oil by pipeline that they in fact do intend to phase that out very quickly. For example, we heard from the Germans that they will actually phase it out by the end of the year. Can you please speak to assurances Hungary offered, if any, to do the same? And do you think that despite the importance of this measure, the symbolic loss of Hungary's sort of attachment to the measure does take some of the shine off that measure? Thank you.
There is a clear decision taken at the political level tonight. It means that we'll ban the Russian oil, and 75% is the decision that we have taken, because there is a temporary exception for the oil that comes through pipeline to the EU, and 90% is based on the fact that there are unilateral statements made by Germany and Poland. That's why it means 90% by the end of the year that will be targeted. This is one element, and it's a temporary exception. It means that we want to revert to the European Council as soon as possible in order to address this temporary exception and to make sure that we'll be able to target all the Russian oil. And it's also in line with the decision taken a few months ago in Paris, the summit in Versailles, when we had decided to end our dependencies on Russian fossil fuels. A few weeks ago, I had the occasion, it was 6 weeks or 8 weeks ago in the European Parliament, to share my personal opinion. And I said publicly that I was convinced that sooner or later we'll also target the fossil fuels and the energy sector. This is a huge step in the right direction. And I'm very pleased that we are able tonight to send a strong political signal in line with the credibility of the European Union, a strong support for Ukraine, and we try to sanction Russia, the Kremlin, as much as we can.
Yes, indeed. What are the figures? 2/3 of the oil that we have in the European Union is seaborne, and 1/3 is pipeline. And here we have the Druzhba pipeline. This is the one and only pipeline for Russian oil. And there is the northern part providing to Poland and Germany, and the southern part going to Hungary and later on Slovakia. And indeed, as I said, 1/3 is the pipeline oil. As we have a clear political statement by Poland and by Germany that they will, as the others, the seaborne oil, wind down the Russian oil till the end of the year. We have covered overall 90% of Russian oil being wind down in this time frame. Now left over is the around about 10 or 11% that are covered by the southern Druzhba. And indeed, here we have agreed, this is for the moment being exempted. We have agreed to, that the Council will revert to the topic as soon as possible in one way or the other. So this is a topic where we'll come back to and where we will still have to work on. But it is a big step forward, what we did today, because indeed we now have gotten rid of coal, and this was already very difficult. Now we have basically the political agreement how to phase out oil in a clear time frame. And we started tonight, and we will report tomorrow, to discuss the big energy package Repower EU that the Commission tabled, which is the basis to be able, over time, to completely diversify away from Russian fossil fuels. That is our goal, and therefore we have now a very clear roadmap on the table.
Thank you, Madam President. Yanis, you were next.
Thank you. Yanis Paleologos from Καθημερινή. On the subject of assurances, can you tell us, the Prime Minister of Hungary said today that he needed more assurances in order to come to this political agreement, and now we have this political agreement on the sixth package. Can you speak to what assurances he was given to be able to agree? Thank you.
An important element is related to the risk of interruption, and in case of interruption, and if the interruption is not the consequence of a decision taken by a government of one of the landlocked country, it means that we have decided to take the appropriate measures in order to react and to make sure that we will protect the security of supply. This is a very important element that we have decided to take into account, and I think this is fair, because it's important on the one hand to decide, to be clear, to sanction the Kremlin, to sanction Russia, but on the other hand, this is important to take into account the level playing field, but also the security of supply.
Yeah.
Thank you. Lawrence, you have the last question for tonight.
Thanks a lot. Lawrence Norman from the Wall Street Journal. Mr. Michel.
All right, everybody, you're watching Live Now from Fox on this Tuesday, May 31st, taking a look back at the most recent press conference held in Brussels, Belgium, after European Union leaders officially agreed to embargo most Russian oil imports into the bloc by year end as part of new sanctions on Moscow worked out at a summit focused on helping Ukraine with a long-delayed package of new financial support. Now, the embargo covers Russian oil brought in by sea, allowing a temporary exemption for imports delivered by pipeline. As you heard Ursula von der Leyen say, this was part of a bigger package regarding more sanctions on Russia as the invasion of Ukraine has officially entered day 97, slowly approaching that day 100 mark. So in order to keep you up with all of this latest information, what we do here on Live Now from Fox is just this, sometimes taking a look back at the most recent press conferences so you can really listen to officials, get all of the information, and make your own decisions. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. We are going to get you all up to speed on all the top stories that we are following for you here when you come back at the top of the hour. Good morning, everybody. You are streaming live now from Fox on this Tuesday, May 31st. Hard to believe that we are closing out another month of this year and are now officially halfway through 2022. And as always, we are starting you off at the top of the hour by giving you a look at all of the top stories that we are following, not only here in the United States, but internationally as well. If you were just tuning in before that quick break, we were in the latest press conference from EU officials in Brussels, Belgium, as they officially announced more sanctions on Russia, including banning 90% of Russian oil by the end of this year. But as always, we are giving you a closer look at really everything that we are following here this morning. So here are some of the major bullet points that we're keeping a close eye on today. And we are going to start from the bottom up. We are following the very latest when it comes to inflation, those gas prices continuing to slowly rise. AAA now confirming that the national average for a gallon of regular is $4.62. Meanwhile, we can also take you out live to the White House in Washington, D.C., because regarding this inflation, we do know that President Biden today is meeting with the Federal Reserve Chair to tackle issues surrounding inflation. This is the first time Biden will meet with Jerome Powell since he was confirmed to the position for a second term. Inflation is at a 40-year high, and the president says it is his top economic priority. So again, something that we are going to continue to follow very closely for you here on Live Now from Fox. We are also following the very latest when it comes to the mass shooting in Uvalde, Texas, officially happening a week ago today. And this is actually a look at some of the growing memorials that have been just posted up all over the community, a small, tight-knit community of about 16,000 people. This right here is the memorial in downtown Uvalde, and then there's also one out there outside of Robb Elementary School. That is where 19 children and 2 teachers were killed when a gunman opened fire inside of one specific 4th grade classroom. And ever since this happened a week ago, we have consistently gotten more information into the investigation, into the police response. The Department of Justice officially announcing that they're investigating the police response after many parents and witnesses claimed and expressed outrage over the fact that they said some police either did not enter the school and were standing outside, and 20 officers were also standing in the hallway while the shooter was inside of that classroom. There was a lapse of about 40 minutes or so from the time that the shooter entered and police got inside from when the shooter was killed. So continuing to learn more about that investigation. This all happening while victims' funerals have gotten underway. We did know that a visitation was held just yesterday. We're going to show you some video from that here in just a moment. And funerals are expected to happen this week and really go into about mid-June since there are 21 victims. Now, there is a funeral home across the street from Robb Elementary where this first happened, and they actually did say that they are going to provide free services for the families of these victims. So we do still have several Fox News correspondents, reporters from our Texas-owned and operated Fox stations out there on the ground in Uvalde. So let's get the very latest first from Fox News correspondent Jeff Paul.
16,000 people, losing just one is hard enough.
It's devastating because they were almost done with school and they were barely starting their life.
But the loss of 19 young minds and 2 women who helped shape them creates a gap that'll never be filled.
It's painful because from day one, we make flowers for them when the child is born. We make flowers for their first birthday. It hurts right now, everybody.
On this Memorial Day, Texas Governor Greg Abbott wants the focus to also be on Uvalde.
As Texans, we must come together and lift up Uvalde and support them in every way that we possibly can.
It's a call to action that greeted Governor Abbott while he joined President Joe Biden during his visit on Sunday. President Biden vowing, I will, to a community devastated and desperate for change.
I grew up here in Uvalde, and it breaks my heart.
I have no words.
Silence from Uvalde's police department, whose response that day, along with the school district police and other responding law enforcement, will get a formal critical incident review by the Department of Justice. One of the most glaring revelations, nearly 20 officers stood in the hallway of the school for more than 45 minutes before getting inside to kill the shooter. Democratic Texas State Senator Roland Gutierrez, like many in Uvalde, was stunned to learn children were inside the room with the shooter, some in the school even calling 911, begging for police to help.
One round for this little girl, likely bled out. Had we had law enforcement going in there earlier, this little girl might have lived.
It's already hard enough for students at Robb Elementary School to fathom going back to school, let alone into the exact buildings where the shooting unraveled. So lawmakers are already talking about knocking down the school and building a new one. In Uvalde, Texas, Jeff Paul, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Jeff Paul for that report. Meanwhile, Uvalde community members officially starting to gather yesterday for one victim's visitation service. It was held at the Hillcrest Memorial Funeral Home for 10-year-old Amari Jo Garza. Loved ones filing into the facility located just across the street from Robb Elementary School to honor the young life cut short, one of 19 children killed. Local media saying that most of the funeral arrangements for the 21 victims have been finalized. They began this week, and they're also expected to stretch into mid-June because there are just so many. Obviously, the community wanting to take time to honor each and every innocent life that was taken. So we will continue to bring you more video and maybe even some live feeds coming in from some of these services here on Live Now from Fox. Meanwhile, I do want to take our coverage out to Washington, D.C. here. This is a look at the White House in our nation's capital, a little after 6 a.m. here on the East Coast. But yesterday, obviously, Memorial Day, a very somber one in our nation, as the world is continuing to search for answers on this shooting, a possible motive, now an investigation from the Department of Justice into the police response. And it's also sparking a major talk, a major conversations and initiatives of focusing on gun control. And President Biden is continuing to push for new gun control legislation and measures. So let's get the very latest from Fox News White House correspondent Jackie Einrich.
President Biden remembering Americans who made the ultimate sacrifice in what he called a sacred Memorial Day ritual.
We must never betray the lives laid down to make our nation a beacon to the world, a citadel of liberty and justice for everyone.
Biden marked the importance of defending democracy amid Russia's war in Ukraine. Also mourned alongside Gold Star families on the anniversary of his son Beau's death, a veteran who died of brain cancer. Biden addressed the families of the 2,461 service members who lost their lives in Afghanistan, but made no specific mention of the 13 who died under his watch during the withdrawal, the only armed forces to die by enemy attack since he took office. The solemn ceremonies coming just one day after Biden privately grieved with a shattered community in Uvalde, Texas, telling reporters upon his return there's some hope for a bipartisan gun control agreement in Congress, encouraged by a push from Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell to Texas Senator John Cornyn to find common ground with Democrats.
God is so bad that everybody's getting more rational about it. But I think there's a realization on the part of rational Republicans, and I consider McConnell a rational Republican, and Cornyn is as well. You can't do this.
The administration increasingly defensive over pressure for Biden to act unilaterally, refusing some network requests for officials to appear on Sunday shows, saying it's on Congress to act. Biden said today his executive powers have limits.
But I can't outlaw a weapon. I can't, change the background check. I can't do that.
Some congressional Democrats have hope for a budding agreement.
There are more Republicans interested in talking about finding a path forward this time than I have ever seen since Sandy Hook.
Not all share the optimism.
As far as a federal level, I'm not that hopeful.
Senator John Cornyn, the lead GOP negotiator on the gun safety reform effort, told reporters today in Texas a group of bipartisan senators is meeting tomorrow over Zoom to see if they can reach a framework on how to move forward. But he offered no details on what they'd be discussing, like red flag laws or otherwise. At the White House, Jackie Heinrich, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Jackie Einrich for that report. We are still in Washington, D.C., now taking a live look over our nation's Capitol building. The sun beginning to rise. Pretty beautiful sunrise here to mark the last day of May. But some more insight into some of the talking points that Jackie Einrich just mentioned. And we're going to continue this conversation with another report from Fox News correspondent Doug Luzader. But basically, as she mentioned, today a bipartisan group of senators is meeting virtually, hoping to hammer out new gun legislation framework a week after that mass shooting in Uvalde, Texas. Now, President Biden promising new action on gun control, but as Doug Luzader is going to explain from Capitol Hill this morning, it's going to be on Congress to do some of this heavy lifting. So let's get the very latest here on Live Now from Fox.
President Biden says he can only do so much. So at this point, all of this is in the hands of a divided Congress. A steady progression of funerals this week in Texas. The Department of Justice now reviewing how law enforcement responded to the attack that left 19 children and 2 teachers dead. When President Biden visited over the weekend, a crowd yelled, "Do something." "We will," the president told them. But a day later, he suggested his hands were tied.
I can't outlaw a weapon. I can't, change the background check. I can't do that.
Congress is still on break this week, but behind the scenes, there are bipartisan negotiations that are underway again today. And there is a very limited sense of optimism.
One thing I hope does not happen is that the various parties sort of fall back into their typical talking points. I hope we will try to look in a clear-eyed way at what happened.
Efforts are likely to focus on mental health and perhaps encouraging states to pass red flag laws to help identify those who are contemplating violence. But the proposed bans on types of weapons, like assault-style rifles, may not pass muster with the courts.
There you get into serious difficulty. I think people who want to just, say we're going to ban assault weapons, which is their term for AR-15, are going to have a rude awakening.
A rude awakening, he says, because the Supreme Court has expanded Second Amendment protections in recent years. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Doug Luzader for that report. We are still working to get more information on whether or not we will get some live feeds coming from that virtual meeting between these Republican and Democratic senators. If we do, we will certainly bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. Meanwhile, I do want to head out live right now to that growing memorial in Uvalde, Texas. 1 week since 19 children and 2 teachers were killed inside of Robb Elementary School, inside one 4th grade classroom inside of that elementary school. And now, just like Doug Luzader mentioned, the Department of Justice now investigating the police response after many parents and witnesses of the shooting express outrage over either some police not entering the school and 20 officers standing inside of the hallway while the shooter was inside of that classroom. And as this community is even trying to begin some sort of healing process, they're hoping that this DOJ investigation will answer a lot of the questions that they have. So we do have our Fox News multimedia reporter Rebecca Castor speaking to community members who have just been so utterly shocked and devastated by this tragic incident and how they feel about the DOJ's official announcement on this investigation. So let's listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
The community still has a lot of unanswered questions, and they're hoping this DOJ investigation will address some of those. But at the same time, this community is trying to take steps towards healing. You can see the growing memorial that sits outside the school behind me. And all day, it's been a steady flow of people coming to pay their respects. Just one of many ways that people are trying to process the deep emotions behind this tragedy. A powerful moment in Uvalde's town square this weekend as hundreds gathered to worship and pray for healing.
We are here to pray for the people here, to bring the light to Uvalde, to spread prayer, to just lift people up and let them know that Jesus is here with them no matter what.
One man traveling all the way from Detroit to carry a cross through the town.
This is the light of the world, and all God wants us to do is hold it up
and that's what our...
For their first birthday. We make flowers for their pre-K graduation. We make flowers when it's father-daughter dance at Rob's school. So it hurts right now, everybody.
Others are taking their pain to the pavement. Jason Portillo is a police officer from San Antonio, but he grew up in Uvalde. We met as he was running 21 miles for the 21 victims.
I just felt, being in my hometown, I needed to do something.
President Biden and the First Lady visited Uvalde on Sunday after being met with these chants from members of the community. Biden pointed to the crowd and said, "We will." While President Biden was in Uvalde, he met with the grieving families, first responders, and state leaders. In an interview with local reporters here, one state senator says that Biden is suggesting tearing down the school and building a new one. In Uvalde, Texas, Rebecca Castor, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Rebecca Castor for that report. Again, here is another look at this memorial in Uvalde, Texas, live right now, only a little after 5:15 a.m. out there Central Time. Now, there is some talks as the town's mayor spoke with some local media there since this shooting happened, basically saying that he doesn't think anybody plans to knock down this building, but he is in support of Robb Elementary School being torn down. He said that he would never ask or expect a child to ever have to walk through those doors ever again, and the building needs to be gone, taken away, gone. That's a direct quote from one of his interviews. Apparently, President Biden also reportedly supports tearing down the building so the town can start fresh, but obviously that information is a little bit of a work in progress. So we will continue to keep you updated with every development regarding the fact that many of these victims' funerals are planned for this week, and because there are so many, they are expected to go until about mid-June. And then obviously we will continue to follow any details when it comes to the investigation that not only the FBI, local law enforcement, and the DPS are involved in, but now the Department of Justice conducting their own investigation on what appears to be a very disappointing police response when all of these events first unfolded a week ago today, early in the afternoon. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, even though the Uvalde mass shooting is going to remain a huge portion of our coverage, we are going to get to some other stories that we are following here on Live Now from Fox. We can actually take you out to this beautiful shot of Lake George, a huge Memorial Day weekend destination spot, but a lot of people's travel plans were hindered over the weekend as thousands of flights were canceled. We had a lot of updates from our owned and operated stations reporters at airports around the country. So we are going to be following the latest on how they are feeling and whether or not they were able to get home. We are also going to bring you the very latest on the fact that we are officially in verdict watch regarding the Johnny Depp Amber Heard $50 million defamation trial. The jury officially taking a break after closing arguments on Friday and for that holiday weekend, but they are expected to start deliberating again today. We should be getting feeds from inside of this courtroom at around 9 a.m. Eastern time. So don't go anywhere. When we come back, we will also have some insight from a law expert on what the potential outcomes for this verdict could look like and a potential timeline that experts are waiting to see.
And Ms. Heard lied to you. They've mischaracterized the testimony.
You're streaming live now from Fox, everybody. It is Tuesday, May 31st, and obviously we are coming out of a long weekend for many, a weekend to honor those who made the ultimate sacrifice, but also people traveling to several destinations around the country, and that was hindered by thousands of flight cancellations. And then, of course, if you were driving anywhere, we've got these record high gas prices. AAA confirming today the national average for a gallon of regular $4.62. So this is something that our Fox News correspondent Christina Coleman is taking a closer look at. This was huge news that we reported to you yesterday as people were trying to come home from that long weekend trip. So let's take a listen.
After 2 years of COVID uncertainty, amusement parks and beaches nationwide are open without restrictions, and folks are taking advantage to kick off the unofficial start of summer. AAA estimates that 34.9 million people will have traveled by car this holiday weekend. That's up 4.6% compared to last year, despite record high gas prices. The national average for a gallon of gas hit $4.61 on Monday, the highest it's ever been. It was $3.04 a year ago. Airfare is also more expensive. A round-trip domestic ticket is averaging about $400, according to travel research site Hopper. That's up 24% compared to this time in 2019. The price hikes are thanks to higher jet fuel costs, double the regular summertime rates, and more post-pandemic demand. Travelers say the increased costs are frustrating, but something they're willing to bear to take long-awaited family trips.
Whatever the gas price is, unfortunately, we have to pay for it. But, we want to go visit our family, so this is the cost that's involved.
More than 6,000 flights were canceled this weekend, with thousands more delayed. Delta, which canceled the most flights among U.S. carriers, said bad weather in the Northeast on Friday caused a ripple effect that threw off the flight schedule all weekend long. Experts are advising travelers to pack their patience this summer.
Unfortunately, travel disruptions are still happening because of just this resurgence in travel. The travel industry is working as hard as it can to make things smooth for passengers and for travelers. We just remind everybody to have patience when you're at the airport.
The U.S. Travel Association says 6 in 10 Americans still plan on taking at least one summer trip, despite rising costs. Reporting in Los Angeles, Christina Coleman, Fox News.
Speaking of top Memorial Day weekend destinations, this is a Live Now look this morning over the sun rising in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. I actually love this area. It's great for the beach. There's a lot to do with the family. They saw a lot of travel there this weekend, and just a really calm way to start your Tuesday morning. I think we're all in need of some good vibes, especially after this very, very heavy news week. So I just wanted to bring you out here as we are starting to see the sun rise on the East Coast, about 6:25 a.m. Eastern time here. We are going to stay on the East Coast for this next top story that we have been following for 6 weeks now. This is inside of the courtroom in Fairfax County, Virginia. This was some footage from Friday as closing arguments officially went down inside of this courtroom during the Depp-Heard defamation trial. Johnny Depp suing his ex-wife for $50 million in libel suits, saying that her opinion piece in the Washington Post back in 2018, where she described herself as a figure representing domestic abuse, basically damaged his career. Now, Heard's team is countersuing for $100 million and have argued that the piece did not name Johnny Depp, and that by calling her allegations false rumors, that her career is the one that has suffered extreme and unwarranted damage. Now, we have brought you live, raw, and unfiltered feeds coming from inside of this courtroom, and we are officially on verdict watch. Like I just mentioned, last Friday, both of their teams presented final closing arguments to the judge and the jury, who then took a break for the holiday weekend. So this means the soonest we're likely to get an update is today. Some seem that it's pretty far-fetched, given the fact that jurors have 6 weeks worth of testimonies, audio recordings, video footage, and pictures to look through before making a decision, but we can assume that it will be at some point this week. So to weigh more into this conversation, a potential verdict specific timeline, what the potential outcome could be. Our very own Live Now from Fox's Daytona Everett spoke with a lawyer about all of this. So let's listen in to that segment here on Live Now from Fox.
Live Now from Fox. Closing arguments got underway in Johnny Depp's high-profile defamation lawsuit against his ex-wife, Amber Heard. If you haven't heard of it before, welcome. We have been covering it for a long time. It was 6 weeks of drama coming to a close today at a courthouse in Fairfax County, Virginia. Heard testifies that Depp physically and sexually assaulted her over a dozen times. In closing arguments, Depp's lawyers said that Heard is a deeply troubled person, calling her the abuser. Depp is, of course, suing Heard for $50 million over a 2018 op-ed that she wrote in the Washington Post describing herself as a public figure representing domestic abuse. Depp's lawyers say that he was defamed by the article, even though it never mentioned his name. Heard filed a $100 million counterclaim against her husband, or former husband, I should say, after his lawyer called her accusations a hoax. Heard's lawyers will present their arguments and already did today in the courtroom. Jury deliberations were underway. Now they have ended for the evening and for the rest of the weekend. To break all of this down, I want to bring in legal analyst Julie Rendelman. Julie, thanks for being with us. So they're done for the day, and it's going to all pick back up again on Tuesday. That was a really quick breakdown of what this trial is all about, who's accusing who of what. What could we possibly hear? Could we hear a verdict on Tuesday? And if we do, what would that look like?
So yes, we could hear a verdict on Tuesday. Look, they've been evaluating a ton of evidence. Remember, this case lasted, what is it? I don't even remember. Is it 2 months or 3 months? And during that time, there was voluminous number of witnesses, exhibits. There was videos even for them to watch. So there's a lot for them to take in. And keep in mind, in Virginia, it has to be unanimous. So they have to make a decision together. And people don't always agree on everything. Sometimes at the end of the day, they don't come back with any verdict. And so Tuesday, like the hope is that we'll see a verdict next week. The last thing anyone wants is for there not to be a resolution in this case. Now, when you say, what can that verdict look like? What can that decision look like? There's so many possibilities of what that could look like. They could find that Amber Heard defamed Johnny Depp. They could find Johnny Depp defamed Amber Heard. They could find neither defamed either one of them. They could find both of them defamed each other, but find that neither of them are entitled to damages. Or they could find that both defamed each other and they both are entitled to damages. I give you so many scenarios because it really is kind of this mathematical equation that I couldn't even come up with the potential resolution, because it really is, there's so many options that could happen in this case. And the hope obviously is they come back with a decision so we don't deal with this again.
And the dollar amount could also vary too, depending on if there was defamation. If they say yes, Amber Heard was defamed, or yes, Johnny Depp was defamed, they have to determine what that dollar amount would be too, right?
Sure, and there's a presumption if someone's defamed of some dollar amount. And remember, there's punitive, and then there's just the regular damages. And so, look, they can come back and go, well, it was worth $1. They could come back and say it's worth even more than either side is requesting. I said this multiple times, and I'll say it again. I think when it comes to Johnny Depp, he could care less about whether he gets a nickel. He only cares about clearing his name. And I think that's one of the things that his attorneys focused on, is that this is his chance to clear his name. And I think they made it clear that he didn't care that much about the actual dollar amount.
Well, according to Amber Heard, she also says that it's not about the money too. That is up for interpretation. Speaking of what's been said inside of the courtroom, we had closing arguments today from both sides. What were your biggest takeaways?
So, I think both sides did a fantastic job. I'll say throughout the trial, I was more impressed with Johnny Depp's team. I thought the big thing they were able to do that was better than the other side was cross-examination. Each of them were incredibly skilled. The other side did a good job, but were not as strong throughout the case. Summations for me were a little bit different. I thought that both sides did a good job, but I thought that Amber Heard's team nailed it. And I think the reason that I think that is one of the big distinctions is that Amber's team really went into the facts and how the facts fit into the law. And one of the takeaways for me is that they focused in on the fact that an abuser does not have to be a physical abuser in order for a person to determine that they were in fact the victim or the person that perpetrated domestic violence. And they used that in terms of this case to say, we don't have to show physical injury. There's a broad view and definition of that. And that allows the jury some room for interpretation as to what she meant in that op-ed piece. So I thought they did both sides did a fantastic job, but I got to give this one to Amber Heard's team.
Wow, very interesting there. Well, we, of course, have jury deliberations, and it's always so tough when we're talking about this, and timeline is always top of mind. People are wondering, when are we going to get some answers on this? You have no crystal ball, but if you were to say, I mean, how long do you predict and expect this to go?
So it's a great question, and I always laugh because it's like reading tea leaves. We have no idea when this jury is going to come back, and again I say we also don't know if they'll ever come back. I mean, hopefully they'll come back to the courthouse, but they could at the end of the day not agree. These are people that are coming together to make these decisions, and there's so many contradictory pieces of evidence that one juror could say, I believe one side, and the other juror could say another. Mm-hmm. I hope that they're able to come together with some sort of decision, in the early part of the week, or at least indicate that they're not able to come to a decision at that point.
So what happens for these jury members over the weekend? It's a long weekend. Do they just have to sit in their rooms? What does that typically look like?
Well, look, the judge always gives instructions not to look at what's on TV, media. This one's been very tough for people to avoid. The one good thing is this is a holiday weekend, so I would think that this might be the first time that people are walking away from their computers and kind of living their life, celebrating with their families. So it might be the perfect time for people to not, especially the jurors, to ignore this and kind of remove everything and then come back together and really think about what the right outcome is, whether it be for Amber Heard, Johnny Depp, or whatever they believe is the appropriate outcome.
Well, speaking of outcomes, what do you think is going to happen, Julie?
So I'm always worried that, look, there's been a lot of backlash about having opinions on one side or the other. I'll be honest. I think that what the defense's argument was incredibly, when I say the defense, Amber Heard's team was very effective in terms of, narrowing down kind of, or explaining the definition of abuse. I think for the jury, they have to decide something. I believe that they'll find that Amber Heard was abusive towards Johnny Depp. Physically. And the question becomes, can someone claim to be the victim of abuse when they themselves are also an abuser? I think that's something the jury's really going to have to think about when they're deciding kind of what the ultimate outcome is. I think Johnny Depp does have a much more powerful case with regards to the statements from his attorney. I don't think that Amber Heard has a leg to stand on with regards to that. I'm often wrong in my predictions, but I think that that's quite an uphill battle for her team.
Julie Rendelman, we will, I'm sure, be discussing this on Tuesday as we'll be waiting. It could come at any time. They could come together and immediately make a decision in the morning on Tuesday, or it could take us into the rest of next week as well. We'll be on it from beginning to end here. Any last thoughts?
I'm excited about the weekend to not think about it. Yeah. Look, this has been an emotional ride for both parties. And that's something I think, anyone watching should recognize, whether you believe one side, whether you believe the other. I always think about, no matter what you think, this is such an intimate event between these two individuals. And at the end of the day, I hope that both of them can move on with their lives, regardless of the outcome.
Yep. And it'll be interesting to see if any movie deals are made after this, even about the trial itself. Julie Rendelman, thanks for being with us here on the show. As always, we so appreciate you. Have a great weekend.
All right, thank you to our very own Daytona Everett and that law expert weighing in on a potential verdict, potential verdict timeline when it comes to the Amber Heard, Johnny Depp $50 million defamation trial. The jury officially expected to start deliberating today at around 9 a.m. Eastern time. Now, our schedule says that we are going to get feeds from inside of the courtroom, but obviously we will not be inside as they are deliberating. So we're working to see what the technicalities of those feeds that will be coming to us are. So when we get more of that information, we'll be certain to bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, as always, continuing to monitor not only major top stories here, but internationally as well. We are going to take you out live to this briefing from Ukrainian defense leaders regarding nuclear facilities out there on the ground in Ukraine, the condition of these facilities as Russian forces have really ramped up shelling in all major portions of the country. So we'll listen to this when we come back live, raw, and unfiltered. All right, everybody, you're streaming live now from Fox. As promised, we are going to listen into this latest briefing, and I do believe he's taking questions from the media right now. But this is the acting president of energy and national nuclear energy companies in Ukraine holding a news briefing on the condition of some of the nuclear facilities that have been in the path of Russian shellings since this invasion began. So let's listen in, live, raw, and unfiltered.
Fuel there in the containers and install them in Skyat. Second, we launched Hydra unit in Tashlik. It's fully attached to energy system of Ukraine, 150 megawatt of electricity, and that capacity allows us for a maneuver that we lack. Also, it's a large-scale project. And the third, we recently, just 2 days ago, launched the second step of Southern Atomic Station, a third and fourth pool of chilling of Tashlik water basin. This this will allow us in the summertime to the full use the Southern Atomic Station. In summer, it will be 600 megawatt from Southern Ukrainian atomic station. Also, we continue operation on preparing the platform for Khmelnytsky atomic station, as you asked, and we planned a lot of operations this week and the pending weeks, and you will hear about it, indubitably. Also, one more online question. At the start of full-scale invasion on Rivne atomic station, there were Rosatom employees that were working with, and there were issues that they were afraid to return home. What is the destiny of those people, of Rosatom people? They were exchanged for Ukrainian citizens. And in that period, they accompanied the cargo with fuel that was moved here to Rivne atomic station. There were 4 people. They had to accompany the cargo to keep it secure, and if there is some emergency situation, to react technically to that cargo. They were on the territory of Rivne atomic station for 1 month, and the war started. But according to the contract agreement, they had to stay there because, well, the contract ends after the elements that were brought had to be unloaded. After they were unloaded, they were given to the security service of Ukraine. They made a statement that you're saying, and they were transferred to Russian. Please, questions to your colleagues. Japanese company Nishiki, does there exist technological danger to cut nuclear energy produced in Zaporizhia from the territory of Ukraine and give it only to occupied territory? Well, technically, or in theory, everything is possible. We can fantasize and speak about theories, how it's possible to do, but currently there are no preconditions for it in current conditions. It's impossible in current conditions because Zaporizhia atomic plant, nuclear plant, it's connected to the energy system of Ukraine. It's fully works in the energy system of Ukraine, and it's connected to hydroelectric station next to Zaporizhia nuclear station. And with the lines, it's connected to the energy system of Ukraine. In order to, there are some lines for Crimea, but they've been damaged since 2015. So it's all possible to do, but it would require a lot of time, a lot of work onto project, firstly, and huge investments to do it, to implement it. Speaking about the expenses and time, we can compare it to the construction of Crimean Bridge. Speaking of time frames and investments, it will be close to connect. That would require to connect Zaporizhia nuclear plant to the occupied territory.
Hey, you mentioned the Russian army create very dangerous situation by putting explosives and weapons near the plant. And do you think Russian army recognize the danger? And how do you monitor the situation? I mean the security situation. Thank you.
What I would like to say on this, well, we understand that explosives on the platform of nuclear plant where it can accidentally explode, it's really dangerous. It's there with the nuclear objects where there are many nuclear materials there, 6 reactors. Fuel, 6 basins near to reactions, 6 pools. Also, it has nuclear material that was already processed, that is stored there until it's possible to remove it from the nuclear blocks. And also there is dry storage for processed nuclear fuel at 7th nuclear station that represents danger. when Russians entered this territory of Zaporizhzhia nuclear station, the convoy had tanks, armored infantry vehicles, Ural infantry vehicles, and they started shooting the administrative buildings and the coordination center that they destroyed, and also infrastructure of the station. They also damaged the piping that connects nuclear blocks with a special block, so-called special block, with a building where special water is prepared for energy blocks. Also, they hit block transformator of the 6th block. And it's a miracle that we didn't have a fire there. So this all, when they entered there, all the time when they started shooting energy blocks, via loudspeakers from the station, the information was constantly conveyed in Russian. Stop. This is a nuclear object. Stop shooting. Your actions could lead to nuclear catastrophe, but it didn't stop them. They weren't listening. Then we just asked them, why did you come? Nobody understood what was the purpose of capturing first the Chernobyl nuclear station, then they left it. Now they captured Zaporizhzhia nuclear station, and we understand what they're doing there and why they're there. What's the purpose? So they damage the physical protection, physical safety of nuclear station, but operative use safety, nuclear safety, it's sustained by our personnel. For them, the Russians just make up why they captured it. Just the question that you asked right now about moving energy to Russia. Also, they said they will sell energy to Ukraine. That's why we captured it, they say. But this is nonsense. Actually, it's nonsense. They make things up. It's impossible to implement what they're saying. Therefore, to say today that they really understand why they're there, why they captured it, we don't have an impression that they understand why they're there, why they captured it. And the main is psychological pressure on personnel. This danger is really severe because our personnel, our people, our specialists, instead of thinking of radiological safety, they firstly think what happened to their families in Energodar, where the occupants they act as murderers, where they stop people, they capture people, where they beat people, where they torture people, torture civilians. Victor Melnik of CGTN. Please tell us, how many percent the energy production will drop in the country? Well, I can tell you that since the start of the war, the consumption, electric energy dropped. The consumption dropped. It dropped, for the most part, from the industry, from the industry sector, roughly by 38%. On industry, it shortened about 18%. It shortened for civilians, for civilian consumers, meaning the population. Thus, overall, about 30% the consumption dropped. And for our station, we produce about a half for what we could produce. Practically half of it, of an energy block, just works. And I want to remind that 4 months ago, in winter, all 15 energy blocks were operating, and now only a half.
All right, everybody, you are streaming live now from Fox. That was the latest update from Ukrainian officials, really providing information as to how Ukraine's nuclear facilities are doing. Obviously, at the start of the invasion, we saw the Chernobyl power plant being attacked by Russian forces. So he was talking about that. There were also other ones that came under fire amid Russian shellings. The war has officially entered day 97. So we're slowly approaching that 100-day mark. So when we do get these press conferences internationally, also dubbed in English, we like to play them for you live, raw, and unfiltered, so you can really take in a lot of the information from the officials themselves and make your own decisions. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we are going to shift our focus back to the latest out of Uvalde, Texas. This is actually a look at that memorial that is continuing to grow in this very tight-knit community that is now mourning the 21 victims that were killed in the mass shooting inside of the one classroom at Robb Elementary School. They have officially began this week, and they are expected to go until mid-June. So stay with us. We're going to get the very latest here when we come back. Good morning, everybody. You are streaming live now from Fox on this Tuesday, May 31st. My name is Regina Gonzalez with you live from our Orlando studios. We've been covering all sorts of top stories here for the last couple of hours that I've been with you, but obviously a huge portion of our coverage still remains out of Uvalde, Texas. I'm actually going to take you out there right now. We keep getting this shot into our desk this morning of a growing memorial in downtown Uvalde. You can see crosses there for some of the victims, 19 children, 2 teachers killed a week ago today inside of one 4th grade classroom when a gunman opened fire. The Department of Justice officially launching an investigation into the police response, where parents and witnesses said that some police officers were standing outside. Another investigation from local law enforcement officials, DPS, the FBI, also revealing that about 20 officers were inside of the hallway while the shooter remained inside of the classroom, and about 40 minutes went by from the time that the shooter entered the school until the shooter was killed. So the DOJ now launching their own investigation to see what happened, what could be done better in the event of a tragic situation like this, a mass shooting rocking a very, very tight-knit community. It is only about 5:55 a.m. out there Central Time. And obviously, you know, this has sparked a huge debate debate, huge conversations on gun legislation. For years, proposals to reduce school shootings and mass shootings have failed, but leading Democrats and Republicans say they feel a new sense of urgency after this tragedy in Uvalde, Texas. So I want to play for you this segment from our Fox 13 Tampa team. They're explaining what they may propose and what it could change. I do want to take you out really quickly to Capitol Hill, because we did get word that today Republican and Democratic senators are going to be meeting to discuss some sort of gun control framework. So what could that be? Let's take a listen in.
The wrong decision was made, and that stunning admission came today from the head of the Texas Department of Public Safety as he outlined a string of failures in the law enforcement response to that school shooting in Uvalde. Public Safety Director Steve McGraw gave a minute-by-minute description of what happened. He said the gunman entered the school at 11:33 and started shooting in two classrooms, 111 and 112. Officers entered the building just 2 minutes later, but they did not enter the classroom, which was still under attack, until 12:50. That's how long. McGraw said the commander on the scene believed that the gunman was barricaded inside and no longer a threat to children. And that's despite repeated 911 calls from kids who were inside the classroom, pleading to send in the police now.
The on-scene commander considered a barricaded subject and that there was time and there were no more children at risk. Obviously, based upon the information we have, there were children in that classroom that were at risk, and it was, in fact, still an active shooter situation and not a barricaded subject.
McGraw says the gunman entered the school through a door that a teacher had propped open earlier in the day, and that the school resource officer did not confront the shooter, as had been earlier reported. Now, the NRA is holding its annual 3-day convention in Houston this weekend with former President Trump headlining the event. Protests have already started. People are gathering outside that conference, holding up signs and pictures showing photos of the children in the Uvalde school shooting. They're calling for the convention to be canceled in light of the tragedy.
A bipartisan group of lawmakers in Washington is working on ways to reduce school shootings and mass shootings. Our political editor, Craig Patrick, joins us now with a closer look at their plans and the chances they may pass. Hi, Craig.
Well, let's start with a history of prior plans that came up and failed. In addition to that history, you look at the current makeup of Congress, what many of the lawmakers have already said. Quite frankly, the chances of passing reforms to try to reduce school shootings and mass shootings are below 50%. In fact, maybe quite slim. But that said, where have we heard that before? Last year, we heard it with infrastructure. Before a bipartisan team came along, we now have a bipartisan team looking into this pressing issue, and it includes many of the same lawmakers who worked on infrastructure from both parties, and they worked against the odds. So the chances are, in fact, higher than they have been in recent years, and leaders from both parties today say there appears to be more resolve and more momentum to try to strike some compromise after what happened in Texas.
There's a sense of, urgency that maybe we didn't feel before.
Texas Senator John Cornyn is leading Republicans, and Connecticut Senator Chris Murphy is leading Democrats in the bipartisan group trying to make our schools safer and trying to reduce mass shootings.
We're going to work throughout the weekend.
The tone of these bipartisan talks is very different from the scolding we've heard from the Democratic Senate leader.
Please, damn it, put yourself in the shoes of these parents for once. Too many members on the other side of the aisle are disconnected from the suffering of the American people.
In fact, Senator Schumer appears to be taking some backlash from his own party as the bipartisan group tries to lower the heat.
We have to reach across the bench, but we can't politicize it. It has to be done in such a practical way. It just makes sense.
For years, Democrats have called for universal background checks on gun purchases. That would not appear to have stopped the Texas killer, but they say it could stop others. They also want to reinstate the long-expired ban on semi-automatic rifles with certain military characteristics that they define as assault rifles. But neither of those proposals are likely to pass and do not appear to be part of what the bipartisan group is putting together. Their proposals are still in the works, but may include an incremental expansion of background checks, more federal support for hardening school buildings to make them harder for intruders to break into, and more federal support for states that pass red flag laws. And a red flag law like Florida passed after the shooting at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School basically gives government the power through due process to act on threats that individuals pose to themselves or others as reported by others so that they can take that individual's guns for a certain period of time. Florida was a leading state. At this point, the bipartisan team is also looking at ways to export what Florida has done to other states, which is very much in the mix of what they're trying to develop, in fact, this weekend, and may have some plans very soon.
So, Craig, of the proposals this bipartisan group is considering, which has the greatest chance of passing, do you think?
Well, there's common ground on increasing funding for mental health services. And given the disagreement that the parties tend to have on so many other issues, that may stand the best chance of passing. The federal government, after committing so much money to the pandemic and the war on Ukraine, is likely to also commit much more money on this pressing crisis within our own country here. And with that, you can expect to see more funding for mental health, but also more funding for school hardening as well. In other words, Washington and the lack of agreement may throw it to states and local governments to help find the solutions by giving them more money to do it.
All right. Perhaps some steps in the right direction. Craig Patrick, thank you.
All right, good morning, everybody. You're watching Live Now from Fox. It is Tuesday, May 31st, and like that segment that we were just playing for you, the mass shooting in Uvalde, Texas, that claimed the lives of 19 innocent children, 2 innocent teachers, officially happening a week ago today. We can tell you that more victims' funerals have been planned for this weekend because there are 21 total victims, that these funerals and memorial services are expected to go into about mid-June. So this is a live look at the growing memorial in downtown Uvalde, Texas. We do know that this is a very tight-knit community, about 16,000 people. You could see some reporters already outside of this memorial here doing their morning reports for their newscasts. We've heard from people on the ground there saying that reporters have come from all around the world to showcase this devastation, a community trying to start some sort of healing a week after this all unfolded in their community, 2 days before the kids were supposed to be let out for summer break. And we've learned more details about this investigation and the police response that happened a week ago when this all unfolded in Robb Elementary School. So frustration, anger, questions about this response from police growing deeper Friday after authorities revealed that despite repeated 911 calls from students and teachers, the school district's police chief had told more than a dozen officers to wait in a school hallway while the shooter barricaded himself into one of the classrooms where all of these students and these 2 teachers were. So since it was a long weekend, a lot of you are just getting caught up on all of the news, especially surrounding this mass shooting that officially happened a week ago today. I do want to bring you this latest update from Texas officials. They detailed a time-by-time, minute-by-minute report of how police responded. And ever since that report, we even heard over the weekend that the Department of Justice has now officially launched their own investigation into the police's response of this mass shooting at Robb Elementary. So let's listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
All right, everybody, about to get started. Good morning. Thank you for being here today. My name is Stephen McCraw, Director of Texas Department of Public Safety. On Tuesday, the district attorney for the 38th Judicial District, Rashina Mitchell, requested that the Texas Rangers under the Department of Public Safety assume lead responsibility of this horrific murder of 19 innocent child and 2 adults. Our goal today is to provide the parents, the community of Uvalde, the public, as much information as we can on where we are on the investigation. We're here to report facts as we know them now, not to defend what was done or to criticize what was done or the actions taken. I'll begin first and foremost with the timeline as we know it. The second timeline I'll discuss is the 911 timeline. Then we'll talk about the relevant social or digital media footprint of the subject. And we'll also have plenty of time for questions at that point. At 11:27, we know from video evidence, 11:27, the exterior door suspected of where we knew the shooter entered, Ramos, was propped open by a teacher. 11:28, the suspect vehicle crashes into the ditch, as previously described. The teacher runs to the room 132 to retrieve a phone, and that same teacher walks back to the exit door, and door remains propped open. There were two males, as reported by Regional Director Escalon yesterday. There were two males at a funeral home that when they heard the crash, they went to the crash scene. When they arrived at the crash scene, before they got there, they saw a man with a gun exit the passenger side with a backpack, and they immediately began running. Ramos began shooting at him. Did not hit him. One of the males fell when he was running. Both males returned to the funeral home while they're running. And then again, we see through video, teacher reemerges inside the school in panic and apparently calls 911. 911 call at 11:30. That there was a crash, man with a gun. 11:31, the suspect reaches last row of vehicles in the school parking lot. 11:31, the suspect shooting began at the school while patrol vehicles got to the funeral home. I'll point out where it is. The crashed vehicle's over here. The suspect was hiding behind a vehicle and started walking down, shooting into the classroom. There was discussion early on that an ISD, Consolidated ISD for Uvalde, was a resource officer, had confronted the suspect. That did not happen, as R.D. Escalon talked about yesterday. It was certainly stated in preliminary interviews, but often these preliminary interviews and a cursory walkthrough doesn't reveal the type of information, and certainly, police officers, like anyone else, under stress, sometimes witnesses get it wrong. But the bottom line is that officer was not on scene, not on campus, but had heard the 911 call with a man with a gun, drove immediately to the area, sped to what he thought was the man with a gun, to the back of the school, what turned out to be a teacher, and not the suspect. In doing so, he drove right by the suspect, who was hunkered down behind a vehicle, where he began shooting at the school. (11:31), the suspect shooting in between the vehicle is when it began, while the patrol vehicle gets to the funeral home. Multiple shots are fired outside the school at 11:31. Patrol car accelerates into the parking lot, drives by the shooter. That's exactly what I was talking about. That was the ISD officer at that time. He passes and then leaves the camera view. There's multiple shots fired at the school at 11:32, at 11:32:27, at 11:32:36. At 11:33 is when the suspect entered the school at the door that I'm pointing to now. At 11:33, the suspect began shooting into room 111 or 112. It's not possible to determine from the video angle that we have at this point in time. We do know this, that he shot more than 100 rounds based on the audio evidence at that time, at least 100 rounds. He entered at 11:33, or 11:33, he started shooting in the classrooms, 111 and 112. At 11:35, 3 police officers entered the same door as the suspect entered. All 3 of those police officers worked for the Uvalde Police Department. They were later followed by another 4, a team of Uvalde police officers, 3, and also a county deputy sheriff. So a total of 7 officers were on the scene. The 3 initial police officers that arrived went directly to the door, and 2 received grazing wounds at that time from the suspect. while the door was closed. At 11:37, there was more gunfire. Another 16 rounds was fired at 11:37. One at 11:37 and 16 seconds, 11:38, 11:40, 11:44. At 11:51, a police sergeant and USB agents started to arrive. At 12:03, officers continued to arrive in the hallway, and there were as many as 19 officers at that time in that hallway. At 12:15, we know that BORTAC members arrived. Not the entire BORTAC, but members of BORTAC, along with Shields. At 12:21, the suspect fired again, was believed to be at the door. At 11:21, law enforcement moved down the hallway. At 11:50, they breached the door using keys that they're able to get from the janitor, because both doors were locked. Though both of the classrooms that he shot into were locked when officers arrived. They killed the suspect at that time. And now I'd like to go over the 911 timeline. So I warn you, it's not it's better that I read it than you listen to it. The caller identified, I'll not say her name, but she was in room 112, called 911 at 12:03. The duration of the call was 1 minute 23 seconds. She identified herself and whispered she's in room 112. At 12:10, she called back in room 12, advised her multiple dead. 12:13, again she called on the phone. Again at 12:16, she called back and said there was 8 to 9 students alive. At 12:19, a 911 call was made, and another person in room 111 called. I will not say her name. She hung up when another student told her to hang up. At 12:21, you could hear over the 911 call that 3 shots were fired. At 12:36, 911 call, it lasted for 21 seconds. The initial caller called back, student, child, called back, and was told to stay on the line and be very quiet. She told 911 that he shot the door. At approximately 12:43 and 12:47, she asked 911 to please send the police now. At 12:46, she said that she could hear the police next door. At 12:50, shots are fired. They can be heard over the 911 call. And at 12:51 is very loud and sounds like the officers are moving children out of the room. At that time, the first shot that called was outside before the call cuts off. Additional information that we have is that there are 58 total magazines at the school related to the crime scene. 11 of those magazines were inside the school. 3 were on the suspect's body. 2 in room 112, 6 inside room 111. 5 were on the ground, 1 was in the rifle. There were 32 magazines outside the school, but on school property. 1 just outside the school building and 31 in the suspect's backpack that he did not take into the classrooms with him. There was 15 magazines at the crash site. There were 2 magazines at the suspect's residence for a total of 60 magazines. He had purchased and had a total of 1,657 total rounds of ammunition. 315 of those rounds were inside the school. 142 of those were spent cartridges. 173 were live rounds. 922 were outside of the school, but on school property. 22 of those were spent cartridges. 900 were live rounds. 422 were at the crash site. 22 were spent cartridges. 420 of those were live rounds.
There's 35 spent law enforcement cartridges total in the school. 8 of those were in the hallway, 27 were inside the classroom, 111 where the suspect was killed. I've mentioned that we're going to go over quickly a digital timeline. One of the things we talked about early, and I want to correct something that was said early on in the investigation, is that he posted, okay, on Facebook publicly that he was going to kill his, that he was going to shoot his grandmother, and secondly after that he was going to, that he had shot her, and then third that he was going to go shoot up a school. That did not happen. It was actually on a message. It was a Facebook application, messenger application to somebody else that he had a conversation with. We know that through his digital media footprint, and I'll just do it by date time, that Ramos asked his sister to help him buy a gun. She flatly refused. That was in September of 21. I'll avoid some of these and get to he had Instagram, a 4-group chat, and it was discussed that Ramos being a school shooter. That was on February 28th of 2022. On March 1st of 2022, there was an Instagram he had with 4 people. It was a chat. He discussed him buying a gun. On March 3rd, 2022, there's another 4-person chat. Quotations, word on the street is you are buying a gun. Ramos replied, just bought something. RN. On March 14th, and there was an Instagram posting by the subject, in quotations, 10 more days. The user replied, are you going to shoot up school or something? The subject replied, no, and stop asking dumb questions and you'll see. I know you have many questions, and I've agreed to stay as long as we can and answer as many of those questions as we can. If I can't answer it because we don't know definitively right now, I'll simply say that. And it continues to be a preliminary investigation. There's, literally, certainly over hundreds of interviews have been conducted, will continue to be conducted, and there's thousands of leads that are being pursued, not consecutively, but concurrently, and thanks to our federal and local partners. And I do want to mention behind me, we've got the FBI Special Agent in charge. We also have an ATF Special Agent in charge, or ASAC, and of course, who else do I got behind? Okay, with the Texas Rangers, if there's any specifics that I haven't covered that I might need their particular support on. I do want to cover one thing quickly, though, before I go to questions, and that's some of the questions that we received, that we have already received. And one of those is going around now that in fact, the subject had been one of the 2 arrested by the Texas Rangers and the local police back in 2018. That's not the case. He was not one of the individuals. In fact, we have found no links, associations, relationships in that investigation. Clearly, it was a threat. It was back in 2018. The 2 juveniles were charged with attempted or conspiracy to commit capital murder. There's no question that we thought, and we had evidence, and certainly the district attorney agreed, that these juveniles, one 13, one 14 years old, was a threat to Uvalde. And there was a discussion at that time, even the senior year of the one that was 14 years old, which would make it 2022. However, that was not the subject. Questions?
And if you are just joining us, welcome into Live Now from Fox. We are listening back into the latest official update from law enforcement officials and leaders on the ground in Uvalde, Texas. This is actually the update that has caused quite a bit of criticism across the United States as amid the grief that this community is currently suffering, they are also growing anger and a bit of resentment towards these law enforcement officials as details emerge not only about the moments leading up to the shooting, but of course what happened during and of course what happened after that ultimate law enforcement response that has now sparked a Department of Justice investigation. The Justice Department announcing on Sunday it will conduct a review of the law enforcement response to the mass shooting that occurred 1 week ago to the day at Robb Elementary School in Uvalde, Texas. We are going to continue to listen in here because these are all of the details that we currently know about what happened in the moments after this shooting occurred, after the 18-year-old gunman entered that classroom and barricaded himself into that classroom. We saw this official and heard this official just outline the numerous calls that were made by children inside of that classroom to 911, begging, pleading for officers to come inside, to come and save them, when officers ultimately decided upon waiting over 45 minutes before entering that room with a key provided by a janitor. So these are some of the details that have emerged. Governor Greg Abbott of Texas has already expressed his disappointment in this response and all of the confusion that has surrounded what exactly occurred here in the days as this investigation does unfold. But like I said, we here on Live Now from Fox, we provide you with all of the details directly from the officials themselves. So let's continue to listen in here as this official does answer a series of questions from reporters. While you may not be able to hear each and every question because they are obviously in the audience and asking them pretty far away from the microphone, you will hear each and every one of his responses and you can infer what the question was as per the response that he is given. So he is stepping back up to the podium here. Let's listen back in raw and unfiltered.
Yeah. And if the 911 operators were aware that children were alive in that classroom, why weren't officers notified of that? And if that's the case, why didn't they take action? That's the question. And again, I'll go back to the answer for right now, is that it was considered, okay, the decision was made on the scene. I wasn't there, but at the same point in time, you know, a decision was made that this was a barricaded subject situation. There was time to retrieve the keys and wait for a tactical team with the equipment to go ahead and breach the door and take on the subject at that point. That was the decision, that was the thought process at that particular point in time. What? What got you tell parents that were here waiting and asking for the police to go in? Yeah, there was 19, like I said, there was 19 officers in there. In fact, there was plenty of officers to do whatever needed to be done, with one exception, is that the incident commander inside believed they needed more equipment and more officers to do a tactical breach at that point. That's why BORTAC was requested on the scene. As soon as they were there, they executed a search, or at least a dynamic entry, and went in. And of course, that was not till 12. That was not till 12:57. With the benefit of hindsight, stand by, right? I got it. Okay. Hey, from the benefit of hindsight, where I'm sitting now, of course it was not the right decision. It was the wrong decision. Period. There's no excuse for that. But again, I wasn't there, but I'm just telling you, from what we know, that we believe there should have been an entry at that as soon as you can. Hey, when there's an active shooter, the rules change. It's no longer, okay, it's no longer a barricaded subject. You don't have time. You don't worry about outer perimeters. And by the way, Texas embraces active shooter training, active shooter certification, and that doctrine requires officers, we don't care what agency you're from, you don't have to have a leader on the scene. Every officer lines up, stacks up, goes and finds where those rounds are being fired at and keeps shooting until the subject is dead, period.
Obviously, countries south of the border, it's very difficult to understand how the most powerful nation in the world, their citizens have access to high-end weapons, and this is happening over and over and over again, and now again with children. I don't mean to bump the guy quarterback to you guys are the experts on people. Just have two questions, please. How can you keep this from happening again in the communities of Texas? And second, how did 18-year-old kid that works at a Wendy's including the minimum wage can buy a $5,000 weapon?
Well, answer the last. He used the debit card first, but to your point, it's very expensive, and a debit card is not a credit card. It means he had money in the bank. So why and how is being looked at right now, and I'll tell you this, thousands of more leads are being looked at right now because we haven't answered all the questions. We haven't gotten into the why. Okay, we know the individual was also into cyber gaming in that regard, and group gaming in that regard. So we've got a lot of questions are out there. We're seeking answers, but we've got an obligation. We'll continue to update you when we find something out. Hey,
the woman in the yes.
The Border Patrol agents, the BORTAC agents that were in the building, did line up. They're part of the 19 that I talked about, and the entry team, ultimately the entry team that went in. But I can tell you that they were told, just as like as any other officer was told, and others, even command staff that came on board, is that the incident commander at the time was believed that in fact it was a barricaded subject, that we had time, there was no kids at risk. I wish he was. Because then there's no question. And I'll say this right now, and every time we have one of these, there's copycats, okay? And we need the public, just like we did back in 2018, that was a public, okay, that came forward, that we got 2 people that are about to shoot up a school or planning to shoot a school. It's imperative on the public, when you get something, just because the guy sounds like he's a nut, he may be a nut. But just because it sounds like, well, possible to do, he may be intended to do, as I read the timeline based upon the chats that he had. So we need everyone, when we have a threat to life like that, to take it seriously and report it, because ultimately this is tragic. What do you tell the parents of 19 kids, or the families of two teachers? Yeah. Hey. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah. Hey, like I've said it before, is that, well, first of all, when it comes to an active shooter, is you don't have to wait on tactical gear. Plain and simple, you've got an obligation. What I know now, okay, absolutely, it was an active shooter, because you can transition. Keep in mind, in the doctrine, okay, of active shooters, you can transition from an active shooter situation to a barricaded subject, or a barricaded with hostage subject, but if shooting continues, and you have any reason to believe that there's individuals alive in there, you've got an obligation to move back to an active shooter posture, and that means everybody at the door. Well, Uvalde has a part-time SWAT team, number one. The ISD's got, they have limited officers. I think, what is it? Well, you got 6? 6. They got 6, yeah. The Consolidated Independent School District has 6 officers, and they didn't have one posted at that location. And someone said, hey, what do you tell the parents? I mean, bottom line is that, or someone talked about, said, when there's kids in the room, why wasn't there an entry? Because it was believed, like I said at the time, that the subject was stationary, barricaded, there was no risk to other children. Again, on retrospect, from where I'm sitting right now, clearly there was kids in the room. Clearly, Okay, they're at risk. And oh, by the way, even when you go back to shooting, there may be kids that are injured. Okay, they may have been shot but injured, and it's important for life-saving purposes to immediately get there and render aid.
Man in the blue.
Where was the resource officer? Why was he not on campus?
He was not on campus.
Why?
Well, again, we'll have all those answers down the road. Okay.
Dylan.
Yeah.
Lady in the blue. Yes.
Well, first I want to say that the Consolidated Independent School District officers were there early. There was 4 of them, and they immediately began evacuating the school and did that throughout the process. So keep in mind, so that was going on. And what do I say to the parents? I don't have anything to say to the parents other than what had happened. We're not here to defend what happened. We're here to report the facts so they have the facts. Yeah. Hey, bottom line, the consultant. I'm sorry? Oh, gas. I don't have any information on that. Oh, one second though. However, we did review what DPS officers arrived on the scene, what they did, and looked at those instances.
The blue.
Yes. If I thought it would help, I'd apologize. Okay. But let me say this. Hey, let me say this.
Hold on.
When you go back to the timeline, again, I want to go back and I'm not defending anything, but you go back to the timeline. There was a barrage. Hundreds of rounds were pumped in 4 minutes. Okay, into those 2 classrooms. Then anything else, any firing afterwards was sporadic, and it was at the door. So the belief is that there may not be anybody living anymore, and that the subject is now trying to keep law enforcement at bay or entice them to come in to suicide by contact. I understand that. I reported that. Yeah.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Jack Morgan from the New York Post. Can I ask 2 questions? First of all, exactly how was the gunman barricaded in his room? Was it just a simple matter of him locking his door behind him? And secondly, did he fire all 1,657 rounds from Oasis out back using that 7 card?
Well, I might answer the first one, but the why on the second one I don't have. The first one, that each door can lock from the inside, and both doors were locked, okay, from the inside. So the subject, when he went in, he locked the door. He came out one time into the hallway, went back in and locked the door, because at the time that the officers went in, both doors were locked. They got a key from the janitor and used it.
The first call came in inside the classroom at 12:03, and you breached it at 12:51. How many students died in those 48 minutes?
I don't have that answer. We're looking at it right now.
Hey, hold on. Go.
Yes. Yeah, thanks a lot. Forget how I'm doing. What about the parents of those children? Don't forget about me. Don't forget about me or officers and stuff like that. We take an oath to uphold the law and protect people. And anytime
something tragic like that, we want to know why it happened and if we can do better next time, is the bottom line. And call it like it is. It is tragic. Quite frankly, I mean, there shouldn't be anybody. Ideally, we've been able to identify this guy as a suspect and address it before he even thought about attacking, on the 24th. Let's go there. Green. Go ahead. Go here. And we're looking at other people. Absolutely. Anybody who's been in contact, we're looking at anything. Links Association, people that may have known something, and will continue, and may have been involved in some chat room gaming along with them. So there's nobody that we're not going to talk to and look at. And it's certainly, I can assure you that the district attorney is very proactive and very concerned about this, and that if any evidence that we bring to her that someone was an accomplice or an enabler or didn't do what they should have done, if it's in violation of law and it meets the probable cause standards, I have no doubt that she'll take care of business like she did back in 2018 when we had 2 juveniles plot a capital murder at the school. They're going to find you right there. Well,
911 calls at 12:10, 12:13,
yes.
12:16. The shooter wasn't killed until 12:15. Any of those 911 callers survived?
Yes. I can't tell you that with certainty, but more than one survived.
How many children got survived?
Hey, I'm sorry, what? Yes, the windows I'll go backwards, and right over here, I'll move over here.
As you can all hear and see, a visibly emotionally charged press conference here. We just saw the director of the Texas DPS, Stephen McGraw, even get emotional when speaking about the oath that officers and law enforcement officials take to protect children and how that didn't happen at the Robb Elementary School a week ago to the day. Here he is outlining where the children were located, and he did just outline there that some of the students who did actually call 911 and plead with the operator to have the officers come inside of the room, while some of them survived, some of them did not. And so once again, heartbreaking details that we are hearing directly from the Texas DPS director, Stephen McGraw, who once again, visibly emotional, visibly disappointed. He himself said that the incorrect decision was taken not to breach that classroom earlier, to wait over 45 minutes from the Texas DPS director himself was not the correct decision. We do know today that the Department of Justice will be conducting a review of this law enforcement response. And as we get more details on this investigation, we'll be sure to bring those to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we'll get you up to speed on some other top stories that we are monitoring today, including the very latest when it comes to the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard trial. We are going to head out live to Fairfax, Virginia in just about an hour's time to get the latest on jury deliberations occurring and picking back up today. We'll also get you up to speed on the very latest when it comes to the war in Ukraine, as that has officially hit day 97, and the European Union is hitting Russia with yet another oil ban. We'll give you all the details we know right after this quick 2-minute commercial break. Good morning and welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios. And as always, we do want to get you out the door this morning with a look at your top stories. We are live wide and worldwide this morning, while all of our video coming into our newsroom is stateside. Many of the stories that we are covering takes us far beyond the United States this morning. We'll begin, of course, with the larger box on your screens. The community is continuing to mourn the loss of 21 innocent people as more funerals are planned this week in Uvalde, Texas. We did just hear the latest update in full from the Texas DPS director outlining each and every minute leading up to, during, and after this shooting. We do know that visitations and funerals are set to continue to take place as the week goes on. We'll be touching base with our reporters who have been covering this story since the very beginning with us in just a little bit. We also are covering the very latest when it comes to business news in this country. President Joe Biden is set to meet with the Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell to discuss the state of the American and global economy. The White House confirmed just on Sunday. We are expecting, of course, inflation to be a big topic of discussion, and we will be monitoring each and every detail that emerges from this meeting, as the economy is a big concern for many of you tuning in, as gas prices have also hit a new record high. A gallon of gas, the national average for a gallon of regular, has hit $4.62, a new record all-time high. Each and every day over the past 4 or 5 days, we have hit new record highs, and we'll continue to monitor this story closely with our Fox Business team as well. We do want to let you know that today a bipartisan group of senators are set to discuss gun legislation. All of this, of course, as a result also of the Department of Justice conducting an independent review of the law enforcement response to that shooting in Uvalde that officially occurred a week ago to the day. We also are going to be heading out live to Fairfax, Virginia later on this morning to get the very latest when it comes to the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard defamation trial. Closing arguments did occur on Friday. The jury took a recess for the long weekend. Like many of you tuning in, they are back to work, which means they are back inside of that courtroom and going to continue their deliberations. But I do want to begin and give you a quick recap of some of the top stories that we are monitoring this morning, beginning with that Johnny Depp trial. We do want to take you out to some video that we have of what has been happening inside of this courtroom over the course of the last 6 weeks. Of course, we here on Live Now from Fox have been covering this story very closely, and jury is going to continue those deliberations today. As I just reported, we could get a verdict as soon as today, technically speaking, of course, but it is expected that the jury will take some time, as this has been 6 weeks of witnesses, videos, voice notes. We have heard it all. And we do want to make sure that you, if you are just tuning in, and perhaps we're very busy this weekend celebrating Memorial Day and honoring the lives of the brave servicemen and women who lost their lives protecting our country. We do want to give you a recap courtesy of our Fox News correspondent Ashley Dvorkin on how those closing arguments went on Friday and what we can expect as early as today. So let's take a listen.
A jury heard closing arguments in Johnny Depp's $50 million libel case against ex-wife Amber Heard. The 58-year-old actor's attorneys claim Heard ruined Depp's life by falsely telling the world she was a survivor of domestic abuse at the hands of Mr. Depp.
Mr. Depp wasn't canceled by Hollywood because he was sometimes late to set. He was canceled because Ms. Heard falsely accused him of domestic violence and sexual violence on the pages of the Washington Post.
They said the case has never been about money nor punishing Heard, but about Depp's reputation and, quote, freeing him from the prison in which he has lived for the past 6 years.
If you didn't take pictures, it didn't happen. If you did take pictures, they're fake. If you didn't tell your friends, you're lying.
Heard's lawyer began their closing argument, saying Depp and his team are sending a dangerous message to victims of domestic abuse. They countered this case is a campaign of humiliation against Heard after she filed for divorce. Throughout the trial, Heard testified about more than a dozen episodes of physical and sexual assault by Depp. Depp denies the accounts and claims Heard was the abuser in the relationship.
You cannot simultaneously protect and uphold the First Amendment and find in favor of Johnny Depp on his claim.
Both sides presented final arguments over the 2018 Washington Post op-ed at the center of the trial, in which Heard describes herself as a public figure representing domestic abuse. Depp's side said he was defamed even though his name wasn't mentioned. Heard's side said statements she wrote were not false and are protected by the First Amendment. This 6-week high-profile trial now goes to the jury. In Hollywood, Ashley Dvorkin, Fox News.
And thank you to Ashley for that update. And those jury members will report to a courtroom in this city live on your screens right now. Fairfax, Virginia. We are live there this morning, and we will be touching base with our Fox 5 DC team in just about an hour's time to get all of the details about what is to be expected today and how likely it is that we will get a verdict today with so much information to sift through. And of course, the jury must make a unanimous decision, a unanimous verdict. So we will be monitoring this story very closely for you, as we have been doing. I do want to play for you a piece by our Live Now from Fox Phoenix team, our very own Daytona Everett. She broke down what we can expect later on today and in the coming days with a lawyer, recapping those closing arguments in a bit more detail. So let's listen back in.
Here to Live Now from Fox, closing our suit against his ex-wife, Amber Heard. If you haven't heard of it before, welcome. We have been covering it for a long time. It was 6 weeks of drama coming to a close today at a courthouse in Fairfax County, Virginia. Heard testifies that Depp physically and sexually assaulted her over a dozen times. In closing arguments, Depp's lawyers said that Heard is a deeply troubled person, calling her the abuser. Depp is, of course, suing Heard for $50 million over a 2018 op-ed that she wrote in the Washington Post, describing herself as a public figure representing domestic abuse. Depp's lawyers say that he was defamed by the article, even though it never mentioned his name. Heard filed a $100 million counterclaim against her husband, or former husband, I should say, after his lawyer called her accusations a hoax. Heard's lawyers will present their arguments and already did today in the courtroom. Jury deliberations were underway. Now they have ended for the evening and for the rest of the weekend. To break all of this down, I want to bring in legal analyst Julie Rendelman. Julie, thanks for being with us. So they're done for the day, and it's going to all pick back up again on Tuesday. That was a really quick breakdown of what this trial is all about, who's accusing who of what. What could we possibly hear? Could we hear a verdict on Tuesday? And if we do, what would that look like?
So yes, we could hear a verdict on Tuesday. Look, they've been evaluating a ton of evidence. Remember, this case lasted, I don't even remember, is it 2 months or 3 months? And during that time, there was voluminous number of witnesses, exhibits. There was videos even for them to watch. So there's a lot for them to take in. And keep in mind, in Virginia, it has to be unanimous. So they have to make a decision together. And people don't always agree on everything. Sometimes at the end of the day, they don't come back with any verdict. And so Tuesday, like the hope is that we'll see a verdict next week. The last thing anyone wants is for there not to be a resolution in this case. Now, when you say, what can that verdict look like? What can that decision look like? There's so many possibilities of what that could look like. They could find that Amber Heard defamed Johnny Depp. They could find Johnny Depp defamed Amber Heard. They could find neither defamed either one of them. They could find both of them defamed each other, but find that neither of them are entitled to damages. Or they could find that both defamed each other and they both are entitled to damages. I give you so many scenarios because it really is kind of this mathematical equation that I couldn't even come up with the potential resolution, because it really is, there's so many options that could happen in this case. And the hope obviously is they come back with a decision so we don't deal with this again.
And the dollar amount could also vary too, depending on if there was defamation. If they say yes, Amber Heard was defamed, or yes, Johnny Depp was defamed, they have to determine what that dollar amount would be too, right?
Sure, and there's a presumption if someone's defamed of some dollar amount. And remember, there's punitive, and then there's just the regular damages. And so, look, they can come back and go, well, it was worth $1. They could come back and say it's worth even more than either side is requesting. I said this multiple times, and I'll say it again. I think when it comes to Johnny Depp, he could care less about whether he gets a nickel. He only cares about clearing his name. And I think that's one of the things that his attorneys focused on, is that this is his chance to clear his name. And I think they made it clear that he didn't care that much about the actual dollar amount.
Well, according to Amber Heard, she also says that it's not about the money too. That is up for interpretation. Speaking of what's been said inside of the courtroom, we had closing arguments today from both sides. What were your biggest takeaways?
So, I think both sides did a fantastic job. I'll say throughout the trial, I was more impressed with Johnny Depp's team. I thought the big thing they were able to do that was better than the other side was cross-examination. Each of them were incredibly skilled. The other side did a good job, but were not as strong throughout the case. Summations for me were a little bit different. I thought that both sides did a good job, but I thought that Amber Heard's team nailed it. And I think the reason that I think that is one of the big distinctions is that Amber's team really went into the facts and how the facts fit into the law. And one of the takeaways for me is that they focused in on the fact that an abuser does not have to be a physical abuser in order for a person to determine that they were in fact the victim or the person that perpetrated domestic violence. And they used that in terms of this case to say, we don't have to show physical injury. There's a broad view and definition of that. And that allows the jury some room for interpretation as to what she meant in that op-ed piece. So I thought both sides did a fantastic job, but I got to give this one to Amber Heard's team.
Wow, very interesting there. Well, we, of course, have jury deliberations, and it's always so tough when we're talking about this, and timeline is always top of mind. People are wondering, when are we going to get some answers on this? You have no crystal ball, but if you were to say, how long do you predict and expect this to go?
So it's a great question, and I always laugh because it's like reading tea leaves. We have no idea when this jury is going to come back, and I say we also don't know if they'll ever come back. Hopefully they'll come back to the courthouse, but they could at the end of the day not agree. These are people that are coming together to make these decisions, and there's so many contradictory pieces of evidence that one juror could say, I believe one side, and the other juror could say another. Mm-hmm. I hope that they're able to come together with some sort of decision, in the early part of the week, or at least indicate that they're not able to come to a decision at that point.
So what happens for these jury members over the weekend? It's a long weekend. Do they just have to sit in their rooms? What does that typically look like?
Well, look, the judge always gives instructions not to look at what's on TV, media. This one's been very tough for people to avoid. The one good thing is this is a holiday weekend, so I would think that this might be the first time that people are walking away from their computers and kind of living their life, celebrating with their families. So it might be the perfect time for people to not, especially the jurors, to ignore this and kind of remove everything and then come back together and really think about what the right outcome is, whether it be for Amber Heard, Johnny Depp, or whatever they believe is the appropriate outcome.
Well, speaking of outcomes, what do you think is going to happen, Julie?
So I'm always worried that, look, there's been a lot of backlash about having opinions on one side or the other. I'll be honest. I think that what the defense's argument was incredibly, when I say the defense, Amber Heard's team was very effective in terms of, narrowing down kind of, or explaining the definition of abuse. I think for the jury, they have to decide something. I believe that they'll find that Amber Heard was abusive towards Johnny Depp. Physically. And the question becomes, can someone claim to be the victim of abuse when they themselves are also an abuser. I think that's something the jury's really going to have to think about when they're deciding kind of what the ultimate outcome is. I think Johnny Depp does have a much more powerful case with regards to the statements from his attorney. I don't think that Amber Heard has a leg to stand on with regards to that. I'm often wrong in my predictions, but I think that that's quite an uphill battle for her team.
Julie Rendelman, we will, I'm sure, be discussing this on Tuesday as we'll be waiting. It could come at any time. They could come together and immediately make a decision in the morning on Tuesday, or it could take us into the rest of next week as well. We'll be on it from beginning to end here. Any last thoughts?
I'm excited about the weekend to not think about it.
Yeah.
Look, this has been an emotional ride for both parties. And that's something I think, anyone watching should recognize, whether you believe one side, whether you believe the other. I always think about, no matter what you think, this is such an intimate event between these two individuals. And at the end of the day, I hope that both of them can move on with their lives, regardless of the outcome.
Yep. And it'll be interesting to see if any movie deals are made after this, even about the trial itself. Julie Rendelman, thanks for being with us here on the show. As always, we so appreciate you. Have a great weekend.
And it certainly will be interesting to see how this story ultimately does end. The jury's verdict will be out. The question is when. We will give you updates as they come into our newsroom. But jury is going to continue their deliberations today. That is set to begin at 9 a.m. Eastern time inside of that courtroom, live right here in Fairfax, Virginia. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we'll get you up to speed on all of the top stories that we are monitoring on this Tuesday, May 31st, 2022. Good morning and welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios. It is 8 a.m. here on the East Coast, and we do want to thank you for choosing to begin your morning with us here on Live Now from Fox. As always, we are all recovering from a long weekend, a Memorial Day weekend where we honored the brave men and women who dedicated their lives to keep our country safe. And we are monitoring quite a few stories across the United States this morning. We do want to take you out to our triple box view of all of the top stories that we are keeping a close eye on, beginning first and foremost, of course, with the very latest out of Uvalde, Texas, as a community continues to mourn the loss of 21 innocent individuals as more funerals are planned this week. All of this as we mark 1 week after the Robb Elementary School shooting that took, once again, the lives of 19 innocent children and 2 hero teachers. Amid the grief is growing anger regarding the way law enforcement officials responded at the scene. We can confirm that the Department of Justice will conduct a review of the law enforcement response Monday. Earlier this week, it should have been the first day of summer break for these students, but instead this community continues to mourn with visitations and funerals scheduled for today. We do have our reporters on the ground who are covering this story for us, and we'll begin first and foremost with the very latest from our Fox News correspondent, Jeff Paul.
City of 16,000 people, losing just one is hard enough.
It's devastating because they were almost done with school and they were barely starting their life.
But the loss of 19 young minds and 2 women who helped shape them creates a gap that'll never be filled.
It's painful because from day one, we make flowers for them when the child is born. We make flowers for their first birthday. It hurts right now, everybody.
On this Memorial Day, Texas Governor Greg Abbott wants the focus to also be on Uvalde.
As Texans, we must come together and lift up Uvalde and support them in every way that we possibly can.
It's a call to action that greeted Governor Abbott while he joined President Joe Biden during his visit on Sunday. President Biden vowing, I will, to a community devastated and desperate for change.
I grew up here in Uvalde, and it breaks my heart. I have no words.
Silence from Uvalde's police department, whose response that day, along with the school district police and other responding law enforcement, will get a formal critical incident review by the Department of Justice. One of the most glaring revelations, nearly 20 officers stood in the hallway of the school for more than 45 minutes before getting inside to kill the shooter. Democratic Texas State Senator Roland Gutierrez, like many in Uvalde, was stunned to learn children were inside the room with the shooter, some in the school even calling 911, begging for police to help.
1 round for this little girl, likely bled out. Had we had law enforcement going in there earlier, this little girl might have lived.
It's already hard enough for students at Robb Elementary School to fathom going back to school, let alone into the exact buildings where the shooting unraveled. So lawmakers are already talking about knocking down the school and building a new one. In Uvalde, Texas, Jeff Paul, Fox News.
And thank you to Jeff for that report. A crowdsourcing campaign has raised more than $2.5 million for 4 children left orphaned after the mass shooting last Tuesday. The children's mother, a heroic teacher, Irma Garcia, taught at Robb Elementary School for 23 years. She died last Tuesday while protecting children in her classroom from the shooter. Her husband and her children's father died of a heart attack 2 days later. Their children ranged in age from 12 to 23 years old, and we can report that $2.7 million has been raised for those children. We have our reporters on the ground covering how families are trying to cope with the unimaginable devastation that occurred in this small rural community in Texas. 16,000 people live in this town, and each and every one of them was impacted in some form by this tragedy. Our Fox News multimedia reporter Rebecca Castor has the latest.
The community still has a lot of unanswered questions, and they're hoping this DOJ investigation will address some of those. But at the same time, this community is trying to take steps towards healing. You can see the growing memorial that sits outside the school behind me. And all day, it's been a steady flow of people coming to pay their respects. Just one of many ways that people are trying to process the deep emotions behind this tragedy. A powerful moment in Uvalde's town square this weekend as hundreds gathered to worship and pray for healing.
We are here to pray for the people here, to bring the light to Uvalde, to spread prayer, to just lift people up and let them know that Jesus is here with them no matter what.
One man traveling all the way from Detroit to carry a cross through the town.
This is the light of the world, and all God wants us to do is hold it up, and that's what our intention is, just so everyone can see the light and know that the light will never go out.
The downtown memorial now triple in size. Many of the flowers coming from a shop right down the street. The owner tells us everything about this is personal.
It's painful because from day one, we make flowers for them when the child is born. We make flowers for their first birthday. We make flowers for their pre-K graduation. We make flowers when it's father-daughter dance at Rob's school. So it hurts right now, everybody.
Others are taking their pain to the pavement. Jason Portillo is a police officer from San Antonio, but he grew up in Uvalde. We met as he was running 21 miles for the 21 victims.
I just felt being in my hometown, I needed to do something.
President Biden and the First Lady visited Uvalde on Sunday after being met with these chants from members of the community. Biden pointed to the crowd and said, "We will." While President Biden was in Uvalde, he met with the grieving families, first responders, and state leaders. In an interview with local reporters here, one state senator says that Biden is suggesting tearing down the school and building a new one. In Uvalde, Texas, Rebecca Castor, Fox News.
And thank you to Rebecca for that update. We also are going to be monitoring a bipartisan group of senators meeting today, hoping to hammer out new gun legislation a week after that school shooting in Uvalde, Texas. President Biden is promising new action on gun control, but as Fox News correspondent Doug Lazada reports from Capitol Hill, Congress will have to do the heavy lifting. Let's take a listen to his latest report.
President Biden says he can only do so much. So at this point, all of this is in the hands of a divided Congress. A steady progression of funerals this week in Texas. The Department of Justice now reviewing how law enforcement responded to the attack that left 19 children and 2 teachers dead. When President Biden visited over the weekend, a crowd yelled, "Do something." "We will," the president told them. But a day later, he suggested his hands were tied.
I can't outlaw a weapon. I can't, change the background check. I can't do that.
Congress is still on break this week, but behind the scenes, there are bipartisan negotiations that are underway again today. And there is a very limited sense of optimism.
One thing I hope does not happen is that the various parties sort of fall back into their typical talking points. I hope we will try to look in a clear-eyed way at what happened.
Efforts are likely to focus on mental health and perhaps encouraging states to pass red flag laws to help identify those who are contemplating violence. But the proposed bans on types of weapons, like assault-style rifles, may not pass muster with the courts.
There you get into serious difficulty. I think people who want to just, say we're going to ban assault weapons, which is their term for AR-15, are going to have a rude awakening.
A rude awakening, he says, because the Supreme Court has expanded Second Amendment protections in recent years. In Washington, Doug Lazada, Fox News.
And we will be keeping you all updated on the very latest when it comes to any legislation that comes as a result of the latest mass shooting in the United States. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we'll get you up to speed on all of the other top stories we are monitoring, including gas prices that are giving all of us a bit of a sigh this morning. Gas prices up once again, a new record high, $4.62 a gallon. is the national average across the United States. We're going to touch base with our team in Tampa as they break down what these prices mean and if this is going to get way worse before it gets better. All of this comes on the same day that President Joe Biden is set to meet with the Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell. He's going to discuss the state of the economy, both the American economy and the global economy. And another big topic of discussion will, of course, be inflation. Any details that emerge from that meeting, we'll be sure to bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox as well. But the latest on gas prices coming up right after this quick 2-minute commercial break. Good morning and welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, and as promised, we are going to get you up to speed on a slew of top stories that we are covering, and many of them actually bring us back in time to Memorial Day weekend. All weekend long, we were monitoring travel plans that caused quite a stir at airports around the country after over 5,000 flights were canceled. If one of you were impacted, be sure to tweet us. We'd love to hear your story, but we were also monitoring soaring gas prices over the weekend. The national average for a gallon of regular gas across the country has hit a new record high. $4.62 is the new national average. And we have been covering this story not only with our Fox Business team across the country, but also with our owned and operated stations. And I do want to touch base right now with our team out in Tampa. Elizabeth Fry joins us. And Elizabeth, what is the latest numbers that you're seeing in Tampa?
Well, Florida is right under that national average, and drivers out here are definitely feeling the pain at the pump. Experts have been telling us, though, that that's what we should expect, especially with the summer travel season now in full swing. They say, unfortunately, it looks like things are going to get worse before they get better, and that's definitely what we're seeing with these prices. Definitely not the news drivers want to hear this morning, but Florida once again broke records when it comes to gas prices, this time for the most expensive Memorial Day holiday on record. The average price per gallon here in Florida was $4.57. That's $1.71 more expensive than last year's holiday, and the most expensive gas prices Florida has seen for Memorial Day since 2008. And experts say it doesn't look like these prices will be going down anytime soon either. They say with summer travel season in full swing, the demand is only going to get higher, as 6 out of 10 Americans are still projected to take at least one summer road trip, even despite these gas prices. But one tip tip that experts do have for drivers in order to help save money where you can is to keep your car up to date on routine service. Something as simple as making sure there's enough air in your tires actually could end up saving you a few bucks. Another good idea is to utilize websites and apps like Gas Buddy that can help identify where the cheapest price per gallon is in your area, definitely saving you all the money where you can. Now, unfortunately, experts say reaching that $5 mark per gallon on a national level is looking pretty likely. They say the odds are at least 65% right now. They do think, though, that once we reach the end of the summer travel season, so August, sometime around that time, we could start to see those prices going down. And I know with how much people are paying to fill up their tanks, Gabby, they're definitely holding on to that hope right now. August, hopefully those prices will start to decrease, but we have to get through the summer first.
Elizabeth, let the countdown begin to August. We all really would love to save anything that we can at the pump. I'm sure this will also have an effect on travel plans when it comes to airfare as well. It really does trickle down and affect each and everything we purchase. Thank you so much for the update, Elizabeth. I'm sure we'll be touching base throughout the week and from now until August, until we do see that dip. Thanks again for the time. Always a pleasure. And I do want to take you out to a live look at New York City as we also monitor the very latest across the country. Many of you city folk actually head out of the city for Memorial Day weekend, heading to the nearest lake or beaches in New Jersey, perhaps. And so many of you probably felt this surge in gas prices that our Fox 13 Tampa's Elizabeth Fry has been covering for us. Unfortunately, we aren't going to see any relief, or don't expect a relief anytime soon in the immediate future, but always good to look forward to a drop in August. That is what the latest is. And we do want to continue with our latest business news as we do cover all of those topics here on Live Now from Fox as well, as they, of course, do affect each and every one of us. We are about an hour and 15 minutes away from the closing bell, and we are going to bring you the very latest when it comes to national stock news. Obviously, the latest in business is this soaring gas price, but we're also keeping a very close eye on the stock market. Back on Friday, the Dow was up 576 points. The S&P 500 added 100 points, and the NASDAQ gained 390. That was the last trading day that we had. Stocks today will be reacting to the news that the European Union leaders have agreed to ban 90% of Russian oil by year end. Shares actually already fell in Frankfurt, Paris, Tokyo, but rose in London and Shanghai as a result of this news today. U.S. futures edged a bit lower ahead of reopening on trading on Wall Street today. All of this, of course, after being closed for Memorial Day. Oil prices were trading near $120 a barrel following this agreement by European Union leaders. And so we will continue to monitor all of the effects here on Live Now from Fox. We do, of course, also want to remind you all that President Joe Biden is going to meet with the Federal Reserve Chair, Jerome Powell. They're actually going to meet for the first time since Powell was confirmed for a second term in charge of the U.S. Central Bank. The White House says the two will be discussing inflation, which Biden has tapped as his top economic priority. It's no secret that inflation is keeping the cost of goods and services high. And we did just hear from Elizabeth Fry. Also, gas prices soaring. Our Fox News correspondent Jackie Ibanez has a look at the rising rates for flights, hotels, and more this summer. Let's take a listen.
The forecast for summer vacations is looking bright.
People have been waiting to get out for the last 2 years.
According to consumer data company Value Penguin, roughly 73% of Americans have plans to travel this summer, up by 53% from last year. But while planning a trip usually involves spending some money, this year it's really going to cost you.
We're seeing really crazy prices for hotels, for rental cars, for flights.
AAA reports average hotel rates are up by 42% this year compared to last. And according to travel company Hopper, round-trip domestic flights are 45% higher, averaging more than $400. And the prices could continue to go sky high. Data from the U.S. Energy Information Administration shows the cost of jet fuel is double the price it was last year, averaging more than $3.50 per gallon.
If we didn't book the airfare a year in advance, we probably wouldn't be going on them.
Meanwhile, hitting the roads will still add some wear and tear to your wallet. AAA reports the average price for a gallon of gas is $4.62. But wherever your summer leads you, tourism experts say treat the people and places you go with respect and invest your money in local businesses.
You'll enjoy it more because you'll have a more authentic experience.
Also, if you're staying local for the summer, be sure to check out neighborhood pool and beach postings. But take note that cities across the country are warning that lifeguard shortages could impact your plans. Jackie Ibanez, Fox News.
And thank you to Jackie for that update. We're going to switch gears here because we are getting in a live press conference on the very latest when it comes to prosecuting war crimes. The prosecutor of the ICC, president of Eurojust, is giving a news conference after a meeting on these alleged core international war crimes in Ukraine. So we do want to listen in here live, raw, and unfiltered on Live Now from Fox.
It's not here for the lawyers, it's not here for institutions, it's here for people that are really extremely traumatized in many situations, either as refugees or in areas that are under bombardment or that are in subways, who don't know what tomorrow will bring. And I think the crimes within the jurisdiction of the court is a call for action in every situation of building deeper partnerships. We shouldn't view national authorities as a threat. The reality is, every national authority, whether it's based upon a membership of a JIT, a joint investigation team, universal jurisdiction, should be applauded if they step up, because that way we will hopefully deliver greater justice than if we have the hubris of thinking we can deal with these crimes of this magnitude alone. I think key to that is redefining success for the Office of the Prosecutor. I think we need to go deeper. We need to use technology. We're actively moving on that. Artificial intelligence, moving to the cloud and using different tools for machine learning and translation and transcription services that are available. But this is not only so that we can put stronger cases to judges to decide, it's not decided by me, but also so we can provide reliable, hopefully authenticated evidence and information to national authorities so they can vindicate their own laws. And they collectively, this common front, hopefully can provide some modicum of accountability for the crimes that we are seeing in Ukraine and that really should no longer be tolerated. And I think this forum, with the convening assistance of Eurojust, with the galvanized skills that we have in terms of national war crimes officers and national authorities, is the way to go. And we need to show the perseverance, politically, legally, have the stamina not to succumb to the fatigue that will inevitably set in as other events take the headlines on TV stations. We need to really commit that we will stay the course to ensure that the rights of victims and survivors are vindicated by way of independent, impartial investigations that are not target-led, that are directed by reliable, authenticated evidence. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Khan. Then, Mr. Hamran, if you could please take the floor.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for accepting our invitation for this press conference. I would like to start with words of gratitude to all my colleagues sitting here. Because they showed bravery. They also showed that they care about the rule of law, and they are not afraid to proceed with their investigations despite of the very challenging political and geopolitical circumstances. Ladies and gentlemen, never in the history of armed conflicts has the legal community responded with such determination. Only 6 days after the conflict started here in this building, here at Eurojust, the decision to set up the joint investigation team was made. 1 month later, the joint investigation team agreement was signed. Another month later, the ICC joined the joint investigation team as a participant. And now, 3 months, 3 additional EU member states are joining the joint investigation team. In parallel, there are 6 EU member states that have opened their own investigations based on the principle of universal jurisdictions, and we know that other non-EU countries are doing the same. Meanwhile, NGOs and civil society organizations are also collecting precious information about core international crimes allegedly committed in Ukraine. We can fairly conclude that the war in Ukraine will be the most documented armed conflict we have ever witnessed so far. As a result, evidence is located in many different jurisdictions, whether in the EU or outside, or collected by the ICC investigators. And we see an urgent need for coordination. And this is where Eurojust comes in. We have more than 20 years of experience in coordinating large-scale operations, and we would like to offer our experience and expertise to the members of the joint investigation team and also to other countries having their own investigations. Few words about the role of Eurojust and the support to joint investigation team. First of all, Eurojust was providing legal support to a joint investigation team. As you know, joint investigation team needs a legal framework in which it operates. So we helped to negotiate the so-called joint investigation team agreement, and which was then signed by all countries. We are very pleased that the ICC prosecutor decided to join the joint investigation team, and this has happened in the first time in the history. So also our legal support was related to that aspect to make sure that the impartial and independent standing of the ICC is properly reflected in the JIT agreement. We, as Eurojust, will provide also technical support to joint investigation team, phones, laptops, scanners, printers, and other equipment which is important to collect war crime evidence. Eurojust will also provide to the joint investigation team financial support. You know that it's very essential that prosecutors, investigators, police officers can actually meet, that they can travel, that they have accommodation, that they can talk in their mother tongue. So we will provide interpretation, translation, and we will also provide interpretation of all collected evidence which was collected in other languages than in English. We will also do the same for the forensic reports. We will make sure actually that everything what was collected within this joint investigation team is actually shareable with all involved parties. And this is the biggest advantage of a joint investigation team, because from this moment, whatever piece of evidence is collected by these countries is immediately available to all JIT partners without any long letters of request or European investigation orders. So we believe that with this step we will add speed and credibility to this joint investigation team. Obviously, this is a big responsibility. We understand this at Eurojust. This is not only the biggest joint investigation team we have ever supported, but as I mentioned, this is also the first time the ICC is joining a joint investigation team as a participant. Let me also say a few words about an important amendment and also pay gratitude to our colleagues in Brussels, whether in the Commission or the Council or in the European Parliament. actually, we realized that we have to adapt our Eurojust regulation just to provide tailor-made services to the investigation of core international crimes. And actually, all this change happened in record time, and therefore, a special gratitude to our partners in Brussels institutions. So actually, according to this change, which will enter into force tomorrow, we will be able to centralize all collected evidence, whether in this joint investigation team or collected by other countries who are not yet members of the joint investigation team. Eurojust will be able to collect, store, preserve and share core international crime evidences, analyze them and make sure that prosecutors are simply aware who has collected what and which piece of evidence is available in which country and how it can be requested. So this amendment will create a kind of core international crime evidence database, which will be a huge step forward, I believe. As I mentioned, that this will actually allow us to move from a very scattered, fragmented approach to a very structured approach, and we will be able to provide to prosecutors with a detailed analysis of the available evidence that will be directly available through judicial cooperation channels. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is all from my side, and again, gratitude to all those visible, but also who are invisible, but actually playing very important role in this investigation.
Thank you, Mr. Hamran. Before we go to questions and answers, I just want to introduce here as well the Prosecutors General of Estonia and Latvia, who might be able to answer your questions if you would have any questions for them. And a recording of this press conference will be available afterwards, because we had a short delay in the beginning with the live stream. We have time for some questions and answers. Could you please indicate the media you represent and who you'd like to ask the question to? The gentleman in the middle there. Yes.
I know you're investigating war crimes all over the alleged war crimes all over Ukraine at the moment. Are you aware of, or are you investigating any particular crimes in Donbass at the moment during the current offensive? Thank you.
Maybe I start. Of course, we started huge thousands cases about what we see in Donbass. Actually, when we can make some typology, if we speak about war crimes, it against forcible transfer of people. We started several cases about such forcible transfer of children, adult people to different parts of Russian Federation. Then, of course, we can speak about torturing people, killing civilians, and you saw everything destroying civilian infrastructure. Actually, when we speak about Rome Statute, you can see 3 pages in Rome Statute in Article 8 only about war crimes. Unfortunately, almost all of this we see in Ukraine. What is the difficulty? How we can investigate? We don't have access to the territories. But we have some access to people, not all of them. That people whom we could evacuate before, we interviewed all of them. Besides, we interviewed war prisoners whom we could exchange from Russia Federation. That's why we have some information about what's checked information. I now speak only about prosecutorial information. From other side, from the first days of war, our prosecutors were on the border. They interviewed refugees, huge number of refugees. We tried from first days of war find victims whom we can give status of victim in criminal case. Why it's important? Because maybe then these people will live not on the territory of Ukraine. Maybe they will live abroad during long period of time. But we need that all of them have their rights in the criminal cases. And I hope that we can do it parallel process of civil confiscation. Actually, all war criminals who are responsible for their crimes after court verdicts should pay for all these crimes in framework of confiscation. Thank you.
We see around the world, in terms of situations within the court's jurisdiction, examples where we investigate where we can physically enter, and also examples where we are investigating where we're not permitted entry or can't get in. I'm not going to start discussing the areas or the focus of OTP investigations. This is a criminal investigation. I've said when I was in Bushehr, in fact, with the Prosecutor General, that unfortunately the reality seems to be that Ukraine is a crime scene, and we'll do our best to focus our resources to make sure we can get to grips with what has taken place and elevate the most serious apparent crimes for investigation. And we'll keep going, hopefully, until justice is done, and that's why we have judges to make those final determinations.
Okay, next question. The gentleman at the back there, the left at the back.
Isa Taibi from Al Jazeera. I have the question to Mr. Karim Khan, prosecutor of the ICC. First, will murder and killings of journalists and foreign journalists correspondents in Ukraine will be part of investigation into the war crime in Ukraine? And the second question, sir, our colleague, the Palestinian-American journalist Shireen Abu Aqla, the brave correspondent journalist in Al Jazeera, was killed by a bullet in the head on her by the Israeli army. As this is a state crime, are you ready to investigate this crime, or will you accept the review and investigation of this case? Thank you, sir.
As I said a moment ago, this is a criminal investigation. Of course, we're trying to have proper, candid discussions with the press to a certain area, but not to a level that will imperil investigations. As a prosecutor and as an office, we will investigate to the best of our abilities crimes within our jurisdiction. Of course, we've seen around the world, whether you look at human rights or you look at crimes within the court's jurisdiction, an increased proclivity to target journalists around the world. We've seen that Nobel Prize winners have come from countries where journalists have been extremely courageous. Just yesterday, of course, a journalist from France was killed, but I'm not going to comment without investigation on whether or not these are going to be focuses. We have to look at every particular situation, and if there are crimes and if we have evidence, we know what our job is. Thank you.
Next question, the lady in the middle there. Yes, please.
Hi, Terry Schultz with Deutsche Welle, German Public Television. A question to hopefully more than one of you who will take it. How are these investigations going to be funded? Where is the money going to come from? I know that you said Eurojust will be providing some of it, but surely more is needed. Are the national governments hoping that more countries who have launched their universal jurisdiction cases will bring it under the joint investigation team, and so there will be fewer individual countries pursuing these cases? Thank you.
I can start when my colleague will have a think about it. About funding, actually for us very important to have assistance and support from EU, USA, UK. It's very important. What prosecutors have appreciated for experts, for all kinds of experts. That experts which we can have on the ground, ballistic, forensic, damage experts, everyone, actually. And from other side, very important to have experts of international humanitarian law. Because unfortunately, Ukrainian prosecutors are experienced about war crimes. We have war in our country since 2014. But not full-scale invasion, actually. And when we have now so huge number of criminal cases, it means that all our law enforcement agencies are on the ground, and we need people who will be with them. That's why I am very appreciated as a Prosecutor General for that help which we have. I am very appreciated for French team who helped us still there in Ukraine on the ground, all kinds of experts and investigators. Then I am very appreciated for Slovakian team, they were on the ground. Lithuanian team, they are now in Ukraine. ICC absolutely independent, but actually their work, it's help to us because they can take some cases as their job. And again, you understand that every day we have extra 200-300 cases. And actually, we should do our job. Now we have cases only about war crimes, more twice than we have prosecutors. That's why, of course, we need this support with DNA laboratories and other equipment. If we can speak about safety, our investigators, our prosecutors try to be as more as possible closer to line of front, because again it's our job to check everything, to gathering evidences, because no one knows where will be front tomorrow. That's why we should have these possibilities to collect. It means that these investigators and prosecutors need absolutely ordinary helmets, body arms, and so on and so on. Then, of course, when we speak about supporting our huge hub of collecting evidences, again, it's very necessary, because what is more important for today? It's gathering, collecting evidences, because all we know that these processes, I mean investigation processes and then court processes, will be very long period of time. We should collect, we should protect everything in correct way. It should be allowable evidence and then acceptable evidence and then in the court. In any court, in Ukrainian court, in ICC, we have 18 states who start in their own criminal cases. In these national jurisdictions too. Thank you. Maybe.
Would anybody else like to come in on it? Oh.
And if you are just joining us, welcome into Live Now from Fox. We are live at The Hague in the Netherlands as we are covering the International Criminal Court's update on after a meeting on these alleged international war crimes occurring in Ukraine. We have, of course, been monitoring this situation since the very beginning. We are on day 97 of the war in Ukraine, and we heard there that the rule of law isn't here for the judges or institutions. It's here for the people who are extremely traumatized, of course, referring to the people of Ukraine who have suffered immensely since Russia began its invasion of that country back on February 24th, 2022. We'll continue to listen in here and bring you back out live if there is anything of note. But we do want to take you to a live look, an aerial view here that we're getting into our newsroom of Fairfax, Virginia, as we are just about 15 minutes away from the beginning of yet another day of the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard trial. The jury is set to continue their deliberations today, and we have our Fox 5 DC team on the ground covering this story for us, since they have been since the very beginning. Maureen Ume joins me live. And Maureen, what is the scene like outside of this courtroom as we are inching one day closer to the end?
Hey, good morning to you, Gabby, and good morning to everyone out there. Yes, inching one day closer, but not a lot of movement this morning. The jury is expected to begin deliberating, as you said, at 9 o'clock. And normally in days past, we've seen a large crowd of people gathered here, spectators waiting to get into the courtroom, perhaps catching a glimpse of Johnny Depp or Amber Heard. That crowd not here today. Word is that Johnny Depp is not going to be here. You might have seen some news reports saying that he had been in the UK participating in some sort of a concert, performing, in fact. He may not be back now, and so now we're not expecting expecting him here, which is why the few people that did show up, they left. Now, that could change. I understand that once the jury is read, he has about an hour to get back here, so anything can happen. Right now, we're still on maybe you could just call it Johnny Depp watch or Amber Heard watch, depending on what happens. Everything starts at 9 o'clock. Now, despite all the hoopla, the media fanfare, really at the heart of this is a defamation suit. Amber Heard is being sued by Johnny Depp because he alleges that he defamed her character, she defamed his character when she wrote a 2018 op-ed piece in the Washington Post that basically said that she was an abused person. Johnny Depp suing her for that. He's asking for $50 million because he says he deserves it. His reputation was damaged. She's asking for $100 million. Heard says that Depp and his attorney defamed her when they called her abuse accusations false and also hoax. Now, the jury has to decide unanimously if one or both parties were defamed. Now, spectators have come out, a lot of them seeming to be on Johnny Depp's side throughout this whole thing. Overwhelmingly, we have seen some in support of Amber Heard, but by and large, they have been in support of Johnny Depp. Now, before this verdict is read, I have to give you one important note here. There's an issue that could come up if this case is in fact appealed. It is a Virginia law called the anti-SLAPP statute. SLAPP stands for Strategic Lawsuits Against Public Participation, and it's supposed to protect free speech. Virginia has a lax anti-SLAPP law compared to other states, and so that's why they believe Johnny Depp filed it here instead of California. But in fact, if this case does come out in favor of Johnny Depp, Amber Heard's attorneys could bring that up, saying that this was a reason why she lost this case, and they could use that as a means to appeal this verdict. Again, we don't know what's going to happen. The 7-member jury is beginning deliberation at 9 o'clock today. Again, it's not the fanfare we've seen in days past. No one lined up as far as we can see behind us in the courthouse just yet. That could change, and if it does, of course, we'll be updating the story on our website, fox5dc.com, and beyond to let folks know what's happening. But the jury's expecting to deliberate. No telling how long that might be. If there's a verdict today, of course, we'll be sure to let you guys know exactly what that is. I'll toss it back to you, Gabby.
Thank you, Maureen. A really concise update and fascinating on those specific Virginia laws. It was quite the controversy when this trial was to be taking place in Virginia over California. Many expected that it would be happening in Los Angeles instead, but Johnny Depp's team very adamant about it taking place in Virginia, and now it all seems to make sense. Maureen Ume, thank you so very much for the update. And like you said, we will be live inside of that courtroom the second that verdict is read. We'll be touching base in coming days, no doubt about it. Thanks again for the time. I do want to take you out to a look at Fairfax, Virginia, that aerial view that we have been looking at for the past couple of really weeks now, 6 weeks. Hard to believe that we have been inside of this courtroom for 6 straight weeks, but we are going to continue our coverage of the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard trial. We will be live inside of this courtroom the second that we have a verdict. We also want to remind you all that we have 24/7 coverage of the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard trial over on our YouTube page. If you ever tune into Live Now from Fox and want to know what is happening inside of that courtroom, we usually have a feed that is live, raw, unfiltered, 100% coverage of the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard trial available for you always. We are going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we're going to take you back out to the Netherlands, where the International Criminal Court is discussing the very latest on those investigations into war crimes in Ukraine. All of those details coming up after this break. Good morning and welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios, and we are keeping you up to date on the latest headlines, not only nationally, but internationally as well. We are getting in a live feed into our newsroom from the Netherlands, where the International Criminal Court is actually discussing the very latest when it comes to war crimes that occurred in Ukraine. Of course, we are monitoring the very latest when it comes to Russia's invasion of Ukraine that has officially hit day 97. We are just 3 days shy of the 100-day mark, an invasion that began back on February 24th, 2022, that we have been covering since the very beginning. We do want to take you out live to the Netherlands and listen in here for the very latest details when it comes to these war crimes that Russia has allegedly committed. Hundreds of them are being tried, and we are getting the latest details live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. So let's listen back in.
The prosecutors will do everything under these values. For me, it's very important. That's why I think that we have good case, actually. Not last, of course, and for us, very important that such cases will be not only in our jurisdiction. But again, I understand that 95% of job, we should do it because we have in Ukraine war, we have everything on our ground, and it's a huge challenge for our judicial system. Other question, the second question was about yes, we have technical possibilities to exchange people who have sentences. It's possible. But again, it's not a question and not competence of Office of Prosecutor General. We have other institutions who have this mandate, not we.
Okay, we come to the end, but one very last short question here in the front, please, Reuters.
Hi, Stephanie Vandenberg from Reuters. I wanted to ask, with the explanation of Mr. Hamran, how the JIT works and all the collective evidence gathering, does that mean, and this then is for Prosecutor Khan, that all the evidence the ICC collects is also going to be available through this joint JIT network? And a joint question for Ms. Venediktova and Mr. Khan, are you talking about how to divide cases? Because you said it's good for you that Mr. Khan is on the ground and some cases can go to him. You know, how do you divide these cases? Thank you.
Perhaps if I can deal with it very quickly in terms of... So it's important, as the President of Eurojust mentioned, I've said repeatedly, and as the Prosecutor General of Ukraine has mentioned, we are independent, we have a particular mandate. It was an innovative decision to join the JIT and be accepted as a participant in the JIT. So we will have full access to the information that is collected by the other state parties, but we're not obliged to share everything we have with the JIT. It depends, because we also have a responsibility in relation to investigations regarding all sides, and that's really important. Can I also emphasize that these are not European values that we are protecting. It's very important. The ICC is not an arm of the European Union. These are human values. We're bound by these elemental considerations of humanity that are owned by people in Latin America, by Asia, by the Middle East, and all over the world. And I think this is very important to emphasize. The ICC has 123 state parties, from the Pacific Islands to the Caribbean to all over the world, Mongolia, Tajikistan, and of course Europe and elsewhere. And so what we're fighting for are these basic human standards in the 21st century.
Mr. Hamran, would you like to come in, or?
I think the reply of Mr. Khan was very complete.
Okay, thank you. That concludes this press conference. Sorry.
About dividing, yes, I think it's very important for us. For me, ICC, you mean like a Bayraktar and Javelin. It's mean what I can't do. I hope that ICC actually can do it. Again, international justice, it's absolutely other level of justice. We will cooperate. For us, very important that ICC have this case. Actually, when I was in October 2021, I asked Prosecutor Hunt would take cases about Ukrainian situation 2014. It means that we are very interested in our cooperation. And of course, the success of prosecutor of ICC, it is success of Ukraine as a state, and our success and Ukrainian prosecutors too.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you all for your attendance. That concludes this press conference. We have time for one-on-one interviews for those of you who had indicated.
And if you are just joining us, welcome into Live Now from Fox. This update has concluded. This was an update from the International Criminal Court on the war crime investigations currently occurring well, this is happening in the Netherlands, but it is on the war crimes committed by Russian military and Russian officials on the ground in Ukraine. We are going to work to get you the very latest and continue to monitor the very latest when it comes to these war crime investigations, as we have officially hit day 97 of the war in Ukraine. We also are keeping a very close eye on Fairfax, Virginia, as the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard trial is set to resume in just 4 minutes' time. The jury is going to convene once again after they took a break, like many of you tuning in for the Memorial Day weekend. They are going to convene and continue their deliberations after we did hear closing arguments on Friday. As soon as we have a live look at this newsroom and at this courtroom, I should say, we'll take you there live, raw, and unfiltered, although, of course, there will be no camera inside of the jury deliberations. So we will just be keeping a very close eye out for a signal of a verdict. And as soon as that verdict comes in, you all will be live, raw, and unfiltered inside of that courtroom. We also are monitoring this feed coming into our newsroom. This is a live look outside of the European Union. We do know that the European Union leaders have agreed to ban 90% of Russian oil by the end of the year. We are expecting to hear from French President Emmanuel Macron as he departs the EU Council Summit in Brussels. Today, EU leaders actually met. They were set to discuss grain exports, a bit of a crisis occurring in Ukraine as Russian forces have taken control of port city Mariupol and also heavy fighting in Odessa. Those are two ports that are used heavily to export grain to the world. And so we are going to work to get you the very latest on any conclusions discussed by the European Union today. So a lot of feeds coming into our newsroom. We are live, wide, and worldwide, as we always are here on Live Now from Fox. It is 8:58 here on the East Coast. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. More news on the other side. Good morning and welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, on this Tuesday morning, and we do have a bit of exciting news to bring to you all. First and foremost, I want to take you out to a live look at the White House because later on today, K-pop group BTS are going to be meeting with President Joe Biden, and they are going to be attending the latest press secretary briefing. This is a bit of news coming into our newsroom, and it's a bit of different news, which is what we like to cover here on Live Now from Fox. We bring you all of the top stories, and we can report to you all that BTS, the Grammy-nominated South Korean boy band, are going to join President Joe Biden to talk about Asian inclusion and representation. We do know that they are going to be at the next press secretary briefing. Of course, we bring those to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. So that's going to be coming up a little bit later on today. Something to definitely bookmark in your daily calendar. We are, of course, also monitoring to shift gears President Joe Biden's response, of course, on a slew of topics, not only inflation, because he is set to meet today with Federal Chair Jerome Powell. They are going to discuss the very latest when it comes to not only inflation, but the state of the American economy and global economy, as the national average for gas hits a new record high of $4.62 a gallon. We'll work to get you any updates that we have on that situation live now from Fox. We also are getting feeds into our newsroom from overseas. The European Union have just finished their latest meeting. This, of course, comes just a day after they confirm that they are not only assessing the latest when it comes to grain exports and that crisis occurring on day 97 of the war in Ukraine, but they have also agreed to ban 90% of Russian oil by the end of the year. This ban officially stops all oil from coming in via the sea. It does still allow the pipeline to function from Russia, and so this is the latest update coming into our newsroom and the latest way that the European Union is sanctioning Russia. The details of this is that Ukraine says Russia has prevented the export not only of oil to certain European countries, but also the export of 22 million tons of its grain. And so these are two stories that the Biden administration will also be keeping a close eye on, because they also directly correlate with the global and American economy. Sticking on the topic of the war in Ukraine, we did get an update earlier this morning on the nuclear facilities that are located in Ukraine. We do know that very early on in this invasion, this was a big target for Russian leaders, and we do have an update here from officials on the ground in Ukraine. So I do want to play this back for you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox.
It's quite intense due to the martial law, and the most dangerous situation is with the nuclear objects, the civil nuclear objects in Ukraine. We have 4 nuclear stations in Ukraine operating, and one of them currently, Zaporizhzhia nuclear station, for 2 months is occupied by occupants, and they're there on the nuclear station. And that's the biggest nuclear station, not only in Ukraine, but in Europe. And we have 6 energy blocks there, 6,000 megawatt of electricity it produces. And this station now, over 500 soldiers of Russian Federation are there. Also have equipment, armored vehicles, tanks, or all military vehicles for infantry, and also explosives, and also weapons, items that don't have to be on the nuclear objects. That creates very dangerous conditions for employees to work there. We continue control of the station from the standpoint of use of it, and the personnel operates under our technical supervision and follows our instructions. Also, fuel anchor blocks operate and work for energy system of Ukraine, the electricity sufficient with atomic energy for energy system of Ukraine. At the same time, the personnel works under big pressure of occupants and their effects of humiliation, personnel being humiliated by occupants. Some of them were kidnapped by occupants. About a week ago, one of our employees of repair was shot at his home from by occupants. And right now he's wounded, he's severely wounded, and he's in a hospital. He was shot from AK, and he's still alive, and doctors are struggling to save his life. This situation of capturing the nuclear object and capturing nuclear objects in Ukraine, it's the first in a history when occupants can actually enter the country like Ukraine, who has a developed nuclear infrastructure, and for the first time nuclear station were attacked from the tanks, and they were shooting the objects and infrastructure of the nuclear station. That's for the first time. It's nuclear terrorisms, facts of nuclear terrorisms from the occupants. And we believe that it will be evaluated and the occupants will be punished, will get well-deserved punishment. To ensure safety in Ukraine and in the world, and to sustain this safety and security, we need to free the nuclear station, occupied nuclear station, from Russian occupants. Thank you, Mr. Petro. Lately, we are hearing a lot of communications that we're sufficient enough to provide our own electricity for ourselves, but we understand that exports is additional money for the budget. Are we prepared for to export electric energy? There are technical issues and an economical space and political. Technically, so 3 dimensions to it. So technically, we're limited to the landlines that we have connected with Europe. We're connected to the European energy system, and overall capability is about 700 megawatt. So in the end of the day, in the situation that we currently have, we'll be able to export about 700 megawatt. Right now we have agreements about 200 megawatt with a gradual increase of exports in October to reach 700. Also, there are additional lines that we're working on to launch them. Firstly, that's the line between Khmelnytskyi nuclear station and Rzeszów in Poland. This line could add about 1,000 megawatt to exports. How fast we can do that, it will depend on the will of Poland and Ukraine and on the technical solutions and technical decisions will be made. We have several online questions from Confirm. First, we have uranium ore reserves and some elements we import. Can we produce those elements for atomic reactors ourselves? The element to produce those elements for atomic reactors, first we need zirconium tubes, zirconium plus niobium, the blend, and the line. We would need the line to make those tubes, zirconium tubes. That's a 9.1 millimeter diameter tubes and 3.3 and a half meters length. Those tubes we cannot produce ourselves in Ukraine, and someday in Ukraine we used to have zirconium production. However, currently it doesn't exist for a long time. And Dnieperspetsstal enterprise, they had a situation that they closed it, and to renew it we would need investment about $150 million just to produce zirconium and to make special mix out of it. And out of that mix, it would be needed to make those tubes. Therefore, naturally, to the extent, in the amount of fuel that we produce in Ukraine, there is no sense to make those huge investments to make zirconium in Ukraine. It's a lot cheaper, a lot economically beneficial, more economically beneficial to import this part from abroad. Also, next question, to make that, well, we need uranium pills. We have uranium ore. We can make uranium product, uranium concentrate, but after that, it has to be enriched. And after that, those pills, so-called pills, are made out of it. We don't have economical, political, or technical technologies, and we don't have the license to make those operations of uranium enrichments in Ukraine. Therefore, currently, it's impossible for us. Before the full-scale invasion, Energoatom and Western House agreed on finishing construction of Kharkiv, of Hayas atomic station. What are the plans? We continue all investment projects what we planned before the war. And during the martial law, we finished. It's a witness of our intention. We've finished 3 big projects. First, we received the license for launching Skyat in Chernobyl zone, and we can load fuel there in the containers and install them in Skyat. Second, we launched Hydra unit in Tashlik. It's fully attached to energy system of Ukraine, 150 megawatt of electricity, and that capacity allows us for maneuver that we lack. Also, it's a large-scale project. And the third, we recently, just 2 days ago, launched the second step of Southern atomic station, a third and fourth pool of chilling of Tashlik water basin. This this will allow us in the summertime to the full use the Southern atomic station. In summer, it will be 600 megawatt from Southern Ukrainian atomic station. Also, we continue operation preparing the platform for Khmelnytsky atomic station, as you asked, and we planned a lot of operations this week and the pending weeks, and you will hear about it, indubitably. Also, one more online question. At the start of full-scale invasion and Rivne atomic station, there were Rosatom employees that were working with, and there were issues that they were afraid to return home. What is the destiny of those people, of Rosatom people? They were exchanged for Ukrainian citizens. And in that period, they accompanied the cargo with fuel that was moved here to Rivne atomic station. There were 4 people. They had to accompany the cargo to keep it secure, and if there is some emergency situation, to react technically to that cargo. They were on the territory of Rivne atomic station for 1 month, and the war started. But according to the contract agreement, they had to stay there because, well, the contract ends after the elements that were brought had to be unloaded. After they were unloaded, they were given to the security service of Ukraine. They made a statement that you're saying, and they were transferred to Russian. Please, questions to your colleagues. Japanese company Nishiki, does there exist technological danger to cut nuclear energy produced in Zaporizhia from the territory of Ukraine and give it only to occupied territory? Well, technically, or in theory, everything is possible. We can fantasize and speak about theories, how it's possible to do, but currently there are no preconditions for it in current conditions. It's impossible in current conditions because Zaporizhzhia atomic plant, nuclear plant, it's connected to the energy system of Ukraine. It's fully works in the energy system of Ukraine, and it's connected to hydroelectric station next to Zaporizhzhia nuclear station. And with the lines, it's connected to the energy system of Ukraine. In order to, there are some lines for Crimea, but they've been damaged since 2015. So it's all possible to do, but it would require a lot of time, a lot of work onto project, firstly, and huge investments to do it, to implement it. Speaking about the expenses and time, we can compare it to the construction of Crimean Bridge. Speaking of time frames and investments, it will be close to connect, that would require to connect Zaporizhzhia nuclear plant to the occupied territory.
Hey, you mentioned the Russian army create very dangerous situation by putting explosives and weapons near the plant. And do you think Russian army recognize the danger? And how do you monitor the situation? I mean the security situation. Thank you.
What I would like to say on this, well, we understand that explosives on the platform of nuclear plant where it can accidentally explode, it's really dangerous. It's there with the nuclear objects where there are many nuclear materials there. 6 reactors fully filled with nuclear material, fresh fuel, 6 basins near to reactions, 6 pools. Also, it has nuclear material that was already processed, that is stored there until it's possible to remove it from the nuclear blocks. And also there is dry storage for processed nuclear fuel at 7th nuclear station that represents danger. When Russians entered this territory of Zaporizhzhia nuclear station, the convoy had tanks, armored infantry vehicles, Ural infantry vehicles, and they started shooting the administrative buildings and the coordination center that they destroyed, and also infrastructure of the station. They also damaged the piping that connects nuclear blocks with a special block, so-called special block, with a building where special water is prepared for energy blocks. Also, they hit block transformator of the 6th block. And it's a miracle that we didn't have a fire there. So this all, when they entered there, all the time when they started shooting energy blocks, via loudspeakers from the station, the information was constantly conveyed in Russian. Stop. This is a nuclear object. Stop shooting. Your actions could lead to nuclear catastrophe, but it didn't stop them. They weren't listening. Then we just asked them, why did you come? Nobody understood what was the purpose of capturing first the Chernobyl nuclear station, then they left it. Now they captured Zaporizhzhia nuclear station, and we understand what they're doing there and why they're there. What's the purpose? So they damage the physical protection, physical safety of nuclear station, but operative use safety, nuclear safety, it's sustained by our personnel. For them, the Russians just make up why they captured it. Just the question that you asked right now about moving energy to Russia. Also, they said they will sell energy to Ukraine. That's why we captured it, they say. But this is nonsense. Actually, it's nonsense. They make things up. It's impossible to implement what they're saying. Therefore, to say today that they really understand why they're there, why they captured it, we don't have an impression that they understand why they're there, why they captured it. And the main is psychological pressure on personnel. This danger is really severe because our personnel, our people, our specialists, instead of thinking of radiological safety, they firstly think what happened to their families in Energodar, where the occupants act as murderers, where they stop people, they capture people, where they beat people, where they torture people, torture civilians. Victor Melnikov, CGTN. Please tell us, how many percent the energy production will drop in the country? Well, I can tell you that since the start of the war, the consumption, electric energy dropped. The consumption dropped. It dropped, for the most part, from the industry, from the industry sector, roughly by 38%. On industry, it shortened about 18%. It shortened for civilians, for civilian consumers, meaning the population. Thus, overall, about 30%, the consumption dropped. And for our station, we produce about a half for what we could produce. Practically half of it, of an energy block, just works. And I want to remind that 4 months ago, in winter, all 15 energy blocks were operating, and now only a half. And the majority of energy blocks on the Zaporizhzhia station are stopped. They're in cold state. That's the most safe for those energy blocks. The other energy blocks that are operating right now, they're more than sufficient to provide to cover the demand that exists.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Everybody, thank you so much for joining us here on the show. It is just before 9:30 in the morning here on the East Coast, and here's a look at some of the top stories that we are following today. President Joe Biden is expected to meet with Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell about inflation later today. They will be meeting at the White House around 1:15 in the afternoon, and their meeting comes as gas prices are hitting another new high. AAA now reporting that the new national average for a gallon of unleaded gasoline is now $4.62 a gallon, which is up from about $3.04 that we were paying exactly a year ago. And instead of celebrating the start of summer, the tight-knit community in Uvalde, Texas, is starting the long and painful process of saying goodbye to the 19 children and 2 teachers who were shot and killed inside of Robb Elementary School exactly 1 week ago today. Funeral services for 2 of the victims were held yesterday, and we do know this week funerals are planned for the other 11 children and one of their teachers, Irma Garcia. The Department of Justice, as we initially reported to you over the weekend, is now investigating the police response to that deadly shooting. Again, that was initially reported over the weekend on Sunday. And also, the jury in the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard defamation trial will resume deliberations today. After 6 weeks of testimony and evidence, lawyers for Depp and Heard presented closing arguments on Friday. The jury, however, took a break over the holiday weekend and again will be deliberating whether or not Amber Heard defamed Johnny Depp in her 2018 op-ed about being a survivor of domestic and sexual abuse. You can see a live shot of Fairfax, Virginia, where that is currently underway at this very moment. Usually we do bring you live inside of the courtroom, but now that there have been closing arguments and that the jury is deliberating, we will only get live shots inside of the courtroom as soon as the jury reaches a verdict. So we do want to bring you some video here of inside of the courtroom over the past 6 weeks. As you know, Johnny Depp took the stand, Amber Heard took the stand, and really dozens of other witnesses and experts as well. So those jury deliberations, again, resuming at this very moment in Fairfax, Virginia. We want to head to a full story on this topic with our Fox's Ashley Dvorkin.
We ask you to give Mr. Depp his life back.
A jury heard closing arguments in Johnny Depp's $50 million libel case against ex-wife Amber Heard. The 58-year-old actor's attorneys claim Heard ruined Depp's life by falsely telling the world she was a survivor of domestic abuse at the hands of Mr. Depp.
Mr. Depp wasn't canceled by Hollywood because he was sometimes late to set. He was canceled because Ms. Heard falsely accused him of domestic violence and sexual violence on the pages of the Washington Post.
They said the case has never been about money nor punishing Heard, but about Depp's reputation and, quote, freeing him from the prison in which he has lived for the past 6 years.
If you didn't take pictures, it didn't happen. If you did take pictures, they're fake. If you didn't tell your friends, you're lying.
Heard's lawyer began their closing argument, saying Depp and his team are sending a dangerous message to victims of domestic abuse. They counter this case is a campaign of humiliation against Heard after she filed for divorce. Throughout the trial, Heard testified about more than a dozen episodes of physical and sexual assault by Depp. Depp denies the accounts and claims Heard was the abuser in the relationship.
You cannot simultaneously protect and uphold the First Amendment and find in favor of Johnny Depp on his claim.
Both sides presented final arguments over the 2018 Washington Post op-ed at the center of the trial, in which Heard describes herself as a public figure representing domestic abuse. Depp's side said he was defamed, even though his name wasn't mentioned. Heard's side said statements she wrote were not false and are protected by the First Amendment. This 6-week high-profile trial now goes to the jury. In Hollywood, Ashley Dvorkin, Fox News.
Ashley, as always, thank you for that report. As we said, those jury deliberations currently underway at the moment. We could get a verdict as early as today. However, this was a pretty lengthy trial, 6 weeks, as we mentioned. Heard testified. Johnny Depp took the stand twice, and we have also heard from dozens of other witnesses and experts throughout this 6-week trial. And again, those closing arguments were on Friday. We want to head to a conversation with our own LiveNow's Daytona Everett, who spoke to a lawyer on those closing arguments and goes a little bit more in depth about the potential timeline of the verdict.
Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Closing arguments got underway in Johnny Depp's high-profile defamation lawsuit against his ex-wife, Amber Heard. If you haven't heard of it before, welcome. We have been covering it for a long time. It was 6 weeks of drama coming to a close today at a courthouse in Fairfax County, Virginia. Heard testifies that Depp physically and sexually assaulted her over a dozen times. In closing arguments, Depp's lawyers said that Heard is a deeply troubled person, calling her the abuser. Depp is, of course, suing Heard for $50 million over a 2018 op-ed that she wrote in the Washington Post describing herself as a public figure representing domestic abuse. Depp's lawyers say that he was defamed by the article even though it never mentioned his name. Heard filed a $100 million counterclaim against her husband, or former husband, I should say, after his lawyer called her accusations a hoax. Heard's lawyers will present their arguments and already did today in the courtroom. Jury deliberations were underway. Now they have ended for the evening and for the rest of the weekend. To break all of this down, I want to bring in legal analyst Julie Rendelman. Julie, thanks for being with us. So they're done for the day, and it's going to all pick back up again on Tuesday. That was a really quick breakdown of what this trial is all about, who's accusing who of what. What could we possibly hear? Could we hear a verdict on Tuesday? And if we do, what would that look like?
So yes, we could hear a verdict on Tuesday. Look, they've been evaluating a ton of evidence. Remember, this case lasted, what is it? I don't even remember. Is it 2 months or 3 months? And during that time, there was voluminous number of witnesses, exhibits. There was videos even for them to watch. So there's a lot for them to take in. And keep in mind, in Virginia, it has to be unanimous. So they have to make a decision together. And people don't always agree on everything. Sometimes at the end of the day, they don't come back with any verdict. And so Tuesday, you know, like the hope is that we'll see a verdict next week. The last thing anyone wants is for there not to be a resolution in this case. Now, when you say, what can that verdict look like? What can that decision look like? There's so many possibilities of what that could look like. They could find that Amber Heard defamed Johnny Depp. They could find Johnny Depp defamed Amber Heard. They could find neither defamed either one of them. They could find both of them defamed each other, but find that neither of them are entitled to damages. Or they could find that both defamed each other and they both are entitled to damages. I give you so many scenarios because it really is kind of this mathematical equation that I couldn't even come up with the potential resolution, because it really is, there's so many options that could happen in this case. And the hope obviously is they come back with a decision so we don't deal with this again.
And the dollar amount could also vary too, depending on if there was defamation. If they say yes, Amber Heard was defamed, or yes, Johnny Depp was defamed, they have to determine what that dollar amount would be too, right?
Sure, and there's a presumption if someone's defamed of some dollar amount. And remember, there's punitive and then there's, you know, just the regular damages. And so, look, they can come back and go, well, it was worth $1. They could come back and say it's worth even more than either side is requesting. You know, I said this multiple times and I'll say it again. I think when it comes to Johnny Depp, he could care less about whether he gets a nickel. He only cares about clearing his name. And I think that's one of the things that his attorneys focused on, is that this is his chance to clear his name. And I think they made it clear that he didn't care that much about the actual dollar amount.
Well, according to Amber Heard, she also says that it's not about the, you know, the money too. That is up for interpretation. Speaking of what's been said inside of the courtroom, we had closing arguments today from both sides. What were your biggest takeaways?
So, you know, I think both sides did a fantastic job. I'll say throughout the trial, I was more impressed with Johnny Depp's team. I thought the big thing they were able to do that was better than the other side was cross-examination. Each of them were incredibly skilled. The other side did a good job, but were not as strong throughout the case. Summations for me were a little bit different. I thought that both sides did a good job, but I thought that Amber Heard's team nailed it. And I think the reason that I think that is one of the big distinctions is that Amber's team really went into the facts and how the facts fit into the law. And one of the takeaways for me is that they focused in on the fact that an abuser does not have to be a physical abuser in order for a person to determine that they were in fact the victim or the person that perpetrated domestic violence. And they used that in terms of this case to say, we don't have to show physical injury. There's a broad view and definition of that. And that allows the jury some room for interpretation as to what she meant in that op-ed piece. So I thought they did both sides did a fantastic job, but I got to give this one to Amber Heard's team.
Wow, very interesting there. Well, we, of course, have jury deliberations, and it's always so tough when we're talking about this, and timeline is always top of mind. People are wondering, when are we going to get some answers on this? You have no crystal ball, but if you were to say, I mean, how long do you predict and expect this to go?
So it's a great question, and I always laugh because it's like reading tea leaves. We have no idea when this jury is going to come back, and again I say we also don't know if they'll ever come back. I mean, hopefully they'll come back to the courthouse, but they could at the end of the day not agree. These are people that are coming together to make these decisions, and there's so many contradictory pieces of evidence that one juror could say, I believe one side, and the other juror could say another. Mm-hmm. I hope that they're able to come together with some sort of decision, in the early part of the week, or at least indicate that they're not able to come to a decision at that point.
So what happens for these jury members over the weekend? It's a long weekend. Do they just have to sit in their rooms? What does that typically look like?
Well, look, the judge always gives instructions not to look at what's on TV, media. This one's been very tough for people to avoid. The one good thing is this is a holiday weekend, so I would think that this might be the first time that people are walking away from their computers and kind of living their life, celebrating with their families. So it might be the perfect time for people to not, especially the jurors, to ignore this and kind of remove everything and then come back together and really think about what the right outcome is, whether it be for Amber Heard, Johnny Depp, or whatever they believe is the appropriate outcome.
Well, speaking of outcomes, what do you think is going to happen, Julie?
So I'm always worried that, look, there's been a lot of backlash about having opinions on one side or the other. I'll be honest. I think that what the defense's argument was incredibly, when I say the defense, Amber Heard's team was very effective in terms of, narrowing down kind of, or explaining the definition of abuse. I think for the jury, they have to decide something. I believe that they'll find that Amber Heard was abusive towards Johnny Depp. Physically. And the question becomes, can someone claim to be the victim of abuse when they themselves are also an abuser? I think that's something the jury's really going to have to think about when they're deciding kind of what the ultimate outcome is. I think Johnny Depp does have a much more powerful case with regards to the statements from his attorney. I don't think that Amber Heard has a leg to stand on with regards to that. I'm often wrong in my predictions, but I think that that's quite an uphill battle for her team.
Julie Rendelman, we will, I'm sure, be discussing this on Tuesday as we'll be waiting. It could come at any time. They could come together and immediately make a decision in the morning on Tuesday, or it could take us into the rest of next week as well. We'll be on it from beginning to end here. Any last thoughts?
I'm excited about the weekend to not think about it. Yeah. Look, this has been an emotional ride for both parties. And that's something I think, anyone watching should recognize, whether you believe one side, whether you believe the other. I always think about, no matter what you think, this is such an intimate event between these two individuals. And at the end of the day, I hope that both of them can move on with their lives, regardless of the outcome.
Yep. And it'll be interesting to see if any movie deals are made after this, even about the trial itself. Julie Rendelman, thanks for being with us here on the show. As always, we so appreciate you. Have a great weekend.
You too.
And as always, a huge thanks to our own LiveNow's Daytona Everett for that conversation. We do want to take you out to the nation's capital today, where we know a bipartisan group of senators will meet in Washington to discuss new gun control legislation. And this, of course, comes exactly 1 week after that mass school shooting in Uvalde, Texas. Efforts are expected to focus on mental health and red flag laws to help identify people who are considering violence. However, a proposed ban on assault-style weapons is not expected to go anywhere. President Biden is promising new action on gun control, but as our Fox News correspondent Doug Lazater reports from Capitol Hill, Congress will have to do the heavy lifting.
President Biden says he can only do so much. So at this point, all of this is in the hands of a divided Congress. A steady progression of funerals this week in Texas. The Department of Justice now reviewing how law enforcement responded to the attack that left 19 children and 2 teachers dead. When President Biden visited over the weekend, a crowd yelled, "Do something." "We will," the president told them. But a day later, he suggested his hands were tied.
I can't outlaw a weapon. I can't, change the background check. I can't do that.
Congress is still on break this week, but behind the scenes, there are bipartisan negotiations that are underway again today. And there is a very limited sense of optimism.
One thing I hope does not happen is that the various parties sort of fall back into their typical talking points. I hope we will try to look in a clear-eyed way at what happened.
Efforts are likely to focus on mental health and perhaps encouraging states to pass red flag laws to help identify those who are contemplating violence. But the proposed bans on types of weapons, like assault-style rifles, may not pass muster with the courts.
There you get into serious difficulty. I think people who want to just, say we're going to ban assault weapons, which is their term for AR-15, are going to have a rude awakening.
A rude awakening, he says, because the Supreme Court has expanded Second Amendment protections in recent years. In Washington, Doug Lazater, Fox News.
Doug, thank you for that report. We do want to take you live out to Uvalde, Texas, at this very moment, where you can see the memorial outside of Robb Elementary School growing there with flowers, balloons surrounding that fountain right in the middle of this very area. A lot of people there sitting there to pay their respects to the 21 victims who were shot and killed inside of their classroom in Robb Elementary exactly 1 week ago today. We do know that more funerals are underway for some of the victims. Just yesterday, services were held for 10-year-old Amory Jo Garza and 10-year-old Maddie Rodriguez. And we do know that because there are so many victims, funerals are expected to stretch into mid-June. Our Fox's Rebecca Castor has the latest.
The community still has a lot of unanswered questions, and they're hoping this DOJ investigation will address some of those. But at the same time, this community is trying to take steps towards healing. You can see the growing memorial that sits outside the school behind me, and all day it's been a steady flow of people coming to pay their respects, just one of many ways that people are trying to process the deep emotions behind this tragedy. A powerful moment in Uvalde's town square this weekend as hundreds gathered to worship and pray for healing.
We are here to pray for the people here, to bring the light to Uvalde, to spread prayer, to just lift people up and let them know that Jesus is here with them no matter what.
One man traveling all the way from Detroit to carry a cross through the town.
This is the light of the world, and all God wants us to do is hold it up, and that's what our intention is, just so everyone can see the light and know that the light will never go out.
The downtown memorial now triple in size. Many of the flowers coming from a shop right down the street. The owner tells us everything about this is personal.
It's painful because from day one, we make flowers for them when the child is born. We make flowers for their first birthday. We make flowers for their pre-K graduation. We make flowers when it's father-daughter dance at Robb's school. So it hurts right now, everybody.
Others are taking their pain to the pavement. Jason Portillo is a police officer from San Antonio, but he grew up in Uvalde. We met as he was running 21 miles for the 21 victims.
I just felt being in my hometown, I needed to do something.
President Biden and the First Lady visited Uvalde on Sunday after being met with these chants from members of the community. Biden pointed to the crowd and said, "We will." While President Biden was in Uvalde, he met with the grieving families, first responders, and state leaders. In an interview with local reporters here, one state senator says that Biden is suggesting tearing down the school and building a new one. In Uvalde, Texas, Rebecca Castor, Fox News.
Rebecca, thank you for that report. A crowdsourcing campaign has now raised more than $2.5 million for 4 children left orphaned and without their parents after that mass shooting in Uvalde. Their mother, Irma Garcia, taught at Robb Elementary School for 23 years. She was one of the victims to die last Tuesday while protecting children in her classroom from the shooter. Her husband, as you can see there in this photo, the kids' father, died of a heart attack just 2 days later. Their children range in age from 12 to just 23 years old. And we do want to take you back out live to the scene in Uvalde, Texas, where again you can see that memorial growing larger and larger day by day. As we said, funerals are underway for several of the victims this week. We know at least 11 of them are going to be laid to rest this week in Uvalde, Texas. And all of this, along with growing outrage over what appears to be a bungled response to the mass shooting by local law enforcement. The Justice Department now investigating the police response after many parents and witnesses of the shooting expressed outrage over some police not entering the school and those 19 officers standing in the hallway while the shooter was still inside of that 4th grade classroom. Our Fox News correspondent Jeff Paul has the latest.
In a city of 16,000 people, losing just one is hard enough.
It's devastating because they were almost done with school and they were barely starting their life.
But the loss of 19 young minds and 2 women who helped shape them creates a gap that'll never be filled.
It's painful because from day one, we make flowers for them when the child is born. We make flowers for their first birthday. It hurts right now, everybody.
On this Memorial Day, Texas Governor Greg Abbott wants the focus to also be on Uvalde.
As Texans, we must come together and lift up Uvalde and support them in every way that we possibly can.
It's a call to action that greeted Governor Abbott while he joined President Joe Biden during his visit on Sunday. President Biden vowing, I will, to a community devastated and desperate for change.
I grew up here in Uvalde, and it breaks my heart. I have no words.
Silence from Uvalde's police department, whose response that day, along with the school district police and other responding law enforcement, will get a formal critical incident review by the Department of Justice. One of the most glaring revelations, nearly 20 officers stood in the hallway of the school for more than 45 minutes before getting inside to kill the shooter. Democratic Texas State Senator Roland Gutierrez, like many in Uvalde, was stunned to learn children were inside the room with the shooter, some in the school even calling 911, begging for police to help.
1 round for this little girl, likely bled out. Had we had law enforcement going in there earlier, this little girl might have lived.
It's already hard enough for students at Robb Elementary School to fathom going back to school, let alone into the exact buildings where the shooting unraveled. So lawmakers are already talking about knocking down the school and building a new one. In Uvalde, Texas, Jeff Paul, Fox News.
Jeff, thank you for that report. Again, just another look at this growing memorial. You can see members of the community and media there gathering to pay their respects, bringing balloons and flowers for those 21 victims. We do want to switch gears and take you out to Brussels, Belgium at this very moment, where we currently have the European Union Council President and also the European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen giving a news conference on the second day of the EU Council Summit, again happening live here in Brussels, Belgium.
To bring out parts of this wheat through land route and trains towards our parts. It is not trivial, and it is, of course, more tedious and expensive, but it is necessary to get this wheat out. The second point that is important, that we now give relief to the vulnerable populations and the possibility to afford the food. For that, we have pledged €2.5 billion, and we propose to mobilize reserves from the European Development Fund to support, for example, sub-Saharan Africa. The third element in that is that we step up our own food production. We expect a record export of cereals of 40 million tons. Scenario, we call on all partners not to restrict global trade on agricultural products. So any kind of trade restrictions have absolutely no place in our member states or globally. And finally, but this is the mid and long term, we really have to develop better strategies, for example, in North Africa and Sub-Saharan Africa, to increase the production and the resilience with new technologies, precision farming, the nanotechnologies that are out there. So a lot of topics that are combined to this food topic, from the urgency to the mid and to the long term. We will coordinate all our actions with the Team Europe approach to feed into this work. I will travel to Cairo mid-June to discuss all these issues with President al-Sisi, because we have to look at them not only from a European Ukraine perspective, but also
solidarity lines and calls for the EU member states for help in the export could add up to the capacity sufficient for exporting Ukrainian wheat this year, this summer. If not, because it seems for now it's too little, what would be your comment on these ideas of transporting the wheat through Belarus, on the price of it through Belarus to Baltic states? And if not, do you see any diplomatic possibility to convince or to make
would be the first priority, because there are 22 million tons of grains that are blocked in Ukraine, especially in Odessa. And a few weeks ago, when I went to Odessa, I had the occasion to see with my own eyes what's the situation on the ground. And for instance, countries like Egypt and other countries in Africa, they are victims of this situation. It means that we fully support all the efforts made by the United Nations in order to find an agreement to open a maritime corridor to the Black Sea. It would be the best option in order to make sure it's possible to export grains. But we are not certain. We are not certain it will work. We hope it will be possible to get agreement on that important topic, and that's why we are also working with the Commission on those green lanes in order to facilitate.
Okay, is this the party line then?
And with the leaders today and yesterday.
All right, which number is Grady's in
order to develop alternative routes, but we know that it's more difficult, it's more expensive, it's more difficult for obvious logistical reasons.
He was calling that
one. To facilitate in order to reduce.
Try again? Yeah, we'll try again here.
Which is also an important question. About Belarus and the access towards the Baltic Sea,
on the same line
we understand that there were also talks at the level of the United Nations on that topic, and we support all these efforts. But in the short term, we don't see a concrete achievement. And you know that we have decided sanctions on Belarus, on the potash and fertilizers, for instance.
Do you want me to talk to you through the phone or through my microphone?
against the Kremlin, also against Belarus, because we feel that
hang on one
this
second.
country is helping a lot.
Okay, do you hear me?
In the framework of this war launched by Russia against Ukraine.
Yeah. Only little to add. Charles described indeed our efforts, or the international efforts in the Black Sea. It is important not to underestimate the work we can do now, and we are doing now. Indeed, these 20 million tons are there. On average, Ukraine exported in normal times 5 million tons per month. Now we are at least at a range between 200,000 and 1 million ton per month with these measures of the green lanes, for example. Very tedious, very difficult, lots of effort, but it's something you can do right now, and we are doing right now, while the other efforts for the bigger picture, of course, are still ongoing.
Yuri, you are next.
Yes, thank you very much, Yuri Shiko, Ukrainian service of Deutsche Welle. I have a question first about the embargo on oil. It, of course, is great that the EU reached this deal, but if you look at the message it sends to Russia, it looks like it says to Russia that Russia has still time, 6-8 more months to continue destroying Ukraine till the embargo enters into force. And it says like Russia has all this time in order to find other buyers for this oil. So my question is, which message do you see it sends to Russia, and how it helps to stop war now? And the second question is also, because you discussed today a lot of energy, what do you see? Ukraine is connected to European continental electricity grid already for a couple of months, and I know that the work is going on the commercial of selling of Ukrainian electricity to the EU countries. So which perspective do you see? I think it's rather to Frau von der Leyen question. Which perspective do you see here? How soon it might start, this commercial trade of electricity with Ukraine, and how can it help also Europe in its energy transition? Thank you very much.
I think it was an outstanding success that we were able to connect the electricity grid that fast. You must know that in February, beginning of March, there was a planned decoupling of the Ukrainian electricity grid from the Russian electricity grid, with initially the plan to recouple again and take 2 years to then join the European Union. Of course, when the war hit, it was absolutely impossible to recouple Ukraine to the Russian grid, and we managed within 2 weeks to couple the Ukrainian grid to the European one, and this was and is a big success. And therefore, I think it also shows that we have ongoing work during the war that always improves and supports the situation of Ukraine. So it's very important not only to stare at the war, which is atrocious and horrible, but to never give up on doing the daily work to improve the situation of Ukraine itself. For your wider question, I think we have to look at 2 points. It is a wind-down period in 6 to 8 months till the end of the year. So it's not an abrupt and full speed supply during that time and then abrupt end, but a clear reduction of oil already. One figure I have on the top of my head is, for example, Germany told us that since the beginning of the year, where they started with 35% Russian oil, they are already down to 12% Russian oil. This shows that by just working hard on not renewing contracts, finishing contracts, and looking at other suppliers, you can fill this wind-down period much better. And most importantly, in the back is, of course, the whole big package of 6 sanctions. And these sanctions are biting hard and are really destroying, and that's the goal, the basis, the financial basis of Putin leading this war and hitting hard the Russian economy.
I would like to also say a few words about that important question, because I think that when we were in Versailles a few weeks ago, not many observers would have thought that it would have been possible for us only in a few weeks to take such a concrete and strong decision. We have decided to sanction Russia by banning Russian oil. This is extremely important. And we will succeed in the following months to implement that decision. And Ursula is right when she said that it will break the financing of the Russian war machine. This is our goal. And we have two tools that we have.
And if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we are listening in to the European Union Council Summit currently underway in Brussels, Belgium, talking about a wide range of topics, of course, including Russia's war in Ukraine, which is now going on day 97. We do want to dip out of this and cut away just for a moment, bring you back out live to the stock board. Stocks just opening about 30 minutes ago. You can see the New York Stock Exchange down about 362 points at this moment. We, of course, will continue to monitor this throughout the day. But on this very same topic, talking about the economy, our money, and, of course, finances, we do know that President Biden will be meeting with the Federal Reserve Chair later today to tackle some issues surrounding inflation. It's going to be the first time the president is meeting with Jerome Powell since he was confirmed to the position for a second term. And this, of course, comes as inflation is hitting a 40-year high earlier this year. So we do want to head out to Chicago, Illinois, where we have Fox Business Network's Grady Trimble joining us live right now. Grady, I see you're at a gas station. I can see the numbers behind you. Looks like $5 maybe and 49 cents a gallon. The president's meeting with the Federal Reserve Chair comes as inflation is reaching a 40-year high, and just today we hit another record high for gas prices. So tell me, what do you think we can expect to see out of this meeting?
So I wouldn't expect anything groundbreaking, to be honest with you, Mackenzie. That's because the president, in his op-ed in the Wall Street Journal today and other times previously, has reiterated that he doesn't plan to influence the Federal Reserve in its decision-making. Instead, he says it's primarily their responsibility to get a handle on the inflation that we've been seeing by rising interest rates, which we've already seen them do in the past two meetings, expected to raise interest rates once again going forward. So I think what he's going to do is just reiterate that, you know, these interest rates do need to increase, which there's bipartisan agreement that increasing interest rates will help bring down inflation. But a lot of Republicans especially, and many economists, have said that interest rates should have increased a long time ago to prevent the inflation that we're seeing right now in energy and pretty much across the board in all industries.
And I wanted to ask, you know, you are standing at a gas station. Clearly, Americans, everybody really has been feeling the impacts of inflation. This meeting sort of appears to be a formality, but in the long term, you know, we are expecting a press conference, I believe, later today after their meeting. What do you think, you know, what sort of progress could really come out of this? Or is it just a formality?
It seems like a formality, and unfortunately, especially with fuel prices, it looks like they're not going down anytime soon, either because of this meeting or anything else. In fact, you know, you were just taking that press conference with the European Union, and they agreed to cut most Russian oil imports into the European Union by the end of the year. That means they'll be more reliant on the U.S. and other countries for their oil, which will in turn drive up prices even more. So as far as fuel goes, the experts are saying to expect a surge as early as later today, late morning, early afternoon. They say prices could start increasing in states across the country. The national average is at a record today, $4.62. The experts say, especially, you know, we quote Gas Buddy a lot, they say that we could see a 5 to 12 cent increase in that national average just this week, and now they're saying the likelihood of a $5 a gallon national average, which obviously today's a record. $5 a gallon has not really even been thought of before now, let alone we've hit that mark. We've never been anywhere close to it. Now they're saying $5 a gallon is increasingly likely in these summer months ahead. So, you know, I think a lot of the president's critics would have said what he could have done and what he still could do is encourage oil and gas development in the United States, but instead he's been focused on the green energy transition, and unfortunately that doesn't solve any problems for Americans who are paying these high prices at the pump right now.
And Grady, I wanted to ask, I'm not sure if you can answer this question or not, but we do have midterms coming up just a few months away. How do you think that this is going to impact people's minds and their views when they head to the polls later this year?
It's a huge liability, and I think the Democrats know that. That's why the president wrote this op-ed in the Wall Street Journal. That's why the White House continues to say that inflation and the economy are its #1 priorities, and they know that as we head into November, these pocketbook issues are going to be on Americans' minds because it's something that you face every single time you go to the grocery store, every single time you go to a gas station. And I think across the board, Americans are starting to cut back a little bit because they're starting to see worrisome signs that this inflation is going to continue, and they're cutting back in their spending. And if that's still going on, which by all accounts it will be in November, that's going to be at the top of voters' minds, never mind all of the other issues that drive voters to the polls. A lot of people are going to be thinking about inflation and how much they've been paying for these last several months under the Democrats who control Congress and the White House, and that could, sway their vote.
All right. Fox Business Network's Grady Trimble live for us in Chicago, Illinois, outside that gas station where, as he mentioned, gas prices continue to rise. So, Grady, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. As always, incredibly insightful from your Fox Business Network team. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right, everybody, we do want to take you back out live to the stock board. As we mentioned, stocks just opened about 37 minutes ago. You can see down about 357 points at this very moment. And as you heard in Grady's report, we, of course, are expecting gas prices to keep on rising. As we said before, we are also expecting President Joe Biden to meet with the Federal Reserve Chair a little bit later on today. Of course, as soon as we get a press conference or any details from their meeting about inflation, we will bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. It is just past 10 o'clock in the morning here on the East Coast. We're going to step away for a quick break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. You're taking a live look at the stock board right now that we brought to you right before the break, where you can see stocks opening the day down a little bit at this very moment. Of course, we are expecting to get more information on inflation later today. President Joe Biden will be meeting with the Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell later this afternoon at the White House, of course, talking about inflation, gas prices, everything that is impacting everyday Americans. Also, we do want to take you live out to Uvalde, Texas, where you can see this growing memorial in Uvalde, Texas, exactly 1 week after a gunman entered Robb Elementary School in Uvalde, barricaded himself inside of a classroom, and shot and killed 21 people, including 19 children and 2 teachers. We do know yesterday several funerals were underway for 2 of the child victims. We also know that this week more funerals will be underway. At least 11 are planned this week. And also, one of the teachers will be laid to rest in Uvalde, Texas, as well. So again, just a few of the top stories that we are following here on Live Now from Fox. We do want to take you live out to Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, where we currently have the mayor speaking right now. So let's go ahead and listen in.
This year, and so at the end of the day, come out and enjoy yourself and celebrate African American culture, which is also American culture. Thank you very much.
I would like to invite my board members up here. Stan Straughter, Honorable Bob Brady, please come on up, because I could not keep my mother's legacy alive without them. Do you understand me? They play an integral part in Odunde surviving. And I also want to give a special shout out to the mayor's cabinet, mayor's staff, Brian and Kevin, and your whole staff. Thank you so much for putting it all together. Thank you so much. So, Congressman Brady, Uncle Stan, do you want to say a couple things? Councilwoman Jane Blackwell?
Thank you, Boomy. Real quickly, I want a lot of people to thank Sheila Hess, our great city rep. Great job you do. Thank you. Always honorable to have you around, and always proud of you. I need to thank the mayor. Not only has the mayor been out front on all of our festivals and parades, but he's been steadfast when it wasn't easy. And I want to thank him for his support, and thank you for allowing us to have this press conference to let people know what's going on. Let them know there's a great thing coming up. We're doing a great festival. I met Boomy many years ago, and those of you who know that meet Boomy, when she asks you to say something, there's no way you can get out of it. There's no way you can say no. If they're coming over that bridge and you got to jump in the foxhole, you jump in that lady's foxhole, because that's a fighter. So, and again, she kept the tradition up from her mom, Lois Fernandez, who is extremely proud of you, looking down and smiling at you for the job that you do. You don't say no to Boomy, and that's the reason why we're having this festival. And again, to my board members, Stan Slaughter and Janie Blackwell, and Kenny Gamble, a great man doing great things, just could not be here today. He had a little bit of a family issue, a family tragedy, actually. So again, thank you, Boomy, for letting me be a part of this. Always proud to stand beside you, because I know no matter what happens, you'll always be beside me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And as you see the sign, it says Odunde is more than just a festival. And working with Mrs. Blackwell and my councilman and the others, on Friday of next week, June 10th, we'll have an African Business Roundtable at Temple University and the Caribbean Business Roundtable at 3 o'clock at Temple University. And our host is here, the world-renowned scholar, Dr. Malefe Kete Asante is our host for that program. Thank you very much. We'll host them in Gladfelder Hall at 3 o'clock with a reception at the Bloxton Library. So you look at the website, you'll get a chance to see it. Also, I want to point out that Councilman Johnson, we just talked to him. I'm going to follow up. We will have, on Friday, we will have 5 African ambassadors here from Liberia, Ivory Coast, Senegal, Mali. 4 will be here. They will hopefully meet with the mayor on that morning here at City Hall, hosted by Councilman Johnson. We also tour the port, the great port of Philadelphia, and after that, and we'll host a luncheon there to talk about trade and investment between Philadelphia and those respective countries. And let me sit down by saying, I didn't hear you say that Odunde hosts 400,000 people a year. It's the largest financial festival We talk about the people, but the economic contribution they make to this community is phenomenal, to the city, the state, and it really makes me happy to be and honored to be a part of it, number one, but also to have an opportunity to help it spread, as the councilman said, the wonderful, rich, and diverse culture of the city of Philadelphia. So, Mrs. Blackwell.
$28 million.
28 million, 28. You come on and sell it. She's been here for a while, too, as Councilman said. Please, James.
Yes, good morning. As always, I thank God for the honor and privilege of being here. It's always wonderful to be here with my friends. These are not just people who are committed to Odundi, but they're all my friends. I thank the mayor for his commitment from the beginning, as well as Congressman and our chairman, Bob Brady. These are folks who've been with Odundi from the beginning, as well as the Honorable Stan Straughter and Malefe Asante, who should be here up here with us, and all who are here. And in fact, you know, my sister went to school with Bumi's mother, and whenever we would be at Odundi, they would talk about old times and also talk about their condition. My sister also they would talk about their medical conditions and such. I'd like to certainly also acknowledge my wonderful colleagues in council who do such a fine job. We love them. We are glad and we need them. Thank you, Kenyatta, and also one of our other colleagues is here, is he? We thank him as well, and thank you, Kenyatta, for all that you've always done for Odundi. It would be a battle if we weren't all together and didn't all realize it takes us all. And Bumi just mentioned that she does $28 million. This event influences so much for all those who try to say not here in South Philly. It makes a statewide impact. $28 million. How much is it in the city?
A $28 million economic impact on the city.
$28 million. Boy, that's citywide. So we are very, very honored and impressed. I'm so glad Bumi's going to bring me in, being part of this group with all these folks I work with anyway. And we're just honored. We love her. We love you. And we can't wait to share another weekend with Odundi. Odundi!
We're going to have another one speak, and then we're going to have a wonderful performance.
If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we are bringing you a live press conference coming in from Philadelphia. The mayor there, Mayor Kenny, announcing the kickoff to the city's largest African-American street festival, which is going to be returning to South Philly after a 2-year hiatus due to the COVID-19 pandemic. So definitely some exciting news for the city of brotherly love. At this very moment, we do want to cut away from this and take you live back out to the stock board, where you can take a look right there. You can see stocks are down this morning about 287 points at this very moment. We do know President Joe Biden will be addressing inflation, gas prices, and really a wide range of topics today with the Federal Reserve Chair. He will be meeting with Jerome Powell at the White House later today. Their meeting is expected to happen around 1:15 in the afternoon in the Oval Office. And again, they will be tackling issues surrounding inflation. It's the first time President Biden will meet with Jerome Powell since he was confirmed to the position for a second term. Inflation, as you may know, has hit a 40-year high earlier this year, and the president says it is his top economic priority. And with record-breaking gas prices and some analysts predicting Americans will shell out $6 a gallon this summer, many drivers are giving electric vehicles another look. Our Fox News correspondent Caroline Shively has more on this from Washington.
There are plenty of incentives for drivers to switch to electric vehicles, from cleaner air to tax credits. But in the end, the prime motivator may be the high price at the pump.
They're the highest I've seen in my whole life, actually.
President Biden spoke about the gas crisis on his recent trip through Asia.
We're going through an incredible transition that is taking place, that God willing, when it's over, we'll be stronger and the world will be stronger and less reliant on fossil fuels.
That drew backlash from some congressional Republicans.
What Joe Biden is saying is if you at home, if you drive a pickup truck, to hell with you, you can't drive your pickup truck. If you have a Suburban, you got to get rid of that. If you've got a minivan, you got to get rid of that. We're all getting Toyota Priuses.
President Biden is pushing for electric vehicles to make up half of all new car sales by 2030. The Department of Energy reports that Americans bought more than 600,000 electric or plug-in hybrid vehicles last year, almost double the total from 2020. That's a fraction of the 15 million new cars sold in 2021, but that was before gas prices climbed to record heights this year.
We're also working to make electric vehicles more affordable because that has a huge benefit.
A new survey by Ernst & Young finds that 29% of Americans want their next vehicle to be electric. Worldwide, that number jumps to 52%. In Washington, Caroline Shively, Fox News.
Caroline, thank you for that report. And as Title 42 makes its way through the courts, we're taking a look at the border towns trying new ways to manage the influx of migrants. Title 42 allows the U.S. to turn away undocumented migrants seeking asylum. And once it ends, the Department of Homeland Security predicts up to 18,000 migrants could cross the border every day. Fox's Caroline Elliott is in McAllen with an update on how border towns are preparing.
Title 42 could be delayed in court for months, which gives Border Patrol and these border towns along the southwest border more time to prepare. But we're finding even the recent efforts to stop migrants from crossing aren't slowing them down. Along the Rio Grande River, Border Patrol and barbed wire isn't enough to stop smugglers and migrants from crossing into the United States.
That's an illegal swimming across. They have sentinels all up and down the river. Cartel has with phones. They know exactly what's going on this river 24/7. And this is not the neighborhood we want where we live or where we work.
Othel Brand runs the 3rd Water District along the river. One area deputies say is known for cartel activity.
Outside of the city limits, outside on the river where these guys work, it's a totally different environment. Totally different environment. And we have people shot, we have bodies pulled out, some with heads, some with no heads.
The Texas National Guard installed barbed wire last month, but migrants are still finding their way across the river. In fact, last month, Border Patrol saw the highest number of border crossings ever recorded. Now locals are asking the federal government for help.
We don't want this to be the norm, and it is right now. And the only one that's making this a norm is our federal government.
While the order remains in court for now, border towns know the end of Title 42 is inevitable.
This border issue is a big concern for Americans. It's a concern for us who live here on the border. And we want it solved.
Now, Judge Cortez says the county is pleased with this decision, but as Title 42 makes its way through the court system, he says he hopes the federal government can find a way for these migrants to apply for citizenship much faster. In McAllen, Texas, Caroline Elliott, Fox News.
Caroline, thank you for that report. Another story that we have been continuing to follow, the baby formula shortage. Store after store, search after search, the baby formula shortage still a problem for many American parents. Our Fox 13's Cynthia Smoot gets some advice for parents from a pediatrician in Tampa.
Government's working to try to ease this ongoing baby formula shortage. Shipments from overseas have been arriving. We've seen that. And Abbott, one of the biggest manufacturers, says it's going to reopen its Michigan plant June 4th, which is, I think, the end of next week. But it's still going to be several weeks before the shelves get restocked. So joining us this afternoon is pediatrician Dr. David Berger, who we want to thank for being with us. And what a stressful time for parents trying to track down a specific formula. What kind of advice are you giving parents as they're out there going from store to store or looking online?
Yeah, hi, nice to see you. So there's a lot of options that are out there. So, you know, if one does have sees an option for one type of formula that's the same, like if it's a cow milk formula or a soy milk formula, they're usually pretty interchangeable from one company to another. So anything that's out there is usually pretty compatible. Now, in our practice, we've actually always had some patients who prefer to use goat milk formula, and there are goat milk formulas, especially that are able to be found from Europe, as long as the nutrients match up similar to what the formula is that the child is normally taking in terms of all the vitamins and minerals and fats and proteins and calories. That is fine for them to use. Of course, we want to make sure that it's from a reputable company, from a reputable country that it's doing. So that's an option that some people will take.
So maybe they should ask their doctor about the goat milk if the doctor hasn't raised that as a possibility, so they would know what to look for?
Yeah, a goat milk formula, not just goat milk, but goat milk formula. Another option is there are toddler formulas. And some toddler formulas, again, if you look nutrient for nutrient, they match up the exact same. But also, toddler formulas can often be used after 6 months of age in an older infant as well. And again, being in consultation with the pediatric provider on that.
What about parents who might be tempted in some cases to start introducing food? You know, maybe their baby's getting close to that age. How do they know if that's even an option, or maybe it's not quite time yet?
Yeah, so it's typically felt that a lot of babies can start eating baby food by 4 months of age. They will show certain symptoms, such as being able to sit up by themselves in a high chair, grabbing at food off of our plate, watching us go from our plate to our mouth to our plate to our mouth with a spoon or a spoon or fork. Those are all signals that a child developmentally is ready to. And now it's important to know that babies need about 24 ounces of formula a day. If they are, and regardless of their size, because usually baby foods will kick in. So babies who may be taking 40, 50 ounces a day, they may not be needing that much formula either.
Okay, so I know sometimes, the bottle is what people resort to if you got a fussy baby, screaming baby. So is that something else that maybe you need to talk to your pediatrician about? Is, am I maybe overfeeding my baby in this case? Maybe I don't need as much formula.
Yeah, I mean, that's absolutely true. And so while we should never water down formula, something like Pedialyte, which has the proper electrolytes to fluids ratio that is the same that we would have in breast milk and in formula, that's something that can also be done. So let's say, for instance, if a baby is used to taking an 8-ounce bottle of formula, and so they could spread that out over more bottles if they were like 6 ounces of the regularly mixed up formula plus 2 ounces of Pedialyte to give the same amount of volume. But babies are allowed to drink some water, for Pedialyte for sure. So as long as they're getting 24, 28 ounces of regular formula before so again, diluting with Pedialyte, not diluting with water. That's another way of getting some more volume.
Yeah. Okay, some good advice there. We thank you, Dr. David Berger. Government's working to try to ease this ongoing.
All right, and a huge thanks to our Fox 13 team in Tampa for that important conversation about the ongoing baby formula shortage, which clearly has been ongoing for several months. We do want to switch gears and bring you some news about the ongoing war in Ukraine. European leaders have further committed to economic hardship inflicted on Russia as their invasion of Ukraine enters day 97. So again, this war now going on day 97. Members of the European Union agreed yesterday to embargo 90% of Russian oil imports by the end of the year. So that is the latest coming in from the EU. And this is all part of a new series of sanctions against Russian President Vladimir Putin. And it was agreed upon at a summit where Ukraine was also given an additional $9.7 billion in assistance. Representatives from the Russian government seem unfazed, saying that they will find other countries to send oil to. And we do know President Biden says he is not going to stop, rather that he is not going to send long-range rocket systems to Ukraine. And this comes as Ukraine's leader is urging the West for more and better weapons while Russia steps up its offense in the country's east. Our Fox News correspondent Trey Yingst has more.
Russian troops fire artillery in the central Donbas region. They're advancing on strategic cities across eastern Ukraine.
The active phase of the Great Liberation War continues. Russian occupation forces are not stopping offensive operations in the Eastern Operational Zone to establish complete control over Donetsk and Luhansk oblasts.
Russian troops have now entered the city of Severodonetsk, where 90% of the buildings are destroyed, according to the Ukrainians. Thousands of civilians do remain trapped amid the fighting, sheltering underground. Yesterday, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky made his first visit to the east since the war began. Touring the front lines near the city of Kharkiv, Zelensky met with soldiers, pledging to liberate all occupied territory.
1/3 of the Kharkiv region is still under occupation. We will definitely vacate the whole territory, and everyone should work for this result in positions at both the local and state levels.
To push Russian troops out of eastern Ukraine, Zelensky's troops say they'll need more additional artillery support and advanced weapons. The U.S. had been expected to send MLRS long-range rocket launchers to Ukraine, but could walk back that reported commitment.
We're not going to send to Ukraine rocket systems that can strike into Russia.
Ukrainian Foreign Minister Dmytro Kuleba also stressed the need for more weapons today, alongside the French Foreign Minister, who was visiting Kyiv.
To win the battle for the Donbass, we need to significantly strengthen our artillery potential.
New tonight, EU leaders have agreed on a partial embargo of Russian oil. That, according to diplomats, the move is the most significant action against Russian oil exports since the war began. In Kyiv, Trey Yingst, Fox News.
Trey, thank you for that report. This is video of Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky visiting troops in the Kharkiv region in what was reported to be his first official trip outside of Kyiv since the Russian invasion of Ukraine began back on February 24th. Again, this is video released by Zelensky himself, showing him in a bulletproof vest, speaking to the military and regional leaders, and also surveying ruins in Kharkiv city. Other video released over the weekend shows Zelensky presenting troops in the region with awards and with honors. Zelensky said that the nearly 2,200 destroyed houses in the Kharkiv region would eventually be restored. Local officials say 31% of the region's territory was temporarily occupied by Russia, while 5% had been liberated from Russian forces. So again, this latest video coming in from Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. And this, of course, comes as we do know that the International Criminal Court is investigating war crimes throughout Ukraine at the hands of Russian troops and Russian officials. Earlier today, we did get an update on those investigations into the thousands of alleged war crimes that have taken place since this war started back on February 24th. So we do want to play you that latest update coming in from the International Criminal Court. All right, everybody, apologies. You know, sometimes the technology just does not work. So we actually are going to step away for a quick 2-minute break. Instead, we're going to bring you live out to several different parts of the country where we do have St. Louis, Missouri. You can see right there, San Francisco, the Golden Gate Bridge, and also Fairfax, Virginia, where we do know that the jury is deliberating the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard defamation trial. They did hear closing arguments in the case back on Friday. But again, those jury deliberations are underway in Fairfax, Virginia. It is 10:34 here on the East Coast. We're going to step away for a quick break. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us here on this Tuesday morning. We are bringing you live out to Uvalde, Texas right now. You're looking at the scene of a memorial, again, in Uvalde, Texas, for those 21 victims, 19 children and 2 teachers who were shot and killed inside of Robb Elementary exactly 1 week ago today. So again, you can see people gathering there at this memorial, which we have seen grow over the past week as the days have gone by. We do know just yesterday that there were funerals held for 2 of the victims, 2 of the students who were shot and killed inside of their classroom when an 18-year-old gunman walked into the school with an AR-15 style rifle, a bag of ammunition, barricaded himself inside of the classroom, and again shot and killed 21 people, including those 19 children and 2 teachers. So again, we do know 2 funerals at least were held yesterday. 11 more are planned for the rest of this week in Uvalde, Texas. So again, more funerals underway for some of the 21 victims in last week's mass shooting in Uvalde. And this all comes as the Department of Justice is now investigating the police response to the tragedy that has left parents frustrated and confused. Our Fox's Rebecca Castor has the latest.
The community still has a lot of unanswered questions, and they're hoping this DOJ investigation will address some of those. But at the same time, this community is trying to take steps towards healing. You can see the growing memorial that sits outside the school behind me, and all day it's been a steady flow of people coming to pay their respects, just one of many ways that people are trying to process the deep emotions behind this tragedy. A powerful moment in Uvalde's town square this weekend as hundreds gathered to worship and pray for healing.
We are here to pray for the people here, to bring the light to Uvalde, to spread prayer, to just lift people up and let them know that Jesus is here with them no matter what.
One man traveling all the way from Detroit to carry a cross through the town.
This is the light of the world, and all God wants us to do is hold it up, and that's what our intention is, just so everyone can see the light and know that the light will never go out.
The downtown memorial now triple in size. Many of the flowers coming from a shop right down the street. The owner tells us everything about this is personal.
It's painful because from day one, we make flowers for them when the child is born. We make flowers for their first birthday. We make flowers for their pre-K graduation. We make flowers when it's father-daughter dance at Rob's school. So it hurts right now, everybody.
Others are taking their pain to the pavement. Jason Portillo is a police officer from San Antonio, but he grew up in Uvalde. We met as he was running 21 miles for the 21 victims.
I just felt being in my hometown, I needed to do something.
President Biden and the First Lady visited Uvalde on Sunday after being met with these chants from members of the community. Biden pointed to the crowd and said, "We will." While President Biden was in Uvalde, he met with the grieving families, first responders, and state leaders. In an interview with local reporters here, one state senator says that Biden is suggesting tearing down the school and building a new one. In Uvalde, Texas, Rebecca Castor, Fox News.
Rebecca, thank you for that report. We do want to take you live to a
This isn't a shot.
meeting that is currently underway. We have 7 mayors across the state of New York kicking off a Gun Violence Awareness Month with the launch of a 4-year coordinated effort to fight gun violence. We have New York City Mayor Eric Adams, the mayor of Buffalo, Byron Brown, also the mayors of Rochester, Mount Vernon, Albany, Dunkirk, and Niagara Falls as well. Again, all talking about gun violence and how to stop it. Let's go ahead and listen in.
We gather here today to send a strong message. We will not give in to the terror of gun violence. We will never stop working to protect New Yorkers. Less than 3 weeks ago, the beauty of the Buffalo community was shattered when a racist outsider came to our city and gunned down 10 innocent people and injured 3 others. Today, as we continue to pray for the families who are hurting, we are also moving forward as a strong, loving community and turning our grief into action. I want to thank New York City Mayor Eric Adams for his partnership, along with the following mayors and leaders who are joining us this morning: Rochester Mayor Malik Evans, Albany Mayor Kathy Sheehan, Westchester County Executive George Latimer, Mount Vernon Mayor Sean Patterson Howard, Newburgh Mayor Torrance Harvey, Niagara Falls Mayor Robert Restaino, Dunkirk Mayor Wilfred Rosas, and Yonkers Mayor Mike Spano. Also joining us, and let me recognize them: Kay Bain, Executive Director, Community Capacity Development; Linda Beagle Schulman, Founder, Scott J. Beagle Memorial Fund; Reverend Paul Thomas, Pastor of Buffalo's Bethel AME Church. Gun Violence Awareness Month is an opportunity for all of us to acknowledge the pain and suffering gun violence has brought upon our communities, state, and nation. It is also a chance to amplify the stories of survivors and victims, the work of leaders and organizations, and most importantly, the solutions that can help drive gun violence out of our communities. Gun violence is not just a Buffalo or New York State problem, it's a national crisis. Over the last 17 days, we have continued to witness the dark reality of gun violence in America, from the mass shooting right here in Buffalo to the tragedy in Uvalde, Texas, plus an additional 24 lives lost across 10 states in other gun incidents, all totaled 65 deaths in less than 3 weeks. No matter the motivation of the person behind the weapon, this is the time we are standing up and saying no more. This is why I have partnered with Governor Kathy Hochul, the federal government, and local law enforcement to remove illegal guns off our streets and keep our community safe. Our efforts must increase to end gun violence. Among the Black Americans polled in a recent Pew Research Center study, approximately 8 in 10 said gun violence is the top concern facing their community. Today, in partnership with my fellow mayors and leaders on this call, we affirm and declare June as Gun Violence Awareness Month in our respective communities, a time dedicated to having discussions, raising awareness, and pushing for change. This weekend, June 3rd through June 5th, we will light the Buffalo City Hall and other government and private buildings in orange, the color of gun violence prevention, and we are asking other municipalities to do the same. We are calling for a weekend of faith, June 10th through June 12th, encouraging faith leaders across the state to deliver sermons on preventing gun violence in their community. Additionally, we are committed to using this period to pause and reflect on what's working and what's not, to ensure greater coordination at all levels of government and with leaders across sectors whose work touches this issue. It is now my pleasure to introduce New York City Mayor Eric Adams.
Thank you, Mayor Brown, and I thank all of my colleagues that are on today. And this is something that we're all dealing with in our cities. This is not a local problem, as Mayor Brown stated. The shooting that took place in Buffalo is no different than the shootings that take place on Buffalo Avenue in Brooklyn. All across the country, we are seeing mayors wrestle with how to address this overproliferation of guns in our cities. It is time for us to have a united fight against the overproliferation of guns. It tore my heart when I sat next to Mayor Brown in Buffalo on Saturday, watching a mother, a grandmother, a wife laid to rest, not based on some chronic disease, but a chronic sickness of gun violence. Seeing her family and loved ones having to experience this is no different than the 11-year-old baby girl that was killed in the Bronx. But we're also watching our children kill children and our children being armed with these dangerous weapons. We saw in our school system a young man bringing 2 fully loaded 9mm guns to school. Just for the next day, another young man bringing a loaded weapon. One child was 15, another child was 13 years old. And we are on the verge of the Supreme Court passing a piece of law that would dictate open carry to allow people to openly carry guns in those cities where we have fought so long to ensure to have strong gun laws. There must be a national approach to this. It must be national solutions that include social media and how it is not using its communication ability to detect those who are being radicalized and eventually carrying out radical actions. It must include improving on our ATF allotment of the agents. Right now, we only have approximately 24 agents, only 80 in New York City. We can't do the cross-checking and gun tracing that we need. We have to zero in on ghost guns and ensure that we have legislation that treat these guns as actual guns that are assembled. And then we need to ensure that we give support to the local crisis management teams and organizations and groups that are also implementing preventive measures, not only reactionary measures. And lastly, mental health illnesses. We're witnessing this all over the country. Post-COVID, it was a crisis. Pre-COVID, it was a crisis. And we know it's a crisis post-COVID. It's time to give the resources to our cities and states that will ensure that we can provide the necessary mental health care that far too many people need. Let's invest in people. Let's realize that this is a crisis that's impacting far too many families all across the country. It's not only AK-47s, but there's also the large number of handguns that's the real enemy of our inner cities. And so I am here with the mayors of New York State. We take our hat off to the senators that are meeting today to have a real dialogue and find bipartisanship to address this issue. But we know as New York State mayors that we have an obligation to protect the children and families of our city. And I thank all of my colleagues, my fellow mayors that are on this Zoom and this presser. And let's continue to align ourselves to the mission of keeping our city safe. Mayor Brown, thank you for your leadership in this area, and we have the desire to continue to work with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor Adams, and thank you for your leadership. Thank you for your partnership, and thank you for your strong resolve on the issue of ending gun violence in our communities. Now it is my pleasure to introduce Kay Bain, Executive Director of the Community Capacity Development, for his comments.
Thank you, Mayor Brown. Want to extend thanks to Mayor Adams for his continued leadership and pushing forward a people-centered approach to this crisis as he described it. My name is Kay Bain. I am the founder, executive director of Community Capacity Development. We are a human justice and healing organization. And what that means is that we approach violence on 3 layers simultaneously. We look at community mobilizing and empowerment. We look at system change, and we look at individual transformation. These 3 things have to happen simultaneously in order for there to be a transformative effect in communities. And our focus is communities of color, but we are, again, a human justice organization because we believe that gun safety is a human justice issue. In New York City, we have done some remarkable work around getting the community activated and involved. We've seen unprecedented success when we mobilize community with strategies and tools that we've worked on for quite some time. It's an honor. What does this mean for the nation? This means that we are raising the consciousness and awareness. This means that we're sending a signal around the country that we have to rehumanize what's happening in this country. We have to take time right now in this moment to focus on people who have been invisible for too long. It's not a coincidence that in Buffalo, we see some of the same challenges that we see in Brooklyn and Boston and other places where violence occurs in the form of food apartheid, in health disparities, in the public education system. I think what has to happen right now in this moment is a reinvestment in communities. I think we have to look at gun safety as a byproduct of marginalization and disenfranchisement. So I applaud the mayors who have come together here, the senators who will meet later to talk about some of these issues specifically, but keeping our eye on the prize. In talking to the community in Buffalo, they're telling us they want to see self-defense and mental discipline. They want to see community mediation trainings. They want to see ways to interact and communicate on a higher level, in addition to addressing the influx of drugs and guns that come into communities. So if we're listening to community, if we're doing need assessments, which we are, if we're internalizing what's being said and operationalizing it, then we have an opportunity. We have an opportunity right now to do something transformative in communities that desperately need an effective change.
Thank you very much for your work, Kay Bain. Thank you for being with us today in Buffalo. We appreciate you sharing lessons learned that your organization has used to make a difference here in Buffalo and communities all across this country.
Thank you, Mayor Brown.
It is now my pleasure to introduce Linda Beagle-Schulman, founder of the Scott J. Beagle Memorial Fund.
Thank you, Mayor Brown. My name is Linda Beagle-Schulman. 1,568 days ago, my son was murdered in the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School massacre in Parkland, Florida. Scott was shot 6 times within 3 seconds from 5 feet away. Incredibly, but all too true, at the same time, Florida, like Texas, considered an 18-year-old to be mature enough to buy an AR-15 assault rifle, a weapon of war whose only purpose is to kill people, but not mature enough to buy a beer. It is important for everyone here in Buffalo, along with any other community that has experienced gun violence, to understand that you are also victims of gun violence. Let me say it again. You are all victims of gun violence. You must learn to accept that. All too often, those whose lives are ended by gun violence are considered to be the victims. The rest of us, the wounded, the family members, the friends, and the coworkers, are incorrectly labeled survivors. Gun violence has a profound effect on the entire community, not only on those who are killed. We are all victims. We survived physically, but we are still victims. Look at me. No bullet pierced my body. I have no physical scars. I was not rushed into surgery or had to endure months of painful rehabilitation. However, the emotional and psychological scars that I have are just as real, just as painful, and will continue to last for the rest of my life. I am asking you, turn your grief, your pain, and your anger into activism. We must end gun violence through both education and legislation. Through education, the Scott J. Beagle Memorial Fund sends at-risk, underserved children touched by gun violence to summer sleepaway camp. Our goal is to show these impressionable and vulnerable young children that there are positive alternatives to guns and gangs and keep them out of the criminal justice system forever. I believe in gun safety, not gun control. We must fight for the enactment of the most basic gun safety laws, like the laws we have enacted here in New York. We must pass legislation on a federal level. This legislation should include universal background checks, safe storage, the banning of bump stocks, and the banning of ghost guns. This is plain and simple common sense. We are literally in the fight for our lives. The root causes of gun violence are many. They include white supremacism, mental health, illness, and also poverty, just for starters. But there's one common thread running through all of these causes of gun violence in our country: the easy access to guns. A white supremacist hell-bent on evil cannot undertake a mass shooting without easy access to an AR-style weapon. Everyone has the right to be safe, and everyone has the right to live without fear. No one should have to think about where they will hide if someone with a gun starts shooting. You should feel safe in a school, a supermarket, a house of worship, a movie theater, at a concert, or a mall, without the need to look over your shoulder. June is Gun Violence Awareness Month. It is outrageous that we have to designate a day for gun violence awareness, let alone a month, but we do. We have to keep up the fight and make our streets, homes, schools, places of worship, and businesses safe from gun violence. Last week, I was asked about the lone gunman who walked into the school in Texas and took the lives of 19 innocent children who had not yet experienced all the joys of life, along with 2 teachers who sacrificed their lives trying to save their students. I stated then, and I will reiterate again, there is no such thing as a lone gunman. The gunman, for now who we know as the active shooter, is the one who pulled the trigger. But as far as I am concerned, the active shooter had help and encouragement from the NRA. The NRA continues to oppose basic gun safety measures as universal background checks and red flag laws, which we know very well saves lives. An active shooter had help and encouragement from the gun industry, who continued to sell guns that they knew were full well for only one purpose. The purpose was to kill people. Clearly, the gun industry values profits more than they value human lives. The active shooter had help and encouragement from governors, lieutenant governors, states' attorney generals, state legislatures, and the 50 United States senators as they continue failing to enact reasonable gun safety laws. Right now, 50 United States senators are holding the entire country hostage by opposing reasonable gun safety legislation. The active shooter had help and encouragement from the United States Supreme Court, which seems to value guns over lives. New York has the most stringent gun safety laws in the country, yet we are not immune from gun violence. Illegal guns are coming into New York through the iron pipeline from the South every day. We must commit ourselves to ending gun violence in our lifetime. We must commit ourselves to the passage of reasonable gun safety laws on a federal level. We must keep up the fight. We must speak out and make sure our voices are heard loud and clear and taken very seriously. If we remain silent and do nothing, the epidemic of gun violence will only get worse. Just look at where we are now. We must do our part. Before I return the microphone to Mayor Brown, I would like to leave anyone and everyone who is a victim of gun violence and listening to my voice a few personal thoughts. We are entitled to our emotions, our feelings, our grief, our anger, our sadness. Our lives have been turned upside down and inside out. Our lives will never be the same. Many, many times I've been asked, When do you think you will get over or get past the sense of loss and grief you feel? Let me answer you right now. You never get over it. You never get past it. You find some days will be more difficult than others. Mother's Day, Father's Day, birthdays, holidays. For me, the hardest day is Valentine's Day, February 14th. February 14th is the day that my son was shot in Parkland. You see, February 14th is the day that Scott was murdered, and it's also the day that my daughter Melissa was born. February 14th, as you can imagine, is one of the happiest days of my life and also the worst day of my life. It has been 1,068 days since Scott's murder. I have had to learn to live with the loss and grief I feel each and every day. My son, my loved one, was murdered senselessly due to gun violence. For those of you in my club, the club no one ever asked to become a member, you will know that you have rounded the corner and begun your journey of recovery, of healing, when you're alone with your thoughts and the memory of your loved one pops into your head. This time, instead of tears welling into your eyes, the memory brings a smile to your face. Today, I love talking about my son. I love hearing stories. I love getting texts. I love getting letters. I love getting pictures from people who knew him and want to share. It is a very long journey to healing and learning to live with the devastating loss of a loved one. Yet we have choices. My choice has become my mission. My mission is to do something that will rid our society of senseless gun violence and make sure no other mother, father, sister, brother, aunt, uncle, friend, or coworker ever joins my club. Let's work together and put a sign on the door of my club that says membership closed, no more admittance. Join me on my mission, please. I know together we can make a difference. And I know and I believe in my heart together we can get something done. Thank you, stay strong and stay safe.
Linda Beagle-Schulman, thank you for your powerful comments and for turning your pain into real action that's making a difference in the lives of others. We will now hear from elected leaders from all across the state of New York who will make their comments in the following order. Rochester Mayor Malik Evans, Albany Mayor Kathy Sheehan, Westchester County Executive George Latimer, Mount Vernon Mayor Sean Patterson Howard, Newburgh Mayor Torrance Harvey, Niagara Falls Mayor Robert Restaino, and Dunkirk Mayor Wilfred Rosas. Now we will hear from Mayor Evans.
Thank you, Mayor Brown, for hosting this event. And I want to say we continue to pray for you, Mayor, Brother Mayor, and all of our brothers and sisters in Buffalo. Buffalo is extremely close to Rochester, as you know, 90 miles to the east. So our hearts are broken for our brothers and sisters in Buffalo. And I always say that we see ourselves in Mayor Brown because we see ourselves in the community of Buffalo. The victims of that horrific incident on May 14th represent a cross-section of America. A retired police lieutenant, a substitute teacher, a beloved grandmother, a dedicated community activist. All these folks are representative of the gun violence that we're seeing in our communities. And I know that I'm tired of it, and I know our fellow mayors are also tired of it. We owe it to survivors, to folks like Linda Beagle-Schulman, who just spoke, to not let our despair paralyze us and move into action. And I hope that as we continue to work, that work in prayers. I'm a preacher's kid. Faith without work is dead. We just can't pray. We also have to work at it. We'll be able to shine a shining light to lift our hearts during these difficult times that we're seeing and that we just saw in the last couple of weeks in Buffalo and in Texas. It's exhausting, and I think that it's a crying shame that today in America that we continue to see gun violence across the spectrum, and it is a punctuation point when we see that it's sometimes driven by hate and racism that cost predominantly African Americans their lives. And I hope that we can come up with sensible legislation that will get guns out of the hands of people who should not have them. I'm a banker, and I'll wrap up. I'm a banker, so I look at the numbers. I look at the numbers. And in 2020, more Americans died of gun-related injuries than any other year on record. And that includes a record number of gun numbers. In 2020, even after all these mass shootings that we've had. Sandy Hook, Parkland. That's 45,222 people dead from gun-related injuries, according to the CDC in 1 year. And again, I tell you, I'm a banker, so I go to the numbers and think that would somehow wake folks in Washington up to action. There were 61 shooter incidents that killed 103 people and wounded 140 in 220. That's 243 casualties of active shooter instances in 1 year, a 50% increase from the previous year and a 96.8 increase from 2017. So we have to keep speaking up. We have to keep speaking up, but we also have to demand action. And as it was said, in Rochester, we'll be proclaiming this week on Friday with our county executive, Gun Violence Awareness Month. We'll be wearing orange. We'll be lighting up our city orange. I'm collaborating with our school district. This year alone, my first day in office, my first day is taking in office, my oath. I had a 14-year-old kid murdered while he was going to the store to buy noodles. A 17-year-old murdered while getting off the bus. A 10-year-old shot 4 times while she's braiding her grandmother's hair. So I'm collaborating with our school district because our young people are experiencing this trauma. And then they have to turn on the TV and see what's happening in Texas. It's hard for me to even explain to my kids who are the same age as the kids that were murdered in cold blood in Texas. How do I explain to them what we are seeing? But in Rochester, we won't give in to despair. We're going to continue to pledge to work with our law enforcement, our civic groups to find a path to the underlying causes that precipitate these incidences. We have the mayor's advisor on violence prevention services. We launched the Rochester Peace Collective last month, which works to try to encourage our young people in particular to do positive things before they get involved in gun violence. The last thing I'll say is, when there's a hurricane or a natural disaster, FEMA comes in and we have this whole community approach where everybody comes in together to try to solve this natural disaster. Gun violence should be no different. In every level of government, every single organization needs to come together to try to do what we can to stop this carnage that we continue to see in our country and in our cities. And mayors, we live it. We don't get to stand up and talk and preach about it. We got to go to these mothers and fathers and these brothers and sisters and these kids and comfort them while we're seeing this. We don't get to get into esoteric conversations. The problems are right at the doorsteps of City Hall, and we need help. We can't do this alone by ourselves. So thank you, Mayor Brown, for pulling us together. I know that we will keep the faith and we will keep moving forward. And I hope that 50 years from now, people will look back and say, this is the moment, this is the time where they finally did something in the richest, most powerful nation in the world to try to end the scourge of gun violence in our community. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Albany Mayor Kathy Sheehan.
Thank you, Mayor Evans, and well said. We need help. And Mayor Brown, you are having to utilize leadership skills that none of us ever want to have to utilize. Our prayers are with you, and I am so grateful that Buffalo has a leader like you right now at this very dark time in its history. And you are the right person in the right place. And thank you for your leadership on this issue and for calling us together as mayors to speak out against gun violence. Gun violence impacts every one of our communities. And notwithstanding the fact that we took a record number of guns off the street last year and we're doubling that pace this year, they continue to plague our community and cut down lives. And we need help at the federal level. As other speakers have said, we have some of the strictest gun laws in the country, common sense gun laws here in New York State, and yet we have this pipeline of guns coming into our community. Just last night, there was a drive-by shooting. Fortunately, the victim, it looks like they are going to survive, but the injury will stay with them for the rest of their lives. And we picked up 17 shell casings from that shooting. We shortly after that shooting were able to pull over the vehicle involved in the drive-by where a 16-year-old was found with a gun magazine that could hold 15 bullets. We need to come together and have federal legislation that recognizes that the value of human lives needs to be acknowledged, and we need that help. We cannot do this alone. And when people come to me and say, Mayor, what are you going to do about gun violence in the city of Albany? What are you going to do about the lives lost? And we have similar stories here, as Mayor Evans just shared. And I say to them, don't come and talk to me about solutions until you're willing to talk about common sense measures to keep illegal guns off of our street. They have to be part of that conversation. In addition to mental health services, in addition to ensuring that we are working in our schools, in addition to bringing in all of government approach to our communities, we have to, and we need action around the proliferation of guns in our community. And so I join my fellow mayors in saying we need Congress to act. I join my fellow mayors in saying we need to get serious about funding the services that our communities need, the ones that are plagued by this violence and victimized by this violence. And we need to provide support to those who are traumatized by this. Our children are traumatized when they turn on the television. Our children are traumatized when they hear about these incidents that are happening, but our children in our neighborhoods in the city of Albany are traumatized when they hear those gunshots ring out right outside their homes. So thank you for bringing attention to this, Mayor Brown. Thank you for bringing us together, and I stand with you, and we will work and make sure that we are doing all that we can, particularly this month, to finally bring an end to what is a pandemic of gun violence in our communities.
Mayor Sheehan, for your comments. Now we'll hear from Westchester County Executive George Latimer.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much, Mayor Brown, for your leadership on this. We grieve with you. In past times when we served together in the state legislature, you know that you have friends all across the state that stand behind Buffalo in this moment. But what happened in Buffalo, what happened in Uvalde, what happened in Newtown, Connecticut, could happen anywhere. It could happen in my backyard next, and in anybody else's backyard. And that's why I would say, as a county executive, there's a universality in our concern and our commitment. This is an urban problem, but it's also a suburban problem, and it's also a rural problem. The shooting in Newtown, Connecticut, looks like it could have happened in any one of my suburban communities in my home county. And so I think county executives and mayors stand side by side in these things. As Mayor Evans said in Rochester, we're at this level of government where the problems come right to our front door. We have 4 of the 15 largest cities in New York State here inside Westchester County. You're going to hear from Mayor Patterson Howard shortly, Mayor Mike Spano of Yonkers, and also New Rochelle and White Plains, also among the larger cities within our state. The county government is tasked with mental health services as a local government process. And we look forward to working on whatever the best practices are, to work closely with our cities and our towns and our villages, and to learn how best to use our resources to help that problem wherever it exists in our county.
That was just some of 7 New York mayors coming together via this Zoom setting to address this gun violence crisis that is happening not only in New York City, but the state of New York. And of course, we're seeing it across the country as well. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, we'll take you out to Philadelphia, where we are getting a live rally to stop gun violence. This is from Philadelphia community leaders. They are saying enough is enough. We'll be back in just 2.
Yay, Bo.
Oh, we've lost too many friends and too many family members. So we serious about this thing. Yes. And we don't want to lose any of you, any of us. We're tired of this stuff. And so we're going to represent with the seriousness of this moment. We gotta stop this madness. And so we're going to have Sister Darian. She's going to start. Did we bring something before libations first?
Yes. You locate some water. Well, libations is not next, so it's okay. I'm going to introduce it. We'll have time. All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome, welcome, welcome. First, I just want to open this up by thanking everyone for being here, from our students to our teachers, from politicians to our media to community leaders, to people who simply just care, right? And for people who simply just believe that enough is enough. So the youth that I have behind me have been working diligently throughout the entire year on this conscious effort of just exploring this topic of gun violence and why, as we know, it is such a prominent issue in our community, but how do they insert themselves in the solution? How do they begin to see themselves as prime contributors, change agents, to be able to make a difference in their own community? We know that gun violence is a systemic issue. We know that it's much larger than the youth, right? But when we talk about youth gun violence, that's the part of empowerment piece that we try to express for our youth and really just get them infused in this culture and this idea of servant leadership, being able to cultivate that change themselves and not waiting for others to do it. So I just want to thank you all. My name is Darian Johnson. I'm here with Sankofa Freedom Academy Charter School and here also on the behalf of the Enough is Enough campaign. I just want to also thank our schools for being out here. So we have Auden Reed, Boys Latin, Girls High, MOTEP, Math, Civics, and Science, Sankofa Freedom Academy Charter School, Strawberry Mansion, and many more. I think I also said MOTEP as well, yes. So we just want to thank you. Let's start by giving our youth a large round of applause. Awesome. We definitely just want to thank our community leaders and politicians who are joining us today, such as Councilmember Isaiah Thomas and also Councilmember Jamie Gauthier as well. We clap it up for them as well, please. Thank you. So first, I'm going to now ask that Strawberry Mansion, along with Sister Anjamele Anderson, join us today to introduce us of what is our purpose. Let's clap it up for them.
Good morning. My name is Anjamele Anderson, and my students and I represent Strawberry Mansion High School. Strawberry Mansion High School is located in the 22nd Police District, a district with one of the highest gun violence rates in the city of Philadelphia. As of 11:59 p.m. yesterday, there have been 209 homicides in the city of Philadelphia. A few scholars from Strawberry Mansion High School are going to share some statistics from the gun violence survey that we conducted specifically for our school. These stats are why we are here today.
Hello, my name is Patience Wilson. We are here today because 58.2% of the students surveyed at Strawberry Mansion High School have seen shootings in their neighborhood. We are here today because 42% of the students in Strawberry Mansion High School have a family member that is in jail because of gun violence.
Hi, my name is Marquise Colon. We are here today because 54% of students in Strawberry Mansion High School have a friend that was injured because of gun violence. We are here today because 43.2% of students in Strawberry Mansion High School believe that gun violence is necessary sometimes.
Hi, my name is Shahada Merritt. We are here today because 52% of the students in Strawberry Mansion School have a friend that has died as a result of gun violence. We are here today because 66% of the students in Strawberry Mansion High School have a family member who has died because of gun violence.
Hi, my name is Jaheem Blackshear,
And we are here today because 65% of the students of Strawberry Mansion High School worrying about getting hit, trade bullets when they are outside.
These are statistics from just one specific high school. Wait until you see the results from the collective of schools represented in our Enough is Enough campaign. We and the other schools in attendance today are here because we have had enough with the gun violence in our city. And we want to work collaboratively with the city of Philadelphia, and we need the city council and the mayor's office to use their power to help bring an end to gun violence in Philly, because enough is enough. This is our purpose.
Thank you, thank you. Let's give one more clap for Strawberry Mansion and the mighty work that they did with their surveys. All right, so at this time, we are now going to transition into our pouring of libations, which will be led by Brother LaKay Carter and Brother Malik Custis on behalf of Imhotep. And so you might ask, what is libations? Libations is a sacred time in which we pay homage to our ancestors, right? To those that we might have lost to gun violence, domestic violence, police brutalities. We say their names during this time. And so when we pour libations, we usually do a grand ashe. And ashe just means that I'm bringing light. I'm affirming what you're saying in this space. So we do ask that everybody join in when we say the names of those that we have lost to whether gun violence or any other atrocities in America. So if I can please have Brother LaKay and Brother Malik Custis.
How you guys doing? My name is Malik Custis. I'm with Carl Carter. And we will be doing affirmation today. I go. I go. So first, I will ask permission from the elders to speak. We pour libation to the source of life known by many names. Ashe. Ashe. We pour libation to the first ancestors who created civilizations on the continent of Africa like Kemet and Nubia. Ashe. Ashe.
Congo, Ashe.
Ashe. Ashe. Ashe. We pour libation to honor the first doctors, teachers, astrologers, architects who paved the way for humanity to thrive. Ashe. Ashe. We pour libation for the ancestors who fought against the great Ma'afa in the Middle Passage. Ashe. Ashe. We pour libation to the ancestors who fought against oppression in the country like Nat Turner, and Cook and Kawama, Frederick Douglass, and many more. Can you name some? Ashe. 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 We pour libation to our personal ancestors who made us who we are today. Ashe. And lastly, we pour libation to the ancestors tragically slain due to gun violence. We honor them, we remember them, we are here now, so their names are never forgotten, so we don't continue adding more. Ashe. 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 Ashe.
We pour affirmation to everyone here today. Ashe. We affirm this event and the effort everyone put into making this happen. Ashe. We pour affirmation for student leaders in Philadelphia. Ashe. We affirm that people who see our efforts and will work to do more to protect Philadelphia youth. Ashe. We affirm our future, that we make it tomorrow and are successful in all we want to accomplish. Ashe. And finally, to future generations who will not have to campaign about ending gun violence because our efforts will be successful. Ashe. Ashe. Ashe yo.
Can we have a round of applause for the representatives from Imhotep? Thank you. And before we continue on with our program, when we talk about this idea of gun violence, right, we also have to start with this topic of mindfulness. And when we talk about mindfulness, I just want to invite us all to just start with a moment of silence before we get our program. And that's for our students behind me as well. If we can just have a moment of silence, please and thank you. And in this moment of silence, we are going to reflect on all those that we have lost to gun violence, whether it be in the city of Philadelphia or the United States or the entire world. All right. And in this moment of silence, your moment of silence begins now. Ashe? All right, thank you. So now I'm going to ask and love to introduce a community member who has been prominent on this issue of gun violence, just working when we talk about equity and equality throughout the city of Philadelphia, and that is our very own council member, Isaiah Thomas.
Before I begin, I'm going to ask my colleague, council member Jamie Gaudier, to come up here and join me. Because she, as well, has been a champion on this issue as it relates to gun violence. First and foremost, if you're a young person that's here right now, young people, I'm talking to you. If you're a young person that's here right now and gun violence has had an impact on you or somebody in your family, just raise your hand. If you're a young person and you're here right now, and I want you to be honest, if you have unfortunately had to shed a tear in 2022 because of the gun violence in the city of Philadelphia, just raise your hand. Last thing, young people, if you're a young person,
Watch Live Now from Fox, everybody. We'll get back to that a little bit later. Want to go out to the White House here. We are getting some tape playback right here from the Oval where President Biden is meeting with the New Zealand Prime Minister. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Extremism and online, like happened at Christchurch, call, and and we want to be. I want to work with you on that effort, and I want to talk to you about what those conversations are like, if you're willing. The United States is, it's just been, there's an expression by an Irish poet says, "Too long of suffering makes a stone of the heart." Well, there's an awful lot of suffering. We've been, I've been to more mass shooting aftermaths than I think any president in American history, unfortunately. And it's just so much of it is preventable, and the devastation is amazing. Yesterday, or not the day before, I was down in Texas, and people sat in a room, about 250 of them in a large room, with me for almost 4 hours. Nobody left. They wanted to air until I spoke to every single person in that room. Every single person. They waited to the very end. And the pain is palpable. And you've been one of our closest partners with a long history and friendship. 80 years ago, Marines landed in New Zealand before embarking into the Pacific Theater in World War II. And I think I told you when I met two of my mother's brothers were in the Pacific. They used to be able to deploy at the same time in those days, World War II. And one was shot down in New Guinea, and they never found the body. But the history goes back a long way, And I want to, by the way, recognize New Zealand's significant support for Ukraine, as a lot of Indo-Pacific countries are doing now, because this is more than just a regional war going on. So I look forward to our conversations today. We have a lot to talk about, and I'm really, really delighted to have you here again, really.
And can I say, Mr. President, thank you so much.
You can do anything you want.
Thank you. And we really welcome this opportunity. As you've said, we've spoken on several occasions, and what stood out to me on both those occasions were we traversed such similar issues, and not not least, of course, our shared history. You speak of your uncle's service in the Pacific. My grandfather served in the Pacific, and I think that speaks to the personal connection, but also the depth of our friendship and relationship as two countries. We are in an incredibly difficult international environment, but also domestically it is extraordinarily challenging as well. And can I bring the sincere condolences of the people of Aotearoa, New Zealand, for what you have experienced in Texas and in New York. And it's been devastating to see the impact on those communities. Our experience, of course, in this regard is our own, but if there is anything that we can share that would be of any value, we are here to share it.
Well, the work you're doing with the tech companies is really important, and I want to work with you there as well.
And I absolutely look forward to updating you on some of the conversations we've had this week, because I hold hopes that we can make progress. I also wanted just to acknowledge your leadership in bringing to the table the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework. And whilst, of course, we are significant advocates for the CPTPP, the IPEF presents a significant opportunity to build the economic resilience of our region. So I look forward to having a bit of a discussion about that opportunity as well. I also want to acknowledge your significant leadership on Ukraine and how important that has been, not only to us as we've looked to play a role as well, but globally as we look to make sure that we strengthen the international response to what is a threat to our values and, of course, the territorial sovereignty of Ukraine. I do want to finish on a note of optimism. Climate change also is one of the greatest threats that we face, and I believe that in you, not only we've seen the leadership, but the opportunity that exists between our nations to work together on this incredibly difficult issue that will only be resolved if we work together. So thank you. As you've said, we've got a lot to discuss.
A lot to do, and I want to emphasize the last point you made, working together.
Absolutely.
We are not coming to dictate or lay down the law. We have more work to do in those Pacific Islands as well. I mean, and so we talked at length about in the past about my trip to Japan and Korea, and then dealing with the Quad, and so I think there's a lot of opportunity.
Yeah, I agree.
To make the world safer and deal with the environment.
I agree. I agree.
Well,
So thank you.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
President Biden meeting there with the New Zealand Prime Minister at the White House, talking about gun violence in this country, also support for Ukraine. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break. 275 points there in the red as the week starts off with trading. And we'll keep an eye on that throughout the day for you right here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, we'll take you out to Chicago, where it is a big moment for a lot of police officers that are graduating now through the academy. And this is much needed, as not only Chicago is suffering gun violence concerns, but also they need more officers there on the streets, as well as officers across the country as well. So we'll take a listen at that, get you back out to some other top stories as well. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Foxwell. It's a big day for police recruits in Chicago as they are now graduating to become an officer there in the city. So let's listen right here at the police academy, their graduation here, as we are learning that more than 50 people were shot in the city over the weekend, 9 fatally, as gun violence is still a major, major concern.
Executive Director, Bureau of Constitutional Policing and Reform, Robert Boyk. Deputy Chief, Bureau of Internal Affairs, Michelle Rubino. Chief, Bureau of Counterterrorism, Ernest Cato III. Chief, Bureau of Detectives, Brendan Deanahan. Chief, Bureau of Patrol, Brian McDermott. Mayor, City of Chicago, Lori E. Lightfoot. Superintendent of Police, David O. Brown. We would also like to acknowledge special guests in the audience. From the Police Board, President Max Caproni. From the Chicago Police Memorial Foundation, Director of Operations Joe Salemi, and President Bill Condon. From the Chicago Police Foundation, Chairman Richard Simon, Executive Director Mary Ann Rose, and Treasurer Jim Callis. Representatives from the 100 Club of Illinois. Chief Brian McDermott will now administer the oath of office to our newest police officers.
Raise your right hand. I state your name. Having been appointed to the office of police officer, City of Chicago, do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of Illinois, and that I will faithfully discharge the duties of the office of police officer according to the best of my abilities. Congratulations.
Good morning. I'm Commander Ralph Cruz, the Training and Support Group, and it is my pleasure to introduce Officer Fabian Flexus, the spokesperson for today's graduating classes, who will deliver the graduation address.
Good morning, family, friends, colleagues, and esteemed guests. Welcome to the Chicago Police Department Graduation and Promotional Ceremony 2022. My name is Fabian Flexus, and it is an honor to stand before you all today as a representative of the graduating 21-5 class. We commemorate not only the newest police officers, but the sergeants, lieutenants, and commanders in their newly promoted position. I'm grateful to everyone involved that made this event possible. I would like to thank Mayor Lori Lightfoot and Superintendent Brown for being in attendance today. Your presence and support is greatly appreciated. A special thank you to our support staff, homeroom instructor, Officer Buckner, Officer Hutchinson, Sergeant Parler, for their dedication to our training. To the promotional officers in attendance, we applaud your perseverance as you climb the professional ladder and acknowledge both the sacrifices you have undertaken and the responsibilities your role entail, especially with the current hardships of today. We find ourselves in today. As new officers, we hope to one day sit in the same seats and reach your position. We aspire working with you in the future. From the moment we walked into the academy at 0645 hours in October of this past year, we were pushed to our physical and mental ends, challenged to the point of our limit time and time again, yet we still became triumphant. Whether it was repeating ourselves as we read out loud, one more time for the people in the back, being motivated by the gym staff, feelings, you know where they go. Encouraged to become a well-rounded student. If I can't make you better, then I'll make you stronger. Nerd. It wasn't all demanding. There were plenty of fun times. For example, learning about no refunds and no returns. Playing cards with Frontline and Rest. And our class favorite in-house lunches with Sergeant Spizak. Our academy instructors stressed the importance of becoming the change we wish to see in this revolving world. We were encouraged to develop new best practice methods to promote inclusivity among the community we serve and to bridge disparities through innovation and changes that face the future policing. Such endeavors would not have been possible without the knowledge bestowed upon to us from the academy staff. We appreciate all the areas of academic discipline that have strived to take a group of diverse individuals and cultivate us into the next sworn Chicago police officers. On behalf of everyone being recognized this morning, I would like to give a special thank you to the families, friends, and support systems that display unwavering love, encouragement, which have allowed for us officers to be successful. This career forever challenges you. There will be times when we will miss moments of holidays and dinners, and we please remind your loved ones that to bestow these honors and privileges and the responsibilities to serve our communities and protect the lives and rights and the property of all in Chicago. It is a special day as we celebrate the city of Chicago and its dedicated police officers. What an honor it is to be a part of the city's magnificent history, joining such a fundamental time. My fellow classmates, as we become sworn Chicago police officers, we must always remember to work hard to demonstrate integrity in our duties. This honor to serve our great city of Chicago is no small measure, and we will find ourselves in challenging situations. But we must adhere to the morals and ethical principles and continually remember our duty to our city and its great people. I am proud to say the call to service has been answered with 21-5 class. I see future chiefs, deputy chiefs, commanders, lieutenants, sergeants, and even academy instructors. Thank you for your attention. We look forward to serving the great people of the city of Chicago.
Thank you, Officer Flexus. Superintendent David Brown will now address today's honorees.
Good morning, fellow officers and all of your families and the friends of these new Chicago police officers. Thank you to Mayor Laura Lightfoot for her leadership, for your unwavering support of the Chicago Police Department, and for joining us on this occasion. It goes without saying that today is a special day. It also goes without saying that one of my favorite and most important parts of the job for me is spreading the word about the incredible work these amazing men and women of the Chicago Police Department do every single day. I enjoy bragging about you, rookies and veterans. I do it every chance I get, and I'll tell everyone who will listen that at great personal risk, our brave officers this weekend alone, this Memorial Day weekend, took 250 illegally possessed guns off the streets of Chicago. I'll tell them every one of those guns recovered represents a potential deadly force encounter prevented and a life saved. I'll also tell you how Chicago Police Department detectives have cleared 139 homicide cases so far this year, putting us on pace to surpass last year's 400 homicides cleared, which was a 19-year record. I'll also tell them that citywide murders are down 9% compared to the same time last year, as well as shooting victims are down 14%, and shooting incidents are down 16%. That's right, I'll brag about you and the hard, fearless work you do. I'll tell them how proud and grateful I am of you joining this great department, new recruits, new officers, even though it is the toughest time to be the police in recent history. I'll also tell them about the great city of Chicago. We've gained 50 new dedicated officers who will serve every corner of this city, from Rogers Park to Roseland, from Austin to Pilsen, and everywhere in between. Recruit Class 21-5 is made up of officers of many different diverse backgrounds. 26% of this class are women. 78% of this class are people of color. These new officers represent the diversity of our great city and that of our country. You won't just make the difference in the city. You will be the difference. Whether you realize it or not, the folks in here, your families, your friends, and the vast majority of the people have your back and support you. In all of Chicago, we're all counting on you. Always carry that. Always remember that. And never forget that you stand on the support and the prayers of your families and your friends and your new brothers and sisters with the Chicago Police Department. We all, you can clap. Your families, they serve right beside you on every call, on every watch. Make time for your family and take care of yourselves. We all know, as I mentioned, there's never been a tougher time to be the police. Still, you chose to answer the call to serve and protect. Every day, every single day, the men and women of the Chicago Police Department run toward danger when everyone else is running from it. Thank you all for your selflessness and your fearlessness and your commitment to this city. This department is already better because of all of you. You represent 21-5. You represent the next generation of officers helping to transform our department through visibility, engagement, and collaboration. I know the country is divided. That's easy to see. But we cannot be. We don't have that luxury. We must, all of us, stick together. Remember your training. Listen to your field training officer when you hit the streets. Except, you have my permission to ignore your field training officer's relationship advice. There's two things about cops that's true among many others. We give you the worst relationship advice, and we drink up all your liquor. But may you never forget why you serve and who you serve. Congratulations to every officer and those who have been promoted as well. May God bless each and every one of you, and may God bless the Chicago Police Department. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Brown. Mayor Lori Lightfoot will now address today's honorees.
Good morning, everyone. It's a great honor and privilege to be here with you. The fact of the matter is that we must take these moments where we see people who are willing to dedicate their lives for sacrifice and service. We have a responsibility to give them our great thanks and appreciation, and in particularly the families who have been with them every step of the way on this journey. It's an honor to be here. It's a great day for the city of Chicago. I do want to thank all the families and friends and loved ones who are here today to celebrate our graduates and officers on this next leg of their life's journey. This moment would not be possible without your love and support. I also want to thank the police leadership and CPD command staff, and particularly Superintendent Brown and the chiefs who are here with us today, for your skillful, compassionate leadership over the country's second largest police force, and I will say, the best damn police department in the country. Of course, I also want to thank and congratulate all of our graduates, the 48 new police officers, 44 new lieutenants, and 68 new sergeants, and 2 newly minted commanders, all of whom are answering the call to service. I want to say in particular to the new officers, the fact that you answered the call to serve in one of the most challenging times in the history of policing really speaks volumes about your character and your commitment. Cities across the country, including ours, are confronting the twin challenges of community safety and police reform. This moment requires us to embrace change, and change, I know, sometimes isn't easy. I ask you to lead with that good character and commitment in your heart as you go out and serve our residents. Importantly, lean into your training. Follow the direction of your supervisors. I also ask you to learn about the assets and gems in the neighborhood that you are about to serve, and realize the vibrancy and the history of each of these communities. The neighborhoods in which you will serve are so much more than just crime statistics. They are deep in history and culture. Get to know the people, and importantly, let them see you for who you are, the sons and daughters of Chicago. Our residents want you to be successful and respect and support you just as much as they support people in the community. We need you to form trust-based relationships with the residents that you serve, and I promise you it will make all the difference in your work and in our city. You're going to be on the front lines responding to our residents, sometimes on their worst days, in their most frightening moments. You may even find yourself in dangerous situations that only you, empowered by your training, your grit, and your determination, can remedy. Our residents in our city need your skillful, rapid, and nurturing response. Importantly, you must know And hopefully you will see that from day one on the job, that this is a city that wants and supports constitutional policing. When residents know and see that you have their back, they will have yours. This is not what I think, it's what I know. Because your success means their success, and importantly, the safety of every neighborhood in the city. So farm those trust-based relationships with the residents that you encounter. Get out of your cars, walk in the neighborhoods, and let them see you for who you are. People who are committed, who are taking the step to elevate service over self. It's a big responsibility, but we all, and when I say we, myself and the entire police leadership, are more confident that you have what it takes. You wouldn't be here celebrating this milestone if you weren't ready. Not only have you spent hours upon hours preparing for this moment, but you have that fighting resiliency and that spirit within you because you're Chicagoans. That spirit must be at the core of our city's strength, and that will shed light on your darkest days. And when all else seems to fail, remember, folks, ladies and gentlemen, you are not alone. You're joining a new family with thousands of officers in your ranks who can support you and lift you up. Additionally, your leaders and mentors are there to support you and make sure that you're taken care of. Superintendent Brown is leading the charge for change by making officer wellness a key pillar of the department's strategic plan. Notably, last year, he proposed a historic increase in funding for officer wellness, an additional $20 million, which I was happy to support and we passed in the budget that starts this year. Please take advantage of the additional resources. There will be situations that you cannot walk away from. You are the people who run to danger when others run away from it. But you can make the decision not to let your experiences and the trauma that you experience hinder your life and your happiness. Please use all of the tools and resources offered at our department to take care of yourselves. I want to just say to you loud and clear, there is no shame in recognizing you need additional supports and seeking the help that is available for you. The trauma that you will see is real, and that experience is real. Start right now at the beginning of your career to make a plan for how you're going to invest in your health and well-being. That's critically important. Let me also say a few words to the supervisors that we are recognizing in their promotions today. First of all, congratulations. Congratulations. Congratulations and thank you for seeking a leadership position in the best police department in the country. I also want you to think about the newly minted officers and the thousands of young officers across this department. Please take care of them. They need you. Stand tall for them and model the behavior you want them to demonstrate each and every day out on the street. Your responsibility now as leadership goes way beyond the stats and deployments. These young officers, and frankly their families and friends, are trusting you with their lives and their livelihoods. Their well-being is crucial to the success of this department and the mission that they will be on every single day to keep our residents safe. Their well-being is a crucial part of that. Their growth is essential, and a lot of that depends upon you. So we need you to make sure that in your daily discharge of your responsibilities, you're thinking about the care of these young officers. Now, I want to say one last thing. It's officially summertime in Chicago. This is the season that we wait for all winter, and it's the best time in the year to enjoy everything that our city has to offer. But unfortunately, it's historically a time of challenge, particularly in neighborhoods that have seen way too much violence for way too long. I want to also say that you're not alone in the fight against violence. In this city, we do not work in silos. You heard the superintendent talk about the decrease in homicides, the decrease in shootings. Now, it's way too early for anybody to be taking a victory lap, but we have gotten to this point because we work in conjunction with every city department who views their work through a lens of public safety, and we've gotten this far and made this progress because we work in concert with our residents. We are working in the 15 most dangerous neighborhoods in our city that historically have driven 50% of our violence. And the numbers that you heard overall for the city, they're significantly better overall in those neighborhoods. Shootings and homicides down 20+%. That is a great accomplishment because we have come to the table in those communities with a humble heart and a listening ear and asked the critical question, what does it take in your community to make you and your residents, your neighbors, feel safe? It's a different answer in Roseland than it is in East and West Garfield Park. It's a different answer in Inglewood than it is in Austin or in the far north side. But it's a question we must ask with our residents and work in conjunction with them. That's critically important. The fact that we solved, the detective division solved more homicides last year than the last 19 years alone. Yes, of course, it's diligence, it's hard work, it's use of the technology, but it's also that people have trusted the police as never before. Because every single one of those homicides that gets solved invariably starts with a tip from a resident that may be fearful, but put their faith above their fear and stepped out on that faith and said, I'm going to do the right thing and provide the information to a police department that I trust that will protect me. We can't make progress on public safety without making sure that our residents view each and every one of our police officers as legitimately doing the work that protects them and keeps them safe. So in this next few months in particular, we got to lean into those relationships in every community. You'll hear me say every time about our public safety strategy that the solution doesn't lie with law enforcement alone. For way too long, we asked the police and the police alone to solve all of society's ills. And I believe that we've set the police up for failure. Public safety has to be a team sport. It's got to be each and every one of us asking ourselves every day, what more can we do? How can I step up and do my part? That's how we make the police the successful and not the fall guy. We cannot continue to ask the police alone to solve all of society's ills. It's not right that they should shoulder that burden alone. And importantly, it's simply not good strategy. And we've got decades of data that demonstrates that. You will find, ladies and gentlemen, in this city, lots of allies in a public safety fight. The people in the neighborhoods, your fellow department members, the fifth floor, and this mayor. We support you. And we know that we've got to all do our part as well in order for you to be successful in your daily missions. And though you are the pinnacle of law and order, our entire city is working alongside you, addressing the root causes of violence to make our city safer, better, and fairer. And I want to thank you once again for stepping up in this moment. It's a very difficult time to be the police. And the fact that you are willing to step up, as I said before, is a great testament to who you are, the values that you have, the support system that has helped you along this journey. And I want you to know we do and will always have your back. We need you to be successful because your success means that our city is safer. So God bless you as you go out on these missions. God bless you as you step up and proudly wear the badge of the Chicago Police Department, which is a calling and an honor and a privilege. God bless you, and God bless the great city of Chicago.
Worldwide here for you on Live Now from Fox. As that event ends, we go to some breaking news right now coming out of Florida here, where a man has been killed by a possible gator attack in Largo, Florida. This is just north of St. Petersburg. The Largo Police Department is investigating the death of an adult man at Taylor Lake. The victim's identity is not being released right now. At this time, detectives believe that the victim was looking for frisbees in the water and a gator was involved. There are posted signs of no swimming in the lake there. And unfortunately, a frisbee looks like it cost this man his life, even though that there were warnings of gators there of do not go in that water. All right, everybody, well, we will take a quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. Stay right here with us. More to come coming up in just 2 minutes. Live Now from Fox continues a live look in Uvalde as a memorial continues to be shown here of the 21 victims that died last week in that tragic and senseless shooting. Right now, we are going to go out to New York, where 7 mayors are coming together across New York to address gun violence. Obviously, they are dealing with their own issues as well. We can all remember what happened in Buffalo not too long ago as well. So let's listen to that right here on Live Now from Fox.
Then we have an opportunity. We have an opportunity right now to do something transformative in communities that desperately need an effective change.
Thank you very much for your work, Kay Bain. Thank you for being with us today in Buffalo. We appreciate you sharing lessons learned that your organization has used to make a difference here in Buffalo and communities all across this country.
Thank you, Mayor Brown.
It is now my pleasure to introduce Linda Beagle Schulman, founder of the Scott J. Beagle Memorial Fund.
Thank you, Mayor Brown. My name is Linda Beagle Schulman. 1,568 days ago, my son was murdered in the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School massacre in Parkland, Florida. Scott was shot 6 times within 3 seconds from 5 feet away. Incredibly, but all too true, at the same time, Florida, like Texas, considered an 18-year-old to be mature enough to buy an AR-15 assault rifle, a weapon of war whose only purpose is to kill people, but not mature enough to buy a beer. It is important for everyone here in Buffalo, along with any other community that has experienced gun violence, to understand that you are also victims of gun violence. Let me state again, you are all victims of gun violence. You must learn to accept that. All too often, Those whose lives are ended by gun violence are considered to be the victims. The rest of us, the wounded, the family members, the friends, and the coworkers are incorrectly labeled survivors. Gun violence has a profound effect on the entire community, not only on those who are killed. We are all victims. We survived physically, but we are still victims. Look at me. No bullet pierced my body. I have no physical scars. I was not rushed into surgery or had to endure months of painful rehabilitation. However, the emotional and psychological scars that I have are just as real, just as painful, and will continue to last for the rest of my life. I am asking you, turn your grief, your pain, and your anger into activism. We must end gun violence through both education and legislation. Through education, the Scott J. Beagle Memorial Fund sends at-risk, underserved children touched by gun violence to summer sleepaway camp. Our goal is to show these impressionable and vulnerable young children that there are positive alternatives to guns and gangs and keep them out of the criminal justice system forever. I believe in gun safety, not gun control. We must fight for the enactment of the most basic gun safety laws, like the laws we have enacted here in New York. We must pass legislation on a federal level. This legislation should include universal background checks, safe storage, the banning of bump stocks, and the banning of ghost guns. This is plain and simple common sense. We are literally in the fight for our lives. The root causes of gun violence are many. They include white supremacism, mental health, illness, and also poverty, just for starters. But there's one common thread running through all of these causes of gun violence in our country: the easy access to guns. A white supremacist hell-bent on evil cannot undertake a mass shooting without easy access to an AR-style weapon. Everyone has the right to be safe, and everyone has the right to live without fear. No one should have to think about where they will hide if someone with a gun starts shooting. You should feel safe in a school, a supermarket, a house of worship, a movie theater, at a concert, or a mall, without the need to look over your shoulder. June is Gun Violence Awareness Month. It is outrageous that we have to designate a day for gun violence awareness, let alone a month, but we do. We have to keep up the fight and make our streets, homes, schools, places of worship, and businesses safe from gun violence. Last week, I was asked about the lone gunman who walked into the school in Texas and took the lives of 19 innocent children who had not yet experienced all the joys of life, along with 2 teachers who sacrificed their lives trying to save their students. I stated then, and I will reiterate again, there is no such thing as a lone gunman. The gunman, for now who we know as the active shooter, is the one who pulled the trigger. But as far as I am concerned, the active shooter had help and encouragement from the NRA. The NRA continues to oppose basic gun safety measures as universal background checks and red flag laws, which we know very well saves lives. An active shooter had help and encouragement from the gun industry, who continued to sell guns that they knew were full well for only one purpose. The purpose was to kill people. Clearly, the gun industry values profits more than they value human lives. The active shooter had help and encouragement from governors, lieutenant governors, states' attorney generals, state legislatures, and the 50 United States senators as they continue failing to enact reasonable gun safety laws. Right now, 50 United States senators are holding the entire country hostage by opposing reasonable gun safety legislation. The active shooter had help and encouragement from the United States Supreme Court, which seems to value guns over lives. New York has the most stringent gun safety laws in the country, yet we are not immune from gun violence. Illegal guns are coming into New York through the iron pipeline from the South every day. We must commit ourselves to ending gun violence in our lifetime. We must commit ourselves to the passage of reasonable gun safety laws on the federal level. We must keep up the fight. We must speak out and make sure our voices are heard loud and clear and taken very seriously. If we remain silent and do nothing, the epidemic of gun violence will only get worse. Just look at where we are now. We must do our part. Before I return the microphone to Mayor Brown, I would like to leave anyone and everyone who is a victim of gun violence and listening to my voice a few personal thoughts. We are entitled to our emotions, our feelings, our grief, our anger, our sadness. Our lives have been turned upside down and inside out. Our lives will never be the same. Many, many times I've been asked, when do you think you will get over or get past the sense of loss and grief you feel? Let me answer you right now. You never get over it. You never get past it. You find some days will be more difficult than others. Mother's Day, Father's Day, birthdays, holidays. For me, the hardest day is Valentine's Day, February 14th. February 14th is the day that my son was shot in Parkland. You see, February 14th is the day that Scott was murdered, and it's also the day that my daughter Melissa was born. February 14th, as you can imagine, is one of the happiest days of my life and also the worst day of my life. It has been 1,068 days since Scott's murder. I have had to learn to live with the loss and grief I feel each and every day. My son, my loved one, was murdered senselessly due to gun violence. For those of you in my club, the club no one ever asked to become a member, you will know that you have rounded the corner and begun your journey of recovery, of healing, when you're alone with your thoughts and the memory of your loved one pops into your head. This time, instead of tears welling into your eyes, the memory brings a smile to your face. Today, I love talking about my son. I love hearing stories. I love getting texts. I love getting letters. I love getting pictures from people who knew him and want to share. It is a very long journey to healing and learning to live with the devastating loss of a loved one. Yet we have choices. My choice has become my mission. My mission is to do something that will rid our society of senseless gun violence and make sure no other mother, father, sister, brother, aunt, uncle, friend, or coworker ever joins my club. Let's work together and put a sign on the door of my club that says membership closed, no more admittance. Join me on my mission, please. I know together we can make a difference. And I know and I believe in my heart together we can get something done. Thank you, stay strong and stay safe.
Linda Beagle-Schulman, thank you for your powerful comments and for turning your pain into real action that's making a difference in the lives of others. We will now hear from elected leaders from all across the state of New York who will make their comments in the following order. Rochester Mayor Malik Evans, Albany Mayor Kathy Sheehan, Westchester County Executive George Latimer, Mount Vernon Mayor Sean Patterson Howard, Newburgh Mayor Torrance Harvey, Niagara Falls Mayor Robert Restaino, and Dunkirk Mayor Wilfred Rosas. Now we will hear from Mayor Evans.
Thank you, Mayor Brown, for hosting this event. And I want to say we continue to pray for you, Mayor, Brother Mayor, and all of our brothers and sisters in Buffalo. Buffalo is extremely close to Rochester, as you know, 90 miles to the east. So our hearts are broken for our brothers and sisters in Buffalo. And I always say that we see ourselves in Mayor Brown because we see ourselves in the community of Buffalo. The victims of that horrific incident on May 14th represent a cross-section of America. A retired police lieutenant, a substitute teacher, a beloved grandmother, a dedicated community activist. All these folks are representative of the gun violence that we're seeing in our communities. And I know that I'm tired of it, and I know our fellow mayors are also tired of it. We owe it to survivors, to folks like Linda Beagle-Schulman, who just spoke, to not let our despair paralyze us and move into action. And I hope that as we continue to work, that work in prayers. I'm a preacher's kid. Faith without work is dead. We just can't pray. We also have to work at it. We'll be able to shine a shining light to lift our hearts during these difficult times that we're seeing and that we just saw in the last couple of weeks in Buffalo and in Texas. It's exhausting. And I think that it's a crying shame that today in America, that we continue to see gun violence across the spectrum. And it is a punctuation point when we see that it's sometimes driven by hate and racism that cost predominantly African Americans their lives. And I hope that we can come up with sensible legislation that will get guns out of the hands of people who should not have them. I'm a banker, and I'll wrap up. I'm a banker, so I look at the numbers. And in 2020, more Americans died of gun-related injuries than any other year on record. And that includes a record number of gun numbers. In 2020, even after all these mass shootings that we've had, Sandy Hook, Parker, that's 45,222 people dead from gun-related injuries, according to the CDC in 1 year. And again, I tell you, I'm a banker, so I go to the numbers and think that would somehow wake folks in Washington up to action. There were 61 shooter incidents that killed 103 people and wounded 140 in 2020. That's 243 casualties of active shooter instances in 1 year, a 50% increase from the previous year and a 96.8 increase from 2017. So we have to keep speaking up. We have to keep speaking up, but we also have to demand action. And as it was said, in Rochester, we'll be proclaiming this week on Friday with our county executive, Gun Violence Awareness Month. We'll be wearing orange. We'll be lighting up our city orange. I'm collaborating with our school district. This year alone, my first day in office, my first day is taking in office, my oath. I had a 14-year-old kid murdered while he was going to the store to buy noodles. A 17-year-old murdered while getting off the bus. A 10-year-old shot 4 times while she's braiding her grandmother's hair. So I'm collaborating with our school district because our young people are experiencing this trauma. And then they have to turn on the TV and see what's happening in Texas. It's hard for me to even explain to my kids who are the same age as the kids that were murdered in cold blood in Texas. How do I explain to them what we are seeing? But in Rochester, we won't give in to despair. We're going to continue to pledge to work with our law enforcement, our civic groups to find a path to the underlying causes that precipitate these incidences. We have the mayor's advisor on violence prevention services. We launched the Rochester Peace Collective last month, which works to try to encourage our young people in particular to do positive things before they get involved in gun violence. The last thing I'll say is, when there's a hurricane or a natural disaster, FEMA comes in and we have this whole of community approach where everybody comes in together to try to solve this natural disaster. Gun violence should be no different. In every level of government, every single organization needs to come together to try to do what we can to stop this carnage that we continue to see in our country and in our cities. And mayors, we live it. We don't get to stand up and talk and preach about it. We got to go to these mothers and fathers and these brothers and sisters and these kids and comfort them while we're seeing this. We don't get to get into esoteric conversations. The problems are right at the doorsteps of City Hall, and we need help. We can't do this alone by ourselves. So thank you, Mayor Brown, for pulling us together. I know that we will keep the faith and we will keep moving forward. And I hope that 50 years from now, people will look back and say, this is the moment, this is the time where they finally did something in the richest, most powerful nation in the world to try to end the scourge.
That was just a little bit there of 7 New York mayors coming together to address gun violence, obviously a major issue, and it's a big talking point, of course, in Congress as well now, following the Texas tragedy and, of course, the Buffalo tragedy as well. All right, everybody, we will take a quick 2-minute break. When we come back, we are taking you out to Kentucky, where we do have Senator Mitch McConnell making some remarks. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox, taking you out to Kentucky for Senator Mitch McConnell's home state, addressing some people there at a breakfast luncheon / brunch. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox as he is talking about inflation, high gas prices, and, of course, gun violence as well.
I think was something I was proud to participate in with all of you. Very important to the heritage of this wonderful river town that more Kentuckians ought to visit. Where shall I start? As Doug indicated, I've been around a while, almost as long as mayor. The former mayor over here. I asked David if he was mayor for life. He said no, but he's now city commissioner for life, right? This opportunity you all gave me to represent our state over the years, and the opportunity my colleagues have given me to be their leader on the Republican side over the last 16 years. It's hard to imagine that I've been in this job that long. Just to put that in perspective, at the end of this year, I'll tie Mike Mansfield as the longest-serving Senate leader in American history. And if I have one more term, that's 2 years, I'll break that record, which is something I hope to be able to do. But it's not just about setting records. It's not just about how long you've been around. It's whether or not you really made a difference. When you've been around as long as I have, people start writing stories about how long you've been around. But what's really important is what kind of an impact did you have, and did you make a difference? My philosophy is not complicated. As all of you know, there are pretty big differences between Republicans and Democrats these days. The American people themselves are pretty divided, right down the middle. The U.S. Senate is 50-50. The reason I'm not the majority leader is because the vice president is the tiebreaker. By the way, I've been the majority leader and I've been the minority leader. Majority's better. So I have some hope that maybe that will be my job next year. And the job of the majority leader is significant in the sense that the majority leader decides what you're going to do, what you're going to take up, and frequently what you're not going to do. So in my time as majority leader, the single biggest decision I ever made was actually a decision not to do something. And that was to fill the Supreme Court vacancy created by the death of Justice Scalia during the 2016 election. To give you a more recent example of what my role would have been had we won one seat in the Georgia specials on January 5th of 2021, we would not have passed a $2 trillion so-called rescue package, which, no question, sent down a lot of money to local government, but created this 40-year wave of inflation that's affecting every single household in America. If I had been the majority leader, we wouldn't have considered it. Since Chuck Schumer was, we passed it. So that's the role of the majority leader in the United States Senate. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean you don't look for things you can do together. If we're mostly a basketball state, but think of a football field. When you have divided government, or closely divided government like we have right now, I think what the American people are saying is we're not going to give either side total control of the government. And so what we'd like for you to do is to see if you can find things you can agree on and do those. In other words, between the 40-yard lines, there are certainly going to be things you can agree on. So I'm going to give you two examples, one of which had a huge impact not too far from here. I felt that the infrastructure package, which we've been trying to pass through several different presidencies and coming up short. A major infrastructure package was good for the country, something we could broadly agree on and get accomplished. And so I joined a group in my own party in the Senate last year in putting together a major infrastructure package, which President Obama had tried to achieve, President Trump had tried to achieve, but we'd come up short in one way or another. I thought it was worth doing and important to the country. One of the major beneficiaries of that package is the Brent Spence Bridge, not too far away from you. And for all of the people who hated the idea of tolls all these years, apparently under this proposal that Governor DeWine and Governor Beshear agreed to, it's going to be toll-free. So that will be a great relief to an awful lot of Kentuckians who commute on a daily basis over to Ohio for work. A tangible example of something that could be done on a bipartisan basis. We did another bill last year that is important to rural and small towns. We did a postal reform bill to try to keep the post offices open. You know, some really small communities, a lot smaller than Maysville, without a post office, they don't exist. And to try to keep them open, even though in today's modern economy, the post office, frankly, is a financial loser. And that's not likely to change, but the post office is in the United States Constitution. Benjamin Franklin made sure of it. And it's still fundamentally important to the identity of rural and small town America. So the divide that you see in the country today is largely between the two coasts and what are derisively referred to states like ours as flyover country. For example, the four leaders in Congress, I'm the only one of the four not from New York or California. So I have accepted a special role to look out for what sort of the coastal elites would consider flyover country, because there are a whole lot of people who live between the coast and have in many of these rural and small towns a totally different approach to our culture, to our issues, and the rural-urban divide frequently plays out on individual issues. Now, turning to the current condition of the country, let me just say that it's not good. It's not good. 40-year inflation, an open border, crime waves, it's not good. Some of that, I think, is clearly preventable. I like Joe Biden personally, but he has not governed as a moderate, which is what he said he would govern as when he got elected president. There's been nothing moderate about this administration so far, except maybe for the infrastructure bill, which was the one thing that I thought was worth addressing on a bipartisan basis. The $2 trillion rescue package, even though some of our communities will benefit one time, produced a wave of 40-year inflation that's going to take us quite a while to get out of, and may even create a recession in order to crush the inflation, which is what happened 40 years ago in Carter and the first year or so of Reagan. Everything costs more. You didn't need me to tell you that. I mean, it's pretty easy. You figure it out when you fill up your tank, when you go to the grocery store. And it's particularly hard on low-income people. Particularly hard on low-income people. The other challenge we were talking about here at the table a while ago is we have difficulty getting people back to work. That's part of the result of dumping all of that money onto the economy. Many people confronted today with a choice between going back to work and staying home a little longer conclude the latter is the best course for them. And so regardless of the size of the business, what I run into all the time is people saying, I can't get the workforce back. Just to give you a tangible example, I made reservations at a restaurant in Louisville a couple of weekends ago. We thought to call right before we went, and the owner, who I know, said, "Thank goodness you called. We're not opening tonight because we can't get anybody to come." They couldn't open. So we are going to have to squeeze this inflation down, get past the problem, frankly, created by this all-Democratic government insisting on dumping $2 trillion on the economy. And this was after we were basically past COVID. The CARES Act was basically written in my office. I was the majority leader then, and we reached out to rescue hospitals, communities, small businesses through the PPP loan program. But by the time President Biden came to office, we had 3 effective vaccines. The economy was beginning to pick up on its own, and the last thing we needed was to drop $2 trillion on top of the economy. Now, that's not just me saying it. This is Larry Summers, who was Bill Clinton's Secretary of the Treasury, Jason Furman, who was the head economics guy for President Obama. Both said at the time this was a mistake and was going to create rampant inflation. So that mistake was made, but we'll live with the consequences. The other challenge we have at the moment is on the international front. And I want to tell you how I feel about it. Some of you may have seen that I went to Ukraine a couple of weekends ago. Throughout my time in the Senate, the Russians have been a big problem. First it was the Soviet Union, and then there was optimism in the wake of the breakup of the Soviet Union that maybe the new Russia would be different. And after a few years of some optimism under Yeltsin passes away and Putin somehow gets control of the apparatus, and you know what we've had since. One of the smartest things we did when the Soviet Union broke up was to extend NATO, the national, NATO, the national North American Treaty Organization, which you're familiar with, is the single most important military alliance in world history, ever. Set up in 1949 when Truman was president to wall off the Soviet Union and its satellite states, which had extended way, way into Europe, Czechoslovakia, Hungary, Romania, all under, as Winston Churchill said, behind the Iron Curtain. So when the wall fell and the Soviet Union imploded, I was among many, not all by myself, but among many who thought we ought to expand NATO as rapidly as possible on the assumption that the Russians would not change their stripes simply because communism fell. So we took NATO into the Baltics, to Hungary and Poland, Romania, what was then Czechoslovakia. And it was a very smart move because we soon discovered that Putin thought the single biggest mistake of the previous century was the breakup of the Soviet Union. This is an old KGB agent who wanted things the way they used to be. And so they've survived during this period primarily because they're an energy supplier to a large part of Europe and to the country. My late colleague John McCain called the Russian regime a gangster regime with a gas station. In every other way, they're largely backward. And what they did was to spin off state assets and produce these oligarchs, as you read about, who are fabulously wealthy as a result of having inside information during this time that state assets were spun off, and they were able to grab them. It's not the kind of country any of us would like to live in, and many Russians wouldn't as well. So Putin set his eye on Ukraine and absurdly argued that Ukraine was really historically part of Russia and assumed that he would be welcomed if he invaded Ukraine. Well, we've seen the results. The Ukrainians are putting up one hell of a fight. Zelensky has been dubbed by many of us as Winston Churchill in a T-shirt. And they've demonstrated that they're up for the fight. The Russians lost more of their military personnel in the first 2 weeks than our country lost in both Iraq and Afghanistan in 20 years. So the Ukrainians are putting up a hell of a fight. I called the president a few weeks ago and I said, I think I need to go to Ukraine, and to get into the country right now requires his permission because of the security concerns. I had two things in mind. One is there is some isolationist sentiment in my party that I think is wrong-headed, and I wanted to push back against it. And second, a lot of the Europeans saw it during the previous administration that Republicans were not that interested in the NATO alliance anymore and were not quite sure it was still important, and I wanted to push back against that feeling as well. So I asked three of my colleagues to go with me. We flew into Poland, and then through a rather lengthy process, which I will not describe to you for security reasons, we found ourselves in Kyiv with a 2-hour meeting with President Zelensky, who was every bit as inspirational in person as he is when you see him on TV. You know the story of his rise? He was a comedy actor on Ukrainian television, and there was a series that he was the star of about corruption in government. My wife used to watch the series before he became president. She said he was hilarious and really impressive. This was back before. So he ended up living out exactly what the show was all about. He ran for president. He named his party after the show, ran for president, got elected. Now, Ronald Reagan turned out to be a pretty good president, and he started off in that world as well. This guy has been spectacular. They're not asking us to fight this war for them. They're asking for the tools to help. Nothing Putin predicted has happened. When we left Ukraine, we flew up to Copenhagen and then to Helsinki, and happened to be in both Sweden and Finland at the time they were debating asking for admission to NATO. Let me tell you how unusual that is. The Swedes have not been in a military alliance with anyone else for over 200 years. The Finns and the Swedes, even though they're part of the European community, chose not to join up with NATO. Public opinion was decidedly neutral in both countries on that issue until Putin went into Ukraine. And there was a total change in public opinion in both Sweden and Finland. And by the time we got there, they were approving, asking to come in on an overwhelming basis. That's the last thing Putin wanted. He assumed Ukraine would be easy to take. He assumed it would divide NATO. It's actually unified NATO like nothing I've ever seen. And the cooperation among NATO countries is incredible. The Poles have 1 million Ukrainians in their country. They're staying in people's homes. They're putting them up, taking care of them. People are sending weapon systems from these countries to the Ukrainians. German politics has completely changed. They overreacted, as you can imagine, after World War II, and became almost totally neutral and totally dependent upon the Russians for energy. Now they've reversed. They're going to step up and do their 2% of GDP, which every NATO country is supposed to do, 2% of GDP for defense. And so Putin has strengthened NATO, been an inspiration to democratic countries all over the world, and a reminder to younger people that evil still exists. Bob Gates, who is one of the most effective public servants in my time, who was Secretary of Defense under both Bush and Obama, said the last few decades were a holiday from history. What he meant was people assumed that these kinds of bad things don't happen anymore, but it's still there. And right now our adversaries are two big powers, Russia and China. And so let me tell you how this affects China. President Xi has got to be watching all this and wondering how it's going to turn out, because he covets Taiwan. He covets Taiwan. So far, you'd have to say the message he's getting out of this is maybe this doesn't work out too well, because not only has it been militarily disastrous for the Russians, the sanctions that all of us have imposed on them in a variety of different ways are having a huge impact on the Russian economy. Take McDonald's, for example, which had made a major commitment in Russia 30 years ago. They pulled out all their stores, all 900 of them, out, gone. So as integrated as the Chinese are into the world economy, you've got to wonder whether President Xi thinks it would be worth the price. So what are our challenges now with Ukraine? It's to stick with them. To stick with them. They want their country back. They want all of their country back. And one of the questions I asked President Zelensky was, there are, as you probably read, some Russian-speaking, Russian-sympathizing parts of Ukraine in the eastern part. I said, are they still sympathetic? He said, not anymore. Not anymore, after seeing what the Russians did. He's also unified Ukraine. Unified Ukraine, unified NATO, gotten huge numbers of his own personnel killed. So everybody wonders how it ends, and I can't answer that. I don't know. But I think if there is an ending coming, my view is we ought not to force onto the Ukrainians a settlement they don't want. In other words, I don't think we should, from outside, dictate the terms of a settlement. It seems to me the parties to the conflict, if it's going to end, have to determine what the terms are to end it. In the meantime, I think our mission on their behalf is to send them anything that will shoot, if anything is useful in pushing back against this aggression. So that's the other big issue going on right now. I'll close with this. As I told you, it's better be a majority leader than a minority leader. We're going to have an election this fall. And the atmosphere for success of my party is pretty good. Typically, the party of the president loses seats 2 years into the first term. How many seats sort of depends upon the overall atmosphere. And I think the American people, at least so far, are not giving the Biden administration good grades. And if we have fully electable candidates on the ballot in November, I think there's a decent chance that the country will change directions. So what does that mean for everybody else? If you have divided government, I think the message that I said earlier is look for the things you can agree on and do those, because neither side will have all the power to do anything exactly the way they want to. So if I'm the leader of the majority next year, my view is, with President Biden, let's see what we can agree to do. It's not going to be what you wanted to do, and probably not what I would want to do if we had a Republican in the White House, but try to make some progress for the country during a 2-year period of divided government within the 40-yard lines. And for the country, I think that would be a period of relative stability without any more of these wild spending sprees that pretty much defined the first year of the Biden presidency. So let me just close by thanking you again for the opportunity to represent our state for such a long time. I told some youngsters the other day my real break in getting started was my internship with Henry Clay. So none of this would have been possible without the support of the greatest state in the country, and in the last 16 years without the support of my colleagues. And so for the opportunity to hopefully, from time to time, make a difference, thank you all from the bottom of my heart. Thanks a lot.
So on behalf of the Rotary Club, I'm going to present you with this mug. It's got our four-way test on the back, which I think is a fine way to look at things just in general. You're going to hear us say that at the end of the meeting. But we really, really appreciate you coming. I mean, where can you go, Rotary, I say this every week, where can you go and rub shoulders with some of the biggest leaders, not only in Maysville and Mason County, but in the United States? Let's give Ms. Thank you. So do we have any other business that needs to come before the Rotary Club today? All right, seeing none, I will.
And welcome everyone here to Live Now from Fox. It is a new hour here, and we appreciate all our viewers for joining us from around the country as you're taking a look here at the Dow. Just about 70 points there in the red, making a comeback here as we had session lows almost down to 400 points. So we'll be keeping an eye on that. And of course, a live look right now at the memorial that keeps on growing in Uvalde. A live look there after 21 people were senselessly, just horrible situation that happened there last week where 21 people died, and funerals continue this week as well. And of course, we'll be bringing you updates on all of that in the coming days as they happen. But I want to go out right now to Houston. This event just wrapped up, and this features the mayor and other city officials talking about gun violence there.
The events that took place in our city over the weekend. Last week was stressful and painful on so many different levels, and to have the Uvalde massacre, and when 19 kids' lives were taken, 2 adults, on a Tuesday, followed by the NRA being in town with over 60,000 people, started really on Thursday, going Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And then for HPD, the fire department, other city personnel, as well as others to step in to maintain the peace. I want to thank them for just doing an incredible job, because they did do an incredible job under some very tough circumstances. And I want to thank the people in our city, and the people who visited our city, who behaved themselves in an orderly fashion. They exercised their First Amendment rights. The delegates came to the convention. But from every report that I have received, things were could not have been handled better by any city. And I certainly want to take this opportunity to thank all Chief Slinken on behalf. I know Chief Fenner is out of the state, but to the police officers, to Chief Pena and all of the firefighters and city employees, let me thank you all for doing an incredible job, and for the people in the city of Houston. Having said that, there's been a lot of conversation, reports in reference to record-breaking crime in our city, especially as it relates to homicides. These are numbers that I look at every single morning, with the exception of, I guess you can say, the weekend, but every single morning. And I will say to you, at the beginning of this year, all of us can recall in January, the reports that were being made, given that homicides were at a record-breaking pace ahead of where things were in a year ago. So, for example, in January, people were reporting that crime was up, homicides were up, let's say at least 65% over and above last year to date. And people were saying Houston, the middle capital of the world. I mean, just a lot of reports that were taking place, that were being spoken. We did institute One Safe Houston on February the 2nd of this year, using $52 million of ARPA funding to address crime in our city. Really took a very holistic approach in doing that. It was an all-hands-on-deck approach. So again, I want to thank HPD. Chief Slinker, why don't you step over in the back? So certainly want to thank HPD through increased boots on the ground, as well as through the overtime initiative, adding 125 police officers per day, working very intentional in addressing that. I want to thank them. I want to thank the city legal department, for example, for the initiatives that were put in place, cracking down on so many different areas, and Attorney Michelle and the legal department for the work that they did in moving forth. Crystal Agora has the responsibility of kind of overseeing One Safe Houston, tracking what is taking place in all of those initiatives. Certainly want to thank the members of City Council for saying yes to many of the initiatives and many of the district city councils for doing things in their own individual district. It has been an all hands on deck. Want to thank our other partners as well for stepping up, county DA's office, and addressing the situation, Crime Stoppers, all of the partners, community partners, people taking an interest in their own neighborhoods. Very much appreciate that, but really want to, and then want to just underscore the federal dollars that we have received from the Biden-Harris administration as relates to crime reduction. Anyway, the point that I simply want to make, every morning, been looking at these numbers. For the last several months, we've been trending in the right direction in almost every category, with the exception of homicides. We have been below year-to-date where things were. This morning, for example, looking at the numbers, and for the first time this year, we are now below where we were a year ago as it relates to homicides. Last year, at this time, we 192 murders in our city. As of this morning, that number is 187. And so we are 3% below where we were last year. And those numbers have been trending in the right direction. And not just on homicides, but almost in all other categories of violent crime, been trending in the right direction. I'm not here at all to say that it's a mission accomplished, not saying that at all. What I am here to say, and what I want to assure Houstonians, is that with the initiative, the One Safe Houston plan that we put in place, if you're looking at the numbers, it is working. It is effective. It is having an impact, and the numbers will speak to themselves. Now, if it's one crime, if one person is involved in one crime or one life is lost, that is way too many. So let me underscore that. So you're never satisfied until there's no crime, no murders being committed in your city, no robberies being taking place in your city, no assaults being taking place in your city. But from where things were in January, and all of the statements and the reports that were made, that were being made, when you look at where we are today, with the steps that we have put in place, from all indications, the One Safe Houston initiative is working, and the numbers are speaking for themselves. In fact, even as it relates to homicide clearance, and Chief Fenner's not here, but Chief Slinkard and to HPD, the clearance rate is at 80%, and that's above the clearance rate in 2020 and 2021. So more crimes are being solved. And again, I want to thank HPD for their work in this area, because we're solving more. Now we simply need to make sure that as they get solved and they go through the criminal justice system, that the judges, the courts, and everybody else are working with us to keep people there and keep them off the streets. And there are additional steps that are being implemented. I think in July, the gun buyback program will take off, will kick in. So we're moving forward on that initiative. And Crystal Agorafor is providing leadership along with HPD on that initiative. The reentry program, providing employment and housing, reducing recidivism, that also will be taking place. With respect to the Credible Messengers program, getting the community influencers in play, that was a class that graduated a couple of weeks ago, so that piece is moving forward. The crisis intervention initiatives, all of that's in play and moving forward. The technology piece, we're utilizing more technology than we've used in the past, that's taken forward. So it's no one single piece, it's all of these pieces working together. Again, we are not where we want to be, but we're certainly trending in the right direction. And when it comes to homicides, I want the word to be very clear. There are fewer homicides here today than there were a year ago. and we're going to continue to be very intentional to drive that number down even more. Now, certainly understand on any given day and any given week, numbers can tick up. Numbers can tick up. But one of the reasons why I want to highlight today is because in January, so much attention was given. And so that information went out. In terms of the murder capital of the world, I think the same degree of attention should be given when the results are positive for the people in the city of Houston. And that is that instead of being 65+% above in homicides where we were in January, on May the 30th of this year, we are 3% below where we were. So you've gone from 65+% in January to now 3% below. That is a significant swing. So Chief Salinka, let me thank you all for your work, and let me thank the Houston City Council members. And we still have a lot of work to do, and we're going to continue to move forward. Now let me stop, Chief Salinka. Sure.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you very much for your comments, and the mayor covered everything comprehensively. And on behalf of Chief Fenner, who's out of town on city business, and all the men and women of the Houston Police Department, first let me say a thanks to the hardworking men and women of HPD and other law enforcement partners in our region who have answered the call and have done a phenomenal job in addressing this violent crime increase that we were seeing throughout our nation in every major city. And we've covered that very well, that Houston was no different in seeing that rise in violent crime over the last couple years. And I want to thank this mayor and this council, because every single time that we have come to this mayor council when we are facing unique challenges, like our country has been facing in this violent crime issue for the last couple years, every single time we have come to this mayor and this council, you have answered the call. And you have answered the call, and you have given us those additional resources that we need, even in a very tough, constrained fiscal environment. You have given us the resources that we need to try to be as responsive as possible to the citizens of this great city. And that's what we've been doing since February. Mayor, you've always said, and you have realized, as we have said many times, law enforcement cannot do it alone when we face unique challenges like this. And this mayor and this council uniquely understand that. That's why One Safe Houston that was rolled out in February was truly comprehensive. It's more than just enforcement. It's more than just law enforcement presence. It speaks to the more holistic endeavors that must take place for us to address violent crime in one of America's major cities. And you can see a few months into our initiative, it is working, because it was quite alarming that we entered 2022 outpacing what everyone knew was a record year in 2021. But we have been able to curb that. We have been able to stem that. And we will take that as a victory. However, the mayor said one is too many, and that is true every single day. And every single day that we put this uniform on and serve our citizens, one victim is too many in any violent crime category. So we are not done. There is much work to do. As the mayor said, we probably still have some challenges ahead of us, but we will face those, and we will face them together as one city and One Safe Houston. Mayor, council, I appreciate it, and HPD will continue to be out there every single day. And thank you to our citizens for your continued support. We need you to help us solve violent crime, and that increased interaction with citizens is working. And to the hard-working law enforcement officers in this region, thank you for what you're doing. I know you're tired, but let's keep it up because we're making a difference. Thank you.
We're going to take a quick 2-minute break here for some of you on Live Now from Fox. Stay right here with us.
Collectively, that we are working on your behalf. We know people don't feel safe, and we know that the numbers have been too high. Okay? We know people don't feel safe, the numbers have been too high. And so our job collectively, in fact, all of our jobs, our job is to bring the crime down and to create a safe city. And that's working together. And so as long as there's one murder, one assault, one burglary, it is one too many. Okay, it is one too many. But I do want those who have have any intentions of committing criminal acts in our city, number one, the city will put forth all the necessary resources to prevent it, and number two, to fine you, to arrest you, and then to put you through the criminal justice system. That we are intended to do. Houston is not the city where you want to commit your crimes. And then working with our other partners, the courts, with the judges and others, then we can have a significant impact. Having said that, if there are any questions or comments, we'll take them now.
Mayor, can you outline or please just a few of the components of the initiative that led to what you're seeing?
Well, one thing is that we've had several classes, cadet classes, that have graduated. That's helping to add to the numbers. That's one thing. The second is the overtime. You know, initially we expended $5.7 million under One Safe Houston to provide 125 more police officers on the street every day. I've since added an additional $5 million to that for the overtime initiative. So that's taking place. The utilization of more technology. They're utilizing more technology now than they have ever used. That is helping in solving the crime. The homicide clearance rate is a key component because it is at 80% as of this morning. That is a higher clearance rate that existed in 2020 and 21. Okay, and so they are solving these crimes. And I certainly want to thank them and want to thank all of our other partners, Crime Stoppers and others, who are providing tips that are helping to get us in a position to solve them. So those initiatives from HPD, those initiatives are working. And then they're working with the DA's office to identify the 200 top violators, so to speak, and to really concentrate on getting them off the street. And then I can't say enough for the collaboration with our federal partners. They have really stepped up. And in many cases, we can get cases to trial quicker in federal court than we can here in the county courts. So all of those things, in combination, those things are working.
Can you speak on the 125 officers that you've been mentioning with the overtime? You say it's going well, but members within the police department have told us that they're not reaching that number.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
So every day you might have ebbs and flows in that number, but our goal is always 125 additional, right? Now I will tell you, the officers are tired, and sometimes being ordered to work, right, additional hours after you already have, that's very, very difficult. But you have to remember that's at times also follow-up investigative work that is done to hit that overall work of 125 with 125 additional basically FTEs, and sometimes that requires additional follow-up work to get somebody in custody. It could include warrant teams that are out there fighting violent crime. So all of those things comprehensively go into that additional 125 to combat the violent crime that we were seeing.
Back in February, I had asked the mayor, do you think you're going to have trouble meeting this number? And you said absolutely not, this wasn't going to be an issue. Looking back now, any other solutions to get more boots on the ground? Because clearly ebbs and flows isn't enough for people in the community.
Yeah, so we are meeting our targets and we're meeting our numbers. There are initiatives sometimes where on some days maybe we'll have a surge where we might go over the 125 on some days because we have warrant teams that are working around the clock to get violent offenders into custody. And so that 125 is always our goal. Sometimes we may exceed that, also staying within the budget parameters of what we have and what has been put out there for One Safe Houston. But that's always our goal. And Chief Fenner stood up here with you in February and also said that HPD is committed every single day to putting out the additional resources that this mayor and council will give us, and we are doing that. Now, every single day, right, there's minor challenges that come up when you're dealing with staffing, and then you factor in other major events that may occur that could also pull from staffing. Like we had a very, very busy weekend, right, in the city of Houston with other events and things that additionally need to be staffed by the police department. But we adjust every single day with the ultimate goal hitting that 125 so that we can have the additional coverage that this mayor and council has allowed.
Can you talk about the fact that the police department continues to shrink and how that, as you mentioned, you guys are working hard every single day. How does that impact day to day?
Well, the mayor and council continue to add cadet classes, and so and that's key for us because obviously attrition. Attrition is something that we deal with on a yearly basis. Some years attrition will trend higher, retirements will trend higher than other years. So we are appreciative of the cadet classes that are being funded and funded fully every single year because it's allowing us to keep up with attrition and then hopefully, right, by the time we get through the end of a year, have a net positive gain of officers after we have factored in attrition. And so far, in the recent years, the mayor and council have been great about doing that and allowing us to have our full cadre of cadet classes.
And really quickly, I just pulled up 15 minutes ago the response time for priority response calls from the last number, I guess, is updated in April here compared to February when we last spoke. It did go down since February, but it's still about a minute longer than 2021. What's the goal? What's the response for the department with lowering this response time for these priority calls? Because a lot of people in the community have reached out to us saying it's taking longer than usual for police to respond, and they understand there's a lot of crime happening, but it's still impacting them.
Sure. Response times, thank you for your question. Response times is always a metric that we focus on. There are times when we hit that mark in response times for those priority one calls that we consider the most threatening calls, those in-progress calls. There are times when we meet that mark and we're below what we hope to have, which is a 5-minute response time, and there are times that goes above that. And that does have to do with staffing. Also has to do with how many people we have out there right at that moment, or how many people are graduating, or when a cadet class is coming off for us to increase the patrol numbers. Then it also sometimes is factored in with special events or other things that go on that might pull resources. And then it's also sometimes exacerbated by spending too long on follow-up scenes because we have too many maybe going on, which draws down the numbers of officers that are readily available and not already out on dispatch calls. So it's something that we always focus on. We focus on response times every day. And when that goes above, and sometimes it does, then we move and adjust resources where we can through our patrol allocation models to try to make sure that we continue to bring that down. And that's just it's just a constant daily metric for us that we work on. Sometimes it will be lower, and sometimes, unfortunately, that will creep up. And it's important to remember that, the Houston Police Department, obviously, the 5th largest police department in the United States of America, behind New York, Chicago, LA, and Philly in that order. However, in geographic size, most of those sister cities, we dwarf them. And we respond to nearly 700 square miles of patrol cars and patrol calls, and have a lot more challenges when it comes to drive time from call to call. But it's something we look at daily.
Sometimes in the summer we see a spike in certain crimes. What is your anticipation for this summer, and what is your advice to the community as far as keep that in check?
Well, as we cover every year, right? When we enter the summer months, we are always concerned about increases in violence or increases in disturbances and violent crime. This year is no different than any other year where we give those statements about possibly an increase in violent crime over the summer months. But I think that this year, I would say, coming out of 2020, 2021, and the increases that we saw throughout the country, during pandemic and as we move, post-pandemic, I would say we're even more on alert, and we want to keep that in check this summer, because we know the summer months are challenging, even in a year when you haven't seen these increases. And so I would give the same message for this summer, and we're going to be vigilant and be still hitting our One Safe Houston targets. Yes.
Just before you do this, because I do want to highlight this. What I didn't mention too is that bear in mind that domestic violence was up like 40%. And one of the initiatives where we are spending over $10 million, about $10 million, on the Domestic Abuse Response Program, DART. So that is addressed in the One Safe Houston. The other thing that I want to mention is that when I came into office, we had about 1,900 police officers that were eligible to retire, okay? That was when I came into office, 1,900 of about 5,100 that were eligible to retire. We have been gradually working to reduce that number to bring in more police officers, but it's going to take time to kind of righten that ship. But what we are doing and what I have approved and that is the Reserve Police Officers Program for retired officers who choose to retire, but to bring them on in a reserve capacity that can augment the police department. So we provided an additional $1.5 million to HPD, and I think that will help to augment. So there are no questions that we are still a work in progress, but I don't want to undermine the significance of what we are reporting today. And that is, in spite of all of those challenges, the homicide rate is below where it was a year ago, year to date. There are fewer homicides today. And even in terms of violent crimes, fewer in most categories than existed a year ago today. I don't want to undermine that, because in January, the public was being bombarded about the percentage of homicides, and the number of homicides were up. And even when we said the number was at 4%, people were saying, well, there were still 15 or 20 more murders. Well, today, there are fewer murders in our city than a year ago, and the percentage is less. And I don't want us to lose that, okay? I don't want us to lose that, because it does mean that what HPD and the community and the partners are doing, and One Safe Houston, is working.
We're going to take another quick 2-minute break here for some of you. Stay right here with us on Live Now from Fox.
De-emphasize the importance of that, because I've had to deal with it from January, February, March, and April, okay? And people need to know, Houstonians need to know that. We're not where we want to be, but we're working on it every single day to make this an increasingly safe city. Commander.
A nombre del alcalde y del jefe de la policía, Troy Finner, que no está aquí está el número 2 del departamento, el jefe Slinker. Le queremos recordar al público que la semana pasada les advertimos que iban a haber muchos eventos en el centro, principalmente la Conferencia Nacional del Rifle, y nosotros estuvimos preparados para ese evento, pero gracias a la comunidad y gracias a los esfuerzos de todos los involucrados, todo sucedió sin ningún incidente, todo pasó bien. La segunda razón que el alcalde pidió esta conferencia de prensa es para recordarles que en enero de este año el nivel de homicidios estaba en un nivel demasiado alto y había muchas personas que estaban haciéndonos saber su preocupación por esa cifra. Hoy, gracias a Dios, por los esfuerzos del alcalde, del cabildo municipal y del departamento de policía, podemos decirles que el número de homicidios hoy es menor que el número de homicidios del año pasado en esta fecha. El año pasado fueron 192 asesinatos y este año son 187 asesinatos. Inclusive el número de casos que han sido resueltos ha aumentado. Estamos aproximadamente en un 80% de casos resueltos. Y gracias a la comunidad, gracias a los esfuerzos de todos los presentes aquí y gracias al programa que el alcalde puso en marcha, Un Houston Seguro, donde se provieron fondos adicionales para que hubiera 125 policías más o el equivalente a 125 policías más en las calles de Houston para atacar este problema.
Thank you again to everyone who's watching here with us on Live Now from Fox. We are listening in as Houston leaders are talking about addressing gun violence. It has been something that cities across America have been crying out and pleading for more to be done to put a stop to what we've been seeing here in these past few weeks when it comes to shootings, whether it be inside of grocery stores like our recent one in Buffalo, New York, or inside of schools like the one in Texas. Let's go ahead, listen back in with the mayor of Houston, Sylvester Turner.
Well, and certainly increasing the age from 18 to 21, especially on assault weapons, to me, it should be an easy deal, okay? Especially when people can drink and buy cigarettes below 21. The red flag laws, that should take place. So I'm hoping that will move forward. Universal background checks, 90% of the people support it. That should take place. There just need to be some movement. I'm going to be, I'm generally an optimistic person. I'm going to reserve my comments until something actually happens. Sandy Hook, something should have happened. What happened at the Pulse nightclub in Florida, something should have happened. Now we've got 19 kids. Something certainly should happen. But even as we wait on the United States senators to work, it's my hope that the governor will call a special session here in Texas now, sooner rather than later, and implement some steps. If nothing more than to substantially increase the amount of funding for mental health services. Because if many people are saying, pointing in that direction, and I'm not one to necessarily buy into that, but the legislature certainly should exponentially increase its funding to mental health. And then secondly, the Texas legislature ought to repeal House Bill 1927, permitless carry. And the Texas legislature itself should raise the age from 18 to 21. But raising the age to 18 to 21, the legislature can do that in a minute. Repealing House Bill 1927 on permitless carry, they can do that. And providing significant more funding for mental health, the legislature, and I'm talking about substantially more funding for mental health, because the state of Texas has always been on the lower end when it comes to funding and resources to mental health. They really need to beef that up. And then anything that can be done to address these perpetrators of these crimes at that lower age, people that are 18, 17, 16, you name it, we need to address that. And then lastly, there needs to be a legislative investigation on what happened in Uvalde. So there are a number of things on the state end and then on the local. Lastly, what I would say for the United States, I think we represent about 4% of the population in the world, but we own 50% of the guns. So something's messed up on that in that regard. But we're going to do everything that we can locally to address the proliferation of guns and gun violence. And again, we're going to continue to do everything we can locally. And in spite of all of those challenges that we're facing nationally, I do want to underscore one more time that the homicide rate in this city, since the onset of One Safe Houston, is 3% less than what it was a year ago. Fewer homicides, less than a year ago. And again, to say to the people in this city, we locally, collectively, we're going to do everything we can to make sure that you are safe, want you to feel safe, want you to be safe, and to the criminals, people who are have the intent of committing crimes, number one, don't do it, and number two, if you commit a crime, we will find you. Okay, I want to give that message.
Back in February, you mentioned how you were working with the DA's office to create this list of 200s of the most violent offenders and
Yes.
bring them to court. Can you give us an update on how that list is going?
Chief Slinker.
For the last question.
Yeah, thank you. No, we're still working with the DA's office on identifying, and it's not just that list, and that's an ongoing issue, right? It's not just to identify the most violent on one day and then stop. That's an ongoing effort for our department in concert with the DA's office to find those most violent, especially those most violent that are wanted. And as you've seen, our warrant teams have been exceedingly busy in the last several months out finding those who are wanted for violent felonies and in some cases multiple violent felonies. And so I would say that is a beginning, that's a start, right? Identifying the most violent in our community that we think, one, are causing the most harm in our community, and then dealing with them appropriately through the criminal justice system, depending on where their case or cases is. And so that's an ongoing effort. So I don't want to get stuck just on, hey, you're going to identify some violent offenders and then you're done with that. That should be an ongoing conversation with us. Thank you.
The issue is to push them to go to trial, so that happens faster because of the backlog. So is that part, I know you said it's ongoing, can you be a little bit more specific?
Well, from the police department's standpoint, and then of course you'll need to follow up with our counterparts and our partners at the district attorney's office, who we work very closely with. But as the mayor has said, as Chief Fenner has said, as I have said many times, we will do our part. We are asking the rest of the criminal justice system to engage and do their part. When we identify violent offenders and go a step further and get violent offenders in custody, especially those that are wanted and those that might be wanted on multiple felony charges, then we are asking that the courts and everybody else move those through the criminal justice system and help us identify at least the priority in that, so that we can have the greatest realized impact for the safety of our public. Because when you have a backlog that is as large as it is in Harris County, Texas, for the many reasons that have been discussed over the last many months, you have to start somewhere on priorities, and those priorities should be, what do we need to focus on that will have the greatest realized impact on keeping the public safe? And for us, that's those violent offenders and moving those cases forward and adjudicating those. But at some point, it's beyond the city and HPD's control of moving those forward, and we hope that the rest of the criminal justice system engages with us to do that. And right now, our district attorney's office is being a good partner in having those communications with us. And I would ask that, you know, the courts and the criminal justice system do the same.
And because we love you, get you a Dr. Pepper float.
Yeah.
Get
All right.
ice cream and has a milk.
Houston officials trying to tackle gun crime, just as many officials across our country have been doing so, especially in the wake of multiple mass shootings week after week. So we do continue to always follow the latest on each and every single one of those shootings. Did want to show the picture once again outside in Uvalde, where you can see community members have shown up, Texans as well as people around the country, around the world, been showing their support to this community after they lost 19 children and 2 teachers. We've already been seeing some of the funerals also happening for those individuals now that it has been 1 week since that tragedy had struck this town. We're going to step away for a brief 2-minute break, continuing to give you more stories across the country when we return. A live look here at the White House, where later today we will take you inside for the press briefing, as we will have some special guests joining us today. We're going to have BTS. They are going to be there speaking at the White House press briefing as they've been meeting with President Biden, talking about the ways that they can also help combat that crime and hate against Asians and Pacific Islanders and other groups that we sometimes have seen attacks and crimes being on the rise against those groups. So we'll be taking you into the White House press briefing. That's expected to happen here in just less than an hour. We do also have coming up here a State Department briefing, as well as we're going to be continuing to get the latest on the support the United States is giving to Ukraine during the war. Out live to a shot of the big board. We are coming a little bit up here as we've been down in the red the entire day. This has been multiple weeks of a downward slide. Here you're seeing, though, that the number down more than 80 points here in the red as we continue to keep our eyes here on the stock exchange. So a lot of things to still get to here today. I'm going to take us out to Minnesota, where Minnesota Governor Walz was just talking about some bonuses that they're going to be giving to some of their veterans there. Let's go ahead and listen into that right here for you on Live Now from Fox.
I will be followed by Butch Whitehead, the Disabled American Veterans Organization Commander. Butch?
Governor Walz, Commissioner Herkey, Representative Eklund, Senator Lang, thank you for all your hard work you did on this, and also thank you to fellow veterans. On behalf of DAV Minnesota, I'm proud to share in this important moment. Since statehood, the citizens of Minnesota have seen fit to provide a service bonus to those that left their families, homes, farms, schools, businesses to defend our nation. Our prolonged conflicts abroad have weighed heavy on our entire generation of soldiers, airmen, Marines, and Coast Guardsmen. But we've always known that Minnesota had our back. Our state's Yellow Ribbon program has ensured that our communities, companies, and institutions have come together to support our service members, veterans, and their families. This Veteran Service Bonus is another extension of support we are very grateful for. I am especially pleased that this bill specifically recognizes the families of those who gave the last full measure of devotion to our nation and not returned to their family, farm, school, or business. This bill is a small part of maintaining the sacred covenant we share with our veterans by ensuring that they have care of benefits that they deserve. And as citizens, we must all work to lift each other up in a manner that is worthy to those who laid down their lives to protect the land and freedoms we cherish. Thank you very much.
I know firsthand some of the sacrifices that our most recent veterans have had during their deployments. I'm among one of the thousands of Minnesotans who served during the global war on terrorism, our nation's longest war that started on that fateful day, September 11th, 2001, when the world changed forever. For some of us, our peacetime service then suddenly became much more dangerous, an assignment to defend our country at war. On September 11th, 2001, also inspired many young men and women to heed the call to duty and accept the honor of serving our country against a common enemy described by President George W. Bush as a radical network of terrorists and every government that supports them. The global war on terrorism proved not only to be long, but it proved to be deadly. 7 Minnesotans were among those who lost their lives on that day. Since then, another 109 Minnesotans, service members, have died in the hostile conflict. Post 9/11 Veteran Service Bonus will honor and recognize those veterans who have served, and also Minnesota's Gold Star families, those whose loved ones paid the ultimate sacrifice. It is only right, as the governor indicated, to continue this important tradition that started in World War I and has been in place for every war since then. I want to thank the Minnesota legislature for working together to make this possible, and for Governor Walz for providing nearly $25 million to recognize those who have served during the global war on terrorism. The Minnesota Department of Veterans Affairs is honored to facilitate the post 9/11 Veteran Service Bonus, and we're preparing to do that. You'll see more information coming out towards that. I can tell you that we anticipate that there are over 40,000 veterans that could potentially be eligible for this service bonus. The anticipated start date for applications will be on July 7th of this year. And I encourage people to go to minnesotaveteran.org, again, minnesotaveteran.org, our website, in order to get additional information until that time. Applications will be taken over our website, Minnesota Department of Veterans website, and it also, you can of course always go to your county veteran service officer, and they're always there to help you. I just want to thank again everyone for help and assistance in making this day come to be. And with that, I would like to introduce Dan Tingwell. Dan is retired from the Minnesota National Guard, where he had 18 years of service that include deployment to Iraq and Kuwait. Since 2014, Dan has served as a County Veteran Service Officer, or CVSO, for Carver County. Please welcome Dan Tingwell.
Thanks for having me. Like Commissioner said, my name is Dan Tingwell. I'm a Carver County Veteran Service Officer. I want to make sure that I thank the legislature, Governor Walz's office, and all the VSOs in the state of Minnesota for passing that bipartisan omnibus bill for veterans in the state of Minnesota and their families. As a representative of the Minnesota Association of County Veteran Service Officers, I'm really looking forward, and we all are, to this opportunity for every county veteran service officer to connect with a new and younger population of veterans from around our state. Through these connections, relationships will be developed, and we're going to assist these veterans and their families with benefits and services for the rest of their life, whether that's health care, housing, compensation, pension, or burial, and everything in between. I would encourage any veteran out there to contact us by visiting macvso.org. We are located in every county, all 87 across the state. Thank you, and I'll be followed by a fellow County Veteran Service Officer, Mike McLaughlin, and his father, Tom.
Thanks, Dan. I'm going to take one point of personal privilege with McLaughlins. I've known the McLaughlins long before I was in elected office, and building on what Dan said about the County Veteran Service Officer, Tom and Mike McLaughlin are well known in the Mankato area. And for me, while I was still serving in uniform, I've had the privilege with some of these folks standing up in here. I was in uniform with them when they were starting their careers. But watching Tom McLaughlin live the Vietnam veteran mantra of never will one generation of veterans forget another, and watching how Tom effectively and passionately advocated both in the community of Mankato in the state of Minnesota and nationally. He may not claim this to it, but I considered him a mentor on how to do this. And when I became the ranking member of the House Veterans Affairs Committee, Tom McLaughlin would come, and when Tom would come to testify, Congress listened. And watching Mike follow in his footsteps to be a part of the things we're doing in Minnesota, for me, is incredibly gratifying. So with that, Tom and Mike.
Thank you so much, Governor, for the kind words. If I'm not, I'm probably one of the few people in this room that had the opportunity when I came home in 1968 to lobby for the Vietnam Veterans Bonus. I'm probably one of the few that was able to do that twice. When my son became of age after 9/11, he decided to go do his part for the country. Not on my doing, but he chose the Marine Corps like me and served in the infantry like me. So we're both combat veterans, and I'm so proud of the fact that I was able to come back and lobby, but also in recent times when I was on the Commander's Task Force until 2018, I was able to lobby for his bonus. So I appreciated it then, as all Vietnam veterans did. It's probably a little recognition for what we did and the way we were treated when we came home, but it certainly has changed since then, and it was much easier this time to get people to listen to you. And I'm so happy that through the governor and the legislature, that it is going to happen in Minnesota again, and hopefully it's the last time we're out there looking for a war bonus. Mike?
Thank you again to everybody. I appreciate from the state of Minnesota and from the legislature and from all the service organizations the work that was done to get this piece of legislation passed, and really just the sign of gratitude it reflects upon the state of Minnesota and those who served in harm's way and during this period of post 9/11 combat service. But especially, I think the one part that's really personal to me that I was really happy to see included in this bill was the stipend for the Gold Star parents and the Gold Star families. I don't think we can do enough for those that lost a loved one in service to this country, but at least this is a small token of our gratitude. And as a lifelong Minnesota resident, it makes me proud of my state that we're at least showing some sort of recognition, additional recognition that we already have, not only to those that serve, but to those family members as well. So I appreciate everything. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. And as we all know, none of this gets done unless we use our democratic system and follow the rules to get something from an idea to a bill into a law. And it's for some of us who are old enough, it's not quite as simple as that Saturday morning cartoon. It takes work, it takes skill, it takes passion, and it takes someone who can earn the respect in a bipartisan nature to bring something like this together. In a year, what you've seen what gridlock can look like, Rob Eklund was at the heart of this with he and his partner, Senator Lang, to be able to move this thing the way it was supposed to and bring together what I think is one of the best packages for veterans that we've ever put together. With that, I give you Chair Rob Eklund.
Well, thank you, everybody, and everything's been said about the bill, so I'm going to just tell a little bit of a story. 4 years ago, when Speaker Hortman got a hold of me and said, "How about chairing the Veterans Committee?" I said, "Gulp," because I probably wasn't the best Marine when I was in the Marine Corps. I'll admit. So anyway, so I did. So I got a hold of Ben Johnson got a hold of me, and he said, "Mr. Chair, what do you want to work on?" And I said, "Veterans homelessness and veteran suicide." And I'm proud of this bill because we're attacking especially the veterans homelessness, and last year we put a lot of money into the veteran suicide portion. And there's been a lot of things done over the years that have helped our vets, sometimes tax-wise and stuff like that, but I looked at it, this is the way that we can help the vets that need it the most, the ones that are without what we have. So that's why I'm so proud of this bill. I mean, we talked about the bonus program. That's good. We got a sign-in bonus for the guard too that you're going to be able to take advantage of. That'll be kicking in to help make sure that our ranks stay in place. But overall, I'm most proud that we stripped this thing out of the state government finance bill, hopefully once and for all, because there's no reason that this bill should ever be used as a bargaining chip in the state of Minnesota. Lastly, General Menke, thank you. The Guard are doing tremendous work up in International Falls. For those of you that don't know, Coaching County is flooding, and the Guard is taking care of us, so I just want to say thanks for that. And thank you, everybody, for showing up today. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Rob. Again, thanks everyone who's here. It's a start. We'll highlight some more of this bill through the rest of the week, but the folks standing behind you are the ones who earned this. And I know we pause on Memorial Day and we pause on Veterans Day, but I think this very tangible token the state of Minnesota is continuing with our tradition is well needed, and I'm grateful. With that, any questions?
And as we get into a question and answer portion, I do want to send our viewers off to a 2-minute break. We'll be right back in this press conference with you here on Live Now from Fox when we all return.
question was the application period, and do we have to wait till the end until the checks are actually sent out? No, we'll do much like we did for the COVID grants that we sent out. As soon as we got the applications approved, we'll be sending those out. The application period is for 2 years, and we'll continue to work on those applications if we have them received but have not processed them. We'll continue even after that period. Again, my intent is to try to get 85% or greater of those 40,000 or more veterans. In the past, it seems like we've been topped out at about 60 or 65%. I think with social media and so forth, we can do much better than that in the future with this particular service bonus.
The military keeps keeping records. Why can't something like this be automatic? Why is there an application period process at all?
Do you want to answer that one, or do you want me to take it?
Yeah, I would a little bit.
Yeah, I think you should.
I tried to do a bill through Congress to capture people and put them into the VA system, but the way we do it, many of you know this, once you get out, you basically drop off the cliff, and then you've got to reapply and get back into the system. To be candid, we hope this allows us to capture more of the names of the folks who are out there to be able to get them in the system. This becomes a real problem when people hear about suicide rates. The vast majority of veterans who commit suicide are never enrolled in the VA system. Those who are, we have a highly successful rate. So part of this is Congress's inability to just directly enroll. It makes no sense that you would not just move your record straight on over, and once you signed up, once you ETS, your term of service is up, that you'd enter the VA, but it doesn't work that way. And that's one of the problems in capturing names. Yeah, you guys and Rob can help on this too.
Yeah. Commissioner will correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's $600 if you served during that time, $1,200 if you served overseas, and I believe it's $2,500 for a Gold Star family is how it'll be divvied up. So if you're active service but didn't serve overseas, you'd get something, and just it ratchets up. Does that make sense?
You want to talk about if they go beyond what was appropriated?
Yes. Just one correction, Chair. It's 2,000 for Gold Star families, and for those that served overseas. So we're looking for either a campaign medal, ribbon, or expeditionary medal ribbon. Either one will qualify you for the 1,200. If we do go beyond the 25 million that is provided, it is my intent to go back to ask the legislature for additional funding. So, and I've received assurances from both the House and the Senate that they would support, if I am successful in getting to 85% of those veterans, I probably will need additional funding. Our original request was actually 40 million for this particular service bonus. So I intend to do that if we go beyond the 25 million provided.
Minnesota trying to lend an extra hand to its veterans by finally putting through this legislation of these service bonuses. Thanks so much for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. I do want to turn our attention to some news that is happening out of New Orleans. This is a live picture of an investigation that is taking place after 3 people were shot on Tuesday outside of Morris Jeff High School graduation ceremony. This is happening at the Xavier University in New Orleans. So conditions of those 3 victims not immediately provided, but the police department did say one suspect has been detained, and those who had been shot were rushed to the hospital for treatment by New Orleans EMS. Now, the shooting did occur in a parking lot just outside of this area where they had the venue for numerous high school graduation ceremonies each spring. Witnesses told our Fox 8 team that the fight appeared to have broken out shortly after the graduation ceremony had ended. They also had shared that they heard about 15 to 12 gunshots ringing out. So, of course, we're going to stay on top of this if we do get an official press conference here with our leaders in New Orleans as they are investigating this scene here. That will be something we'll bring to everyone who's watching here with us on Live Now from Fox. This has definitely been a story that we continue to share gun violence happening left and right. Later today, we're expecting to hear from our Chicago police officers on just how many shootings they encountered over the weekend. Just earlier here today, we did have a police graduation ceremony with Chicago police, and I heard the superintendent mention in that graduation ceremony that just over this weekend they had taken away more than 250 firearms that were illegal just in the city of Chicago. So obviously this has definitely been something people have been talking about ever since we've had multiple mass shootings over these last few weeks. It has now been 1 full week since the shooting inside of that Texas elementary school in Uvalde, Texas. We still have live pictures coming in to us showing just some of those different memorials people have set up to honor those 19 children and 2 teachers. Today, Philadelphia youth, along with other groups, speaking out against this gun violence that we are seeing tragically taking lives away from us too early. Let's go ahead and listen into just some of that rally that happened earlier here today.
Yay, Bo. Yes. You locate some water? Well, libations is not next, so it's okay. I'm going to introduce it. We'll have time. All right. Good morning, everyone. Welcome, welcome, welcome. First, I just want to open this up by thanking everyone for being here, from our students to our teachers, from politicians to our media to community leaders, to people who simply just care, right? And for people who simply just believe that enough is enough. So the youth that I have behind me have been working diligently throughout the entire year on this conscious effort of just exploring this topic of gun violence and why, as we know, it is such a prominent issue in our community, but how do they insert themselves in the solution? How do they begin to see themselves as prime contributors, change agents, to be able to make a difference in their own community? We know that gun violence is a systemic issue. We know that it's much larger than the youth, right? But when we talk about youth gun violence, that's the part of empowerment piece that we try to express for our youth and really just get them infused in this culture and this idea of servant leadership, being able to cultivate that change themselves and not waiting for others to do it. So I just want to thank you all. My name is Darian Johnson. I'm here with Sankofa Freedom Academy Charter School and here also on the behalf of the Enough is Enough campaign. I just want to also thank our schools for being out here. So we have Auden Reed, Boys Latin, Girls High, MOTEP, Math, Civics, and Science, Sankofa Freedom Academy Charter School, Strawberry Mansion, and many more. I think I also said MOTEP as well, yes. So we just want to thank you. Let's start by giving our youth a large round of applause. Awesome.
All right, guys, we can always get back into that rally. It was something that happened earlier here today, but we do have some of our New Orleans officials stepping up to the podium to give us some details on the 3 who were rushed to the hospital after there was a shooting that took place outside of a graduation ceremony. We're going to be listening in live on Unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox.
For the New Orleans Police Department. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm here today to give you some unfortunate events that occurred at our Xavier Convocation Center following the commencement of the Morris Jeff High School graduation. I'm joined by Chief Duval of the Xavier Police Department, Captain Dillard of the 2nd Police District, and Captain Lebrano over the Homicide Division. So today, shortly before noon, at the commencement of the graduation for Morris Jeff High School, as the graduation had concluded, people were exiting the graduation. There was a fight that broke out between apparently 2 females in the parking area behind me. Subsequent to this fight, subjects produced weapons and shots were shot subsequent to this fight, leading to the injury of 3 victims right now. 3 victims, 2 males who actually suffered non-life-threatening injuries at this time, and 1 apparent elderly female who actually expired as a result of the injury that we know at this time. We're asking for anyone with information that can help us lead to a successful conclusion and apprehension to individuals that may be responsible for this senseless act of violence at this time. We have located, investigators have located some weapons that were on the scene, as well as they have a few individuals that are detained at this point for questioning right now. But we're still asking anyone with information to provide that. They can call us or call our homicide detectives at 504-658-5300 or anonymously at Crime Stoppers, 504-822-1111. And like I said, once again, this unfortunate incident did not have to happen. We're asking for anyone with information to help us give this a successful resolution from the early onset.
Was are you taking questions? I'm sorry.
Sure, go ahead.
Was the argument described, was that between the students, the graduates?
So at this point, it's still preliminary in our investigation. We're trying to ascertain that information to, in fact, see if the appropriate parties that were engaged in this fight were, in fact, students, but that hasn't been determined or confirmed at this time.
Was the grandmother here to see a family member graduate?
I don't know if the female that's expired is actually, the whole situation is still under investigation at this time, so that hasn't been confirmed if she was actually a member according to the graduation or not.
Deputy Chief, you said that 2 females got into an argument. Do you believe that it was those 2 females that began firing, or were there other people, and how many people do you think were firing?
That's unconfirmed at this time, and that's still a part of the investigation. Like I said, it's still early at this point. And once again, this graduation, they had a good amount of security. We had interior coverage as well as exterior coverage on the scene. Both the Xavier police were on the scene, as well as the 2nd District, and including enhanced coverage on perimeter security as well.
Any idea how many shots were fired, and do you believe it was multiple shooters?
So it's still early. I wouldn't venture to say, because I can't confirm that. Let the investigation take its course, and of course, as that information develops, we'll certainly bring that to y'all for review.
How many people do juveniles?
It hasn't been confirmed as to their actual age yet.
How many people were taken into custody and are being questioned?
At this point, it's more than 2. Right now, it looks like it's about 3 that may be involved for questioning at this point.
Can you talk about how severe the injuries are for the 2 males?
So they've been, one as it's reported right now, there's a gunshot wound to the shoulder, and the other one sustained a gunshot wound to the leg for the males.
How many times was the female shot that expired?
That hasn't been confirmed just yet, so
One more question.
as the investigation takes its
shot
course.
in the head, that's from what we've heard.
As the investigation takes its course, that information will be provided to you.
No arrests have been made, though, right? Only detained at this point, or have any arrests been made?
At this point, it's still preliminary. Nobody has been arrested for this crime at this point.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll send out an update later for y'all in case you send out press release in a little while.
All right, so that is a live press briefing coming to us from New Orleans, where, again, police say they are investigating this shooting, asking for the public's help as well, especially as they have no one in custody. 1 female has died, while 2 others have been injured due to this gun violence. You heard even the officer mention there that this did not need to turn into gun violence. This really could have been something less tragic situation if they would have just ended their fight, walked away from each other. So did want to bring that latest press briefing to you. As we had mentioned, we were going to keep an eye on those shots coming to us from New Orleans. And as soon as we had those officials step up to the podium, we brought it to you right here on Live Now from Fox. That's exactly what we do here for you, is we keep track of all of the stories. All you have to do is tune in each and every single day and stay up to date on what's happening from coast to coast. I want to show everyone what's going to be happening happening here very soon. We do have a White House press briefing that's going to be taking place here coming up in about 15 more minutes is when it's scheduled for. So we'll keep an eye out as soon as all of that media is filed into the room. Also expected to be here in the press briefing room. I know a lot of people are going to be excited about BTS. So we'll give you more details on that here in a little bit, but also want to show you we're waiting for a press briefing with spokesperson Ned Price. This is going to be our State Department press briefing. As soon as we see him step up to that podium, that will be something we'll take you out to here on Live Now from Fox. Let's go ahead, though, use this opportunity to step away for a 2-minute break. When we come back, right before we got into that briefing with our New Orleans Police Department, we were talking about how there was a rally to end gun violence, take more action. This was organized by youth groups in Philadelphia. We'll take you out to that here in just a few moments when we return from this break.
Violence rates in the city of Philadelphia. As of 11:59 p.m. yesterday, there have been 209 homicides in the city of Philadelphia. A few scholars from Strawberry Mansion High School are going to share some statistics from the gun violence survey that we conducted specifically for our school. These stats are why we are here today.
Hello, my name is Patience Wilson. We are here today because 58.2% of the students surveyed at Strawberry Mansion High School have seen shootings in their neighborhood. We are here today because 42% of the students in Strawberry Mansion High School have a family member that is in jail because of gun violence.
Hi, my name is Marquise Colon. We are here today because 54% of students in Strawberry Mansion High School have a friend that was injured because of gun violence. We are here today because 43.2% of students in Strawberry Mansion High School believe that gun violence is necessary sometimes.
Hi, my name is Shahada Merritt. We are here today because 52% of the students in Strawberry Mansion School have a friend that has died as a result of gun violence. We are here today because 66% of the students in Strawberry Mansion High School have a family member who has died because of gun violence.
Hi, my name is Jaheem Blackshear, and we are here today because 65% of the students of Strawberry Mansion High School worrying about getting hit, trade bullets when they are outside.
These are statistics from just one specific high school. Wait until you see the results from the collective of schools represented in our Enough is Enough campaign. We and the other schools in attendance today are here because we have had enough with the gun violence in our city. And we want to work collaboratively with the city of Philadelphia, and we need the city council and the mayor's office to use their power to help bring an end to gun violence in Philly, because enough is enough. This is our purpose.
Thank you, thank you. Let's give one more clap for Strawberry Mansion and the mighty work that they did with their surveys. All right, so at this time, we are now going to transition into our pouring of libations, which will be led by Brother LaKay Carter and Brother Malik Custis on behalf of Imhotep. And so you might ask, what is libations? Libations is a sacred time in which we pay homage to our ancestors, right? To those that we might have lost to gun violence, domestic violence, police brutalities. We say their names during this time. And so when we pour libations, we usually do a grand ashe. And ashe just means that I'm bringing light. I'm affirming what you're saying in this space. So we do ask that everybody join in when we say the names of those that we have lost to whether gun violence and any other atrocities in America. So if I can please have Brother LaKay and Brother Malik Custis.
All right, guys. So once again, we've been listening in here. Philadelphia youth stepping out earlier here today. But I did want to give everyone just a live look at what's been happening here in Minneapolis. We do have students who are walking out here today. This is happening all across the state. They're going to march and rally and protest against gun violence, which is happening obviously across the nation. They are demanding action from government to take steps towards tighter gun restrictions. So let's go ahead and listen into this press conference. We're going to be in it live, run unfiltered for you right here on Live Now from Fox.
From public officials and their refusal to act with urgency with the mass shootings that took place in Texas. Second, we demand our elected leaders amend Minnesota Statute Section 12A.035 and standardize active shooter drills across the state. We demand that the Public Safety and Recreational Firearms Use Protection Act under the Biden administration is put back in place. We demand that amendments include reducing the active shooter drill requirement from 5 to 2. We demand the new standards are in accordance with the evidence-based suggestions developed by Giffords in the Violence Project. We demand that the new standards are approved by a committee of students from across the states, across grade levels, and across school types. Legislators' unwillingness to act to keep us safe does not mean that we have to be traumatized by active shooter drills.
Hello, my name is Trinity, spelled Trinity, and I go to Park Center High School. I'm a sophomore. Fourth, we demand that schools across the state develop and implement mental health assessments given to students at the beginning of each year so a licensed professional can provide appropriate resources the students need. The assessments should have built-in guidelines to ensure that students aren't racially or otherwise unnecessarily targeted. We need more resources and services.
My name is Ezra Hudson, EZRA, and I'm a senior at Sandals Park High School. Fifth, we demand our elected leaders ban the AR-15 platform rifles. Alternatively, if they wish to allow them to be legal, the purchasing and permitting process from limited and licensed and unlicensed sellers must include extensive training, registration of firearms and owners, and other guidelines suggested by experts like the ATF.
Hi, my name is Jerome Treadwell, Jerome-Treadwell. I'm the Executive Director of Minnesota Teen Activists. We're here today because time and time again, we've seen our lives have not mattered within our democracy, within our legislative floors, within our communities, and within our schools. It is a shame that time and time again, we can go to school or our grocery stores with a fear of, are we going to live? Are we going to be able to come home to our families? Is this place that we spend 8 hours a day going to be safe? And the shame is that time and time again, youth are crying out and posting things on social media and spreading awareness, but our administrators continue to ignore it. The issue and the matter at hand is that when we see something, we have to speak up. And they haven't spoken up, which is why so many people feel comfortable to bring weapons in schools, from the Buffalo shooting to the shooting in Texas. We want to be here to be able to have our children, to have our friends live on to see our destinies and our future. We want to first and foremost protect young black lives, because time and time again, like the Buffalo shooting, we have not been mattering to our communities. So white supremacists have taken the matters in their own hand and have demoralized our lives and have said black lives don't matter. But even more so, this is not a black or white issue. This is a how are the children issue. This is do the NRA care about the children? This is do our local legislators care about our children? This is does Ted Cruz care about our children? So here today you see young people walking out of class not to defy their teachers, but to stand up for their own rights, to say that our lives matter, we have hopes and dreams, we deserve to live. So as we stand here today, we shout and we scream on the many lives that were stolen at the hands of gun violence. It is a shame that you can be 18 years old to have a right to carry guns and purchase guns, but you have to be 21 years old to do anything else. We see that our Constitution was not meant to be taken out of context. It was not meant to murder millions of people and hundreds and thousands of people, but it was taken to have freedom and equity for all. So we have to come to the lens and the context that the youth have to have a seat at the table, and because we don't have a seat at the table, we will walk out, we will protest, we will march, we will demand, we will have press conferences, we will have demands, we will have legislative sessions, and we will do everything in our power to be sure that our voices matter. So as I scream, hands up, you all scream, don't shoot. Hands up! Don't shoot! 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 All right, y'all, we'll march.
Well, as we just heard from some of those students, they are not protesting being in class, but yet protesting all the gun violence that they have seen rising across the country. Obviously, youth taking matters into their own hands, as we've seen that now in Minnesota. We saw it in Philadelphia earlier here this morning, and we've even seen it down in Texas. Earlier here today, we did have groups and members who were representing teachers across Texas, also demanding action, especially by their local leaders. We're going to take this time to step away for another 2-minute break. Coming up here on Live Now from Fox, we are just minutes away from the White House press briefing that is scheduled to take place here in just about 7 more minutes. So we'll wait to see if we do have our press secretary stepping out here any moment. Plus, we're also keeping an eye on all the other live events happening across the country. Stick around, more to come here again in just a few moments. out live here at the White House inside of the press briefing room. You can see we do have press all sitting down in their chairs, and we are expecting a press conference to kick off here any moment. Not only will we be hearing the latest on inflation, high gas prices, where we are going with this economy, but also we're going to have the Korean pop band BTS, as well as our National Economic Counselor Director Brian Deasy. They're going to be both joining in here on this press conference coming up here. So this will be something we're going to keep an eye on. But since we're expecting many questions to surround our rise of inflation, those high gas prices, how the Biden administration is going to combat that all, we did have just a little bit of tape playback from a few moments ago when President Biden was meeting with Jerome Powell. Let's go ahead, listen into what they had to say about their meeting on inflation just a few moments ago.
I have a very brief statement. First, I want to begin by congratulating you, Mr. Chairman, on your recent confirmation of second term, along with Drs. Brainerd and Cook and Jefferson, recent confirmations. And I'm meeting with the Chairman today and Secretary Yellen to discuss my top priority, and that is addressing inflation and in order to transition from historic recovery to a steady growth that works for American families. Excuse me. And my plan is to address inflation. It starts with a simple proposition: respect the Fed, respect the Fed's independence, which I have done and will continue to do. My job as president is not to not only nominate highly qualified individuals for that institution, but to give them the space they need to do their job. I'm not going to interfere with their critically important work. The Fed has dual responsibilities: one, full employment; and two, stable prices. Chair Powell and other leaders of the Fed have noted at this moment they have a laser focus on addressing inflation, just like I am. And with a larger complement of board members now confirmed, I know we'll use those tools in monetary policy to address the rising prices for the American people. So I look forward to Chairman Powell's continued leadership at the Fed, and I look forward to the Senate considering my final nominee to the board, Michael Barr, in the near future. And that's why we're meeting, folks, and thank you for coming in.
Thank you,
Mr. President, why do you think there is
All right, we always like to show you that was all that we got from President Biden. He did even say at the beginning that it would be brief. Back out to these live pictures coming to us from the White House press briefing room. Hopefully we'll get to hear just a little bit more about what the Biden administration is going to do to continue to try to address the rise of inflation, especially since we are seeing prices go up, whether you're at the gas pump, maybe you're in the grocery store, or even shopping for clothes. So this will be something we're going to jump into as soon as it is live. Again, it was supposed to scheduled to take place here at the top of the hour. As I mentioned before, we are expecting to have our National Economic Council Director, Brian Deasy. He's going to be joining in on the press briefing. So usually what happens is Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre, she's going to be kicking things off. Usually she'll have Brian Deasy following her, making some initial comments right off the front. And then later is when we are expecting Korean pop band BTS to join in here at this White House press briefing. Now you're wondering, why is a Korean pop band going to be meeting with President Biden, making an appearance here at the press briefing? Well, the White House has said it's all part of a discussion around Asian inclusion and representation, addressing that anti-Asian hate crimes and disinformation. So White House officials saying global K-pop phenomenon BTS will join Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre at the top of today's press briefing. So they will be delivering some brief remarks after they had a meeting with President Biden in the Oval Office. So that was not something we got here to our Live Now from Fox desk. Whenever we do have those opportunities, just like we showed you with Powell in his Oval Office, we always try to bring it to you here, no matter how short those meetings are. But unfortunately, we didn't get any cameras inside of that meeting, but at least they will make a brief appearance here at the White House press conference, which is scheduled to take place any moment now. So what I want to do is, since we still have a couple commercial breaks to get in here in this hour, let's go ahead, take this time. We'll step away for a 2-minute break. When we come back, if we don't have our White House press briefing beginning, of course, we'll be bringing you other content. We'll keep this up in an extra box for us to all keep an eye on here for you. So much more to come here again in just a few moments. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. So we are just anxious to see BTS here joining our White House press briefing. Again, they're going to be, we just heard off the top of this press conference, and then they'll get into more of those just pieces that we look forward to every single time. More information surrounding some of the top stories. We've had a big number of influx when it comes to border crossings over Memorial Day weekend, plus our prices on the rise. If you were traveling anywhere for Memorial Day, I'm sure you saw that gas pump price and just thought, why are we traveling at all? This also kicking off what's called to be the unofficial start to summer. So you know that there's only going to be more people out traveling. And we've seen also a rise on prices on everything from our daily essentials to those special trips. So I'm going to put this into a triple box. That way we can keep our eyes here on the White House press briefing. As soon as it does begin, this is what we're going to be going to in full. Until that time, though, let's go ahead. We'll listen into the beginning portion of this State Department briefing. We do have spokesperson Ned Price, who did already begin. We'll start it from the top here for you. But just a reminder, as soon as we see our press secretary and the pop sensation BTS step out here into the White House press briefing room, we'll be jumping into this in full here for us all on Live Now from Fox.
It is very cold in here today. Hot outside and cold in here. Yes, yes. Well, I hope everyone was able to have some time this weekend to perhaps disconnect and focus on what's important. Before I turn to your questions, just one element at the top today. As we approach the 100th day of Russia's war against Ukraine, we remain concerned about steps Russia is taking to attempt to institutionalize control over sovereign Ukrainian territory, particularly in Ukraine's Kherson region. The Kremlin is probably weighing a few approaches, from recognizing a so-called People's Republic, as Russia forcibly did in Donetsk and Luhansk, to an attempted annexation, just as Russia did in Crimea. It's a predictable part of the Russian playbook, which is why we are continuing to sound the alarm now, particularly following Russian President Putin's unilateral decree that would fast-track the issuance of Russian passports to Ukrainian citizens. Russia used similar tactics in Donetsk and Luhansk in 2019. In Kherson specifically, multiple reports indicate Russian forces have forcibly removed legitimate Ukrainian government officials and installed illegitimate pro-Russian proxies. One such proxy quote-unquote governor was installed in April. In May, another pro-Russia proxy quote-unquote official publicly stated an intent to appeal to Russia to incorporate the Kherson region by the end of the year. Russia also forced Kherson residents to adopt the Russian ruble over the legitimate Ukrainian currency, according to multiple sources. As of April, Russia likely controlled at least 25 broadcasting towers in Ukrainian areas under Russian military control, including in the Kherson region, and was airing pro-Russia media channels, probably to weaken anti-Russian sentiment and public resistance. This month, Russian officials have increased visits to Kherson, including a visit by Russia's deputy prime minister in mid-May, during which he publicly stated that Moscow believed Kherson has, quote, a decent place in our Russian family. This followed a trip by the head of Russia's ruling party, United Russia, who said Russia would remain in Kherson forever. The Kremlin has also indicated it could attempt a sham referendum to create a Kherson quote-unquote People's Republic, even though it lacks any popular or legal legitimacy to do so. Before Russia's further invasion of Ukraine, only about 20% of Kherson residents said they viewed Russia warmly, but that support has probably deteriorated since the invasion. Russia is almost certainly failing to gain legitimacy for proxy governments in newly seized territories in Ukraine as protest persists and residents refuse to cooperate. Russia's initial objectives of controlling large swaths of Ukraine has been nothing short of a complete failure. The Kremlin probably views that forcibly holding Kherson would provide Russia a land bridge to Crimea, as well as gaining some kind of so-called victory, an attempt to justify Russia's domestic audiences the thousands of lives Putin's war of choice has destroyed. We will continue to spotlight Russia's territorial designs in Ukraine, as well as its ongoing aggression, just as we hold to account those who facilitate it, including with additional punitive economic measures. We must also continue to bolster Ukraine's ability to defend itself in the face of the Kremlin's brutality.
All right, here we go, guys. We do have BTS joining in. Let's go ahead, listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
Deeds, I mean, yeah, forget about me. I know, it's not about me. Okay, so today on the final day of Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, I'm excited to welcome some special guests to the briefing room today, pop phenoms BTS. Woohoo! While many of you may know BTS as Grammy-nominated international icons, they also play an important role as youth ambassadors, promoting a message of respect and positivity. After this briefing, they will join President Biden in a discussion about Asian inclusion, representation, and diversity, as well as addressing an anti-Asian hate crimes and discrimination. As many of you know, the president has led a historic whole-of-government approach to combat racism, xenophobia, and intolerance facing ANHPI communities. Beginning his first week in office when he issued a presidential memorandum leveraging the power of the federal government to stand against this hate. The president also signed the COVID-19 Hate Crimes Act into law, signed an executive order to reestablish the White House Initiative on Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders, and funded critical research to prevent and address xenophobia against AA and NHPI communities. So without further ado, I will let the band take it from here. They're gonna each speak. We have a interpreter somewhere here. There you go. Good to see you. So they'll each speak first, and then the interpreter will come back up and interpret what they just said. They're not going to take any questions. They're just going to come here and give some words, and then we'll start the briefing. Thank you. Go ahead, Jess.
Thank you, Karine, for your kind words. And hi, we're BTS, and it is a great honor to be invited to the White House today to discuss the important issues of anti-Asian hate crimes, Asian inclusion, and diversity.
네, 오늘은 ANHPI 헤리티지 먼스의 마지막 날입니다. 저희는 ANHPI 커뮤니티와 뜻을 함께하고 기념하기 위해 오늘 백악관에 왔습니다.
네, 최근 아시아계를 대상으로 한 많은 증오 범죄에 굉장히 놀랍고 또 마음이 안 좋았는데요. 이런 일이 근절되는데 조금이라도 도움이 되고자 오늘 이 자리를 빌어 목소리를 내고자 합니다.
네, 오늘 저희가 이 자리에 올 수 있었던 것은 저희의 음악을 사랑해 주시는 다양한 국적, 언어, 문화를 가진 저희의 팬, 아미 여러분들이 계셨기에 이 자리에 올 수 있었다고 생각합니다. 정말 감사합니다.
네, 한국인의 음악이 서로 다른 언어와 문화를 넘어서 전 세계 많은 분들께 닿을 수 있다는 게 아직까지도 좀 신기하고 근데 신기한 것 같습니다. 그리고 이 모든 걸 연결을 시켜주는 음악이란 건 좀 참으로 훌륭한 매개체가 아닌가 싶습니다.
나와 다르다고 그것은 잘못된 일이 아닙니다. 옳고 그름이 아닌 다름을 인정하는 것으로부터 평등은 시작된다고 생각합니다.
네, 우리는 모두의 각자의 역사를 가지고 있습니다. 오늘 한 사람 한 사람이 의미 있는 존재로서 서로 존중하고 이해하기 위한 또 한 걸음이 되기를 바랍니다.
And lastly, we thank President Biden and the White House for giving this important opportunity to speak about the important causes, remind ourselves of what we can do as artists. Once again, thank you very much.
I'll provide an interpretation in Korean and English. 우리말과 영어로 통역 간략하게 전달드리겠습니다. 남준 씨는 친절한 소개 감사합니다. 방탄소년단입니다. 오늘 백악관에 초청받아서 반아시아계 혐오 범죄, 그리고 아시아계 포용, 그리고 다양성에 대해 논의하는 자리를 가지게 되어 정말 큰 영광입니다. Jun said today is the last day of the AANHPI Heritage Month. We joined the White House to stand with the AANHPI community and to celebrate. Jimmy said we were devastated by the recent surge of hate crimes, including Asian American hate crimes. To put a stop on this and support the cause, we'd like to take this opportunity to voice ourselves once again. Joe said we are here today thanks to our army, our fans worldwide, who have different nationalities and cultures and use different languages. We are truly and always grateful. Jungkook said we still feel surprised that music created by South Korean artists reaches so many people around the world, transcending languages and cultural barriers. We believe music is always an amazing and wonderful unifier of all things. Shiga said it's not wrong to be different. I think equality begins when we open up and embrace all of our differences. V said everyone has their own history. We hope today is one step forward to respecting and understanding each and every one as a valuable person. 마지막으로 남준 씨가 중요한 문제에 대해 함께 이야기하고 우리가 아티스트로서 무엇을 할 수 있는지 생각할 기회를 만들어 주신 바이든 대통령님과 백악관에 감사드립니다. 감사합니다.
What does it mean to you to come to the White House? We're gonna go. They're not gonna take any questions, but thank you so much, guys. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you.
We're sorry. Thank you.
BTS 화이팅! 감사합니다. Thank you, guys. Thank you. All right. Okay. Yeah. Brian, I don't know how you're gonna. Okay.
Brian is the economist.
I don't know. I'm excited to hear what Brian has to say. Okay. Next up, we have Brian Dees, our Director of National Economic Council, who just came out of the meeting with the President and the Fed Chair and Secretary Yellen. And so he is joining us today. So thank you, Brian, for making the time.
Okay. So I get to go home and tell my kids that BTS opened for me. I did not expect that when I woke up this morning. And I know that you're all here to talk about trimmed mean inflation, and you're as excited about that as you are for them. So thank you for hanging in here. I just wanted to provide a little bit of context to the economic focus of the day. As you all know, the President just concluded a meeting with Chair Powell, along with Secretary Yellen and myself. It was a very constructive meeting focused on the outlook for the U.S. and the global economy. And I won't go into detail of the private meeting other than to reinforce that the President underscored to Chair Powell in the meeting what he has underscored consistently, including today, that he respects the independence of the Federal Reserve and will provide the Federal Reserve the space and the independence that it needs to tackle inflation. Also today, the president published a op-ed in the Wall Street Journal, and I will just give you a little bit of context for that piece and how we are thinking about economic priorities here. So 4 quick points. The first point is there is no question that the global economy right now faces a range of significant challenges. Inflation is first among them. It is a global challenge. We learned, for example, today that inflation in the euro area hit an annual rate of 8.1%. And it is a challenge that the president understands is hitting American families and creating anxiety and also economic hardship. As he said, he gets this. The second point is that as the president is making fighting inflation his top economic priority, it is really important that we recognize that we can take on inflation from a position of relative economic strength. That is true if we look in the global context. Few countries are better positioned than the United States to make this transition and navigate this transition that the president talked about today from historically strong recovery to more stable, resilient growth. If you look, the reason why we have those economic strengths is the strength of our recovery, the historically unique strength of our recovery. At the center of that is the labor market. You all know the statistics. I won't belabor them, but suffice it to say we have the strongest labor market in modern history, which is not only creating job opportunities to move into new careers with better pay for millions of Americans, but it is also pulling more people into the labor force. And in fact, we've seen the most rapid labor force participation rebound among prime age workers of any of the last 4 recoveries. And we're also seeing that in terms of the strength of household balance sheets as well. Savings is up, debt is down, bankruptcy filings remain near pre-pandemic lows, eviction filings are 30% below their pre-pandemic levels. All of these are sources of economic strength from which we can now focus on bringing prices down. The third point, this was an important piece of this, which is that the president's talking about this transition and growth. As we move through this transition, our economic growth should look different than it has in the historic recovery phase. We've run this first leg of the race at a very rapid clip. That has put us in this strong position relative to our peers. But this is a marathon, and we have to move and shift to stable, resilient growth. And that's why the president's outlining the plan that he wrote about today, which is something that he has been focused on here for some time now. Core to that are the 3 elements that he flagged. The first is nominating quality people to the Federal Reserve. He has done that. He got an opportunity to speak with Chair Powell today. Strong, incredibly credentialed bipartisan group. And we are hopeful that the Senate will move to confirm the last of his nominees, Michael Barr, without delay, and giving the Fed the independence to operate, which is critically important, particularly at a moment where inflation is elevated, but cannot be taken for granted, which is why the president is reinforcing it publicly today. The second is lowering costs. How can we make things more affordable for typical families during this transition period? And the third is lowering the federal deficit, which will help to ease price pressures in the economy. That is, on those second and third, that is the focus, the president's economic focus, the focus of our economic team. Many things, many of the steps therein are things that we can do on our own with executive action. There are also places where we need Congress's help and to work with Congress. But that is our overarching focus when it comes to the economy right now. So that is the context I want to provide. Happy to do whatever Karine tells me to do.
Brian, one trade-off to fighting inflation may be a change in the unemployment levels. What level of increase in unemployment the White House sees is acceptable in order to obtain lower inflation?
Well, I think that one of the things about this transition, and we are in this transition, one of the things about having the strength of the labor market recovery that we have had to date is that we are uniquely well positioned to actually move toward more stable labor market gains or gains more consistent with periods where we have had this level of unemployment in the past. And we can actually take on inflation without having to sacrifice all of those gains. And so you see that, for example, in the high rate of available jobs per worker. That can, and you've seen that start to moderate somewhat. So one of the ways that, for example, businesses can reduce their demand, if that is necessary, is to bring down the number of open jobs they have available. But that is, I think that the bottom line is we have a very strong labor market, and that is not only a source of strength for millions of people who are getting jobs or getting jobs at higher wages. It has helped to strengthen household and family balance sheets as well. So part of the reason why we have seen savings elevated and we have seen credit card payments and other debt service payments come down to historically low levels is because of the strength of the labor market. So that positions us relatively well going into this period of transition.
Just one follow-up. The president emphasized, and you just emphasized, his respect for the Fed's independence. Is he happy with what the Fed is doing?
Consistent with respecting their independence is respecting their independence. So what I would say is that he has confidence in the people that he has nominated. He is grateful to the Senate to confirming 4 of his 5 nominees, and he is focused on actually giving them the space to make those independent judgments. It certainly is the case that the president has identified inflation as his top economic priority, and he agrees with the assessment that the team at the Federal Reserve is making and that Chair Powell is making as well. But part of providing that independence is to stay out of the business of commenting on tactics, timing, or otherwise on the monetary policy side. So you can expect that from us going forward.
Okay. A follow on that. If he's confident in the team that he's put there, is he confident that they will be able to deal with this enormous challenge, which is taming inflation and not putting the economy into a recession?
Well, I think that what the president is and what we are very confident in is that we can approach this challenge and we can focus our efforts on bringing inflation down without having to sacrifice all of the economic gains that we've made because of the unique position of strength that we are in. Because of the progress that we have made over the course of the last 15 months, we are now uniquely well positioned to do that.
Does the president think that the Fed needs to revise or review its modeling and forecasting techniques, given they pretty badly misjudged that inflation was not actually transitory?
That falls squarely into the category of things that we will leave to the independent judgment of the Fed.
Phil in the back and then Kelly in the left.
Thank you, sir. You noted.
We are listening in to the White House press briefing live inside of the press briefing room. Brian Deese getting a lot of questions thrown his way. We'll continue to listen in after some viewers go out to a 2-minute break.
Making as much as $300,000. Some analysis says that this would cost taxpayers as much as $250 billion, and of course that money's not going to be dumped into the economy all at once. But I'm curious how you see this affecting consumer spending, because presumably some of these folks, rather than servicing their loans, might go buy a new phone or decide to buy that car or go on the vacation. So are you confident that that student debt relief program would not have a negative impact on inflation?
Yes, I'd say a couple things of that. The first is that notwithstanding some of the reporting, the president hasn't made any decision on that policy, and so I won't get ahead of any decision or any particular program or plan that has been speculated about. Broadly speaking, if you look at those who hold student debt, principally people who went to public colleges, principally people who, when they were going to college, had 2/3 of which their family income was less than $50,000 per year, and many of whom are struggling economically in a position of having to repay that debt. When you look at the question of the macroeconomic impact, I would say two things. One is it is a function of a number of those policy design parameters, including the repayment. So today there is a moratorium on repayment of student loans, and so the resumption of payments would interact with any potential debt cancellation from a macroeconomic perspective, number one. And number two, if you look at the impact of almost any proposal, because of the point that you made, notwithstanding the cost of any proposal is the economic impact of any proposal would be across the course of years or a couple of decades, and so the impact on inflation in the near term is likely to be quite small. But again, because the president hasn't made a decision, and we're not talking about a specific plan, I won't speculate specifically, but I think most of the analysis suggests that the near-term impact would be pretty small.
As you're putting together sort of this outreach today with the op-ed, with the message that you and other colleagues have been putting out there, is implicit in that sort of acknowledgement that you have not been telling the story of the economic picture in a way that has been satisfactory to the president?
I think what this underscores is actually an ongoing commitment by the president to both train his focus on what is the most important thing for the economy and to communicate that as well. So I would point you back to the President's State of the Union, where the president said that my priority is lowering costs and lowering the deficit. And I think what this president has tried to do in every stage in this historic and unique economic recovery is to effectively communicate to the American people where we are, to give it to people straight, but also to lay out clearly his plans, his priorities in terms of what he wants to see done. And so we are now moving into a phase which is really a transition, that transition that he spoke about. And so what he has been doing for the last couple of weeks, what he will continue to do is try to help make sure that we're communicating clearly to the American people what that means and also what his plans are, and also that he is prepared to work with anybody, Democrat and Republican, to try to make progress on that, but also highlight that there are differences between his approach and others, and that's important for the American people to understand as well.
What is the expectation today as you advise the president, or his expectation about how long prices will be at these high levels, 40-year levels, how long inflation will be here?
Well, there is uncertainty, and I will leave the predictions to forecasters. I think you and others have seen most major forecasters out there and their projections, most projecting that we will see moderation in inflation over the course of the year. What I can say and is important with respect to, for example, the op-ed that the president wrote today, is that the president has a clear approach and priorities with respect to tackling inflation. And the more progress that we can make on that plan, the more progress that we can make in lowering costs and making things more affordable for families right now, the more progress we can make in building on the historic deficit reduction we've already seen this year, then the better off we'll be, the better positioned we'll be to actually see that moderation happen more quickly. So that's our focus. Our focus when we're thinking about policy, particularly fiscal policy, is how can we make more progress on that front, understanding that there are a lot of predictions out there.
Just a couple more, Josh.
Thanks, Brian. Chair Powell has said there are limited tools that the Fed has to deal with supply shocks, like what we saw from Russia's invasion of Ukraine, the lockdowns in China over the coronavirus. Given that limitation, do you believe the U.S. is well insulated and protected against future supply shocks that could cause prices to rise, as we've seen with gasoline? Or do you think additional action is needed with Congress in order to provide that protection?
Well, I would say a couple things. The first point that I made and underscored is we do face serious global challenges right now. And the supply chain disruptions, the ongoing supply chain disruptions emanating from COVID and China most recently are significant. Likewise, the implications on the energy market of Russia's invasion of Ukraine are significant and ongoing. And so absolutely, those are significant global challenges. They are affecting energy prices and food prices globally. They're affecting supply chain distribution systems globally. That is point one. Point two is we in the United States are better positioned to actually navigate through those challenges than almost any other country, in part because of as I've said already, the strength of our economic recovery, in part also because of the work that we have done, for example, on the supply chain side over the last 9 months of consistent, focused effort working with all different parts of our supply chain. We now see, for example, the fluidity, what's known as, how fast containers can move through ports, for example, and get from a ship all the way to the end, that we have seen significant improvements in that fluidity across time, which puts us in a better position to navigate potential new supply shocks, but they pose ongoing challenges. Third, there are places where we could absolutely...
All right, guys, so once again, we've been listening in here to the White House press briefing. When we are on something like this, we always have the opportunity to get back to it a little bit later throughout the day, especially since LiveNOW always plays the top press conferences, stories coming to you from across the country. Thanks again to everyone who's been watching here with us. I'm going to take us out to Minneapolis, where we do have a new lawsuit that's being filed against, so not only former Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin, but also against Minneapolis police officers and the city. They are named in 2 police misconduct lawsuits. Let's go ahead and get the details as we listen in live.
Supervisory enablers, those who actually helped him in his endeavors with our clients, those who failed to intervene, and the city itself, which allowed these events, these police assaults, which occurred in 2017, to go unpunished, unchecked, and which unfortunately left Chauvin in a position of power and authority over people of color and people he could prey on, and ultimately led to the death of George Floyd, which, if he had been terminated in 2017, when these 2 people ran afoul of him, I guess George would be alive and the city would not have to have burned, and many other cities wouldn't have had riots and protests in the wake of George Floyd's murder. But for these defendants in these 2 lawsuits, we want to stress the fact that there is nowhere to run to. There is nowhere to hide. Each of the allegations we made were carefully considered, backed up by clear and convincing evidence, mostly in the form of body-worn camera videos and from various different sources in the Minneapolis police force. What seems to anybody who watched the George Floyd